me te taha no tō kuropu I hara mai ai. Ka wea wanga wanga.
Morning tea? Is there a cup of tea? I'll just go announce a cup of tea upstairs and then we'll start at about 9:30. Okay. Okay. A tēnā tātou. There is morning tea upstairs. So if you wish to have a kai before we start, we're going to commence about 9:30. Kia ora. Tēnā nā tātou katoa. He mihi atu kia koutou. Kei te mihi kia koutou Ngāti Rehia. Kia ora mō tō manaaki kia koutou, kia mātou i tēnei rā. Kia ora. Kei te mihi atu kia koutou kua tai mai i te kaupapa o te rā, te kaupapa nui, te kaupapa o te mana wahine. Good morning, everyone. I'm Judge Reeves, presiding over this first tuapapa hearing of the mana wahine inquiry. I'd like to acknowledge the support of Ngāti Rehia for our proceedings this morning and for starting us off in the right way. We've commenced with karakia already this morning, so we won't have further karakia at this time. We will just move straight into our hearing. I want to firstly acknowledge the time that it has taken for this inquiry to come to hearing, and to acknowledge those wahine who took the first steps towards filing these proceedings in 1993, as I understand it, and who have kept the faith, so to speak, and here we are today commencing the first stage of this inquiry. I'd like to start by introducing the panel to you. Of course, many of the panel members will be well known to you. And then I will take appearances from the council who are appearing this morning, and then I'm going to just run through a few housekeeping matters before we start on hearing the evidence from our speakers this morning. So to my left, Dr. Robin Anderson, who is a historian member of the tribunal, who is currently on the Te Raki panel, so is well known in these parts. Also to my left, Dr. Linda Smith, who will be well known to many of you here. To my right, far right, Kim Ngarimu, and to my immediate right, Dr. Ruakiri Hont. So at this point, I'd like council to enter their appearances, please. So if we start with perhaps the 381 claimants, or whatever order you have determined. Kia koutou.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I te tuatahi tautoko ngā mihi kua mihia. Ki era e whiturangi hia ki te pō, ko Stephen Ihaka, tētahi o era, kei te hoki mai ia ki te nota i te rānei, so oku maumahara ki aia. Kia Ngāti Rehia, te mana whenua o tēnei rohe, mō tō manaaki, mō tō whakatau i te atanei, ngā mihi kia koutou. Ngā mihi kia koutou, ngā mema o te tribunara, kia koutou, e haere mai nei ki te whakarongo, ki ngā kōrero i te rānei, kia tātou katoa, e hui hui nei, i kiti au he maha o ngā mana wahine, e noho ana i wainga nui i a tātou. Ko rātou ngā rangatira me ngā māreikura e whawhai ana no maira anō mō rātou whānau, hapu, iwi, mō tātou katoa. counsel's name is Ms. Coates, and I appear on behalf of Y381 and Y2260. To my left, I also have Ms. Hodaki and Ms. Judge, and we're collectively from Kāhui Legal. In terms of Y381, as you'll all be aware, that's one of the original mana wahine related claims. The background and context to this claim will be expanded upon further by claimants today, but that was filed by 16 women with the support of many others. Those women include Dame Areta Kopu, Dame Whina Cooper, Dame Mirasazi, Dr. Irihapiti Murchie, Dame Georgina Kirby, Violet Poe, Dame June Mariu, Hine Pōtaka, Dame Aroha Rereti Crofts, Ripeka Evans, Dr. Pāparangi Reid, Donna Awatere Huata, Lady Rose Hinare, Katarina Hoterene, Tiepara Mabel Waititi, and Kare Cooper Tate. That was filed in 1993. We are instructed, there's a number of lawyers representing that claims, we're instructed by Miss Evans, as well as Dr. Pāparangi Reid, who cannot be here today. We also represent Y2260, which is also a claim by Dr. Pāparangi Reid and Ms. Ripeke Evans, and that is for and on behalf of the whānau, hapu and iwi of Te Tai Tokoro. So I think it's fitting that we're here talking to that claim today. I just have a couple of procedural issues in relation to the timetable. I'm happy to raise those now or later if that works. Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora te whare, kei te tūau ki te tautoko i ngā mihia, rātou ko mene ki te pō, i rongo au i ngā wahine māreikura e mate ana i whakatakoto te kaupapa i mui a tātou, kei te mihi atau ki a rātou, nā rātou i whakakaha, nā mea kei te ora tonu, kia whai tonu te kaupapa e pāna ki o mātou nei whaia a kuia nā māreikura o ngā rā o mua. Kei te tū hoki ki te tautoko i ngā mihi ki ngā rangatira i whakatau i a tātou i te atanei. Kei te tino kōtaku ngākau i kiti atu, ngā whakatipuranga o rātou mai haina tia tō tātou nei tiriti i tēnei wiki o te rā o Waitangi. Ka anuhi te mihi ki a koutou rangatira mā. Ka huri atau ki a koutou o te tēpu, te rōpu whakamana i te tiriti a tēnā koutou. Ko mātou mai rotorua mai te tari o Annette Sykes, i tai mai i tēnei rā ki te whai atu e maha ngā kreme kei raro i te maru o tō tātou nei ringa. Ko au he te roia mō Y381, ka whakamaramau wera a muri i tērā ka tū a Ms. Delamere Ririnui kia mōhio ai ko Wai te Kreme kei Iaia e whakahaere ana ka tū a Mr. Silveira kia mōhio ai te katoa. Ko te rarurari kia hau ko wareware a witahi o ngā kreme. So pai me noho rāua ana ka kōrero ai mo tēnei o ngā kaupapa. It's my pleasure today to be here. I was actually one of the lawyers with Denise Hinare, who's now a judge, and the late Kathy Urtel, who drafted the Y381 claim. So it's a particularly special claim to me. It's one that was drafted at a time of immense turmoil in Te Ao Māori, when Māori men had actually takahied the mana of some significant women leaders of that generation. So it's really important that when those names were called out today by Ms. Coates, we take a moment perhaps to remember some of those women and all they achieved during their lifetime. I particularly want to mention while we are here Lady Rose Hinare. She was somebody who, with her quiet dignity, was a huge supporter of Dame Mirasazi, who was the one that took the brunt of the takahi mana that occurred at that time. And they were supported by the Māori Women's Welfare League, but it was a galvanising claim that brought the Māori world together under the leadership of dynamic Māori women leadership. and it's really sad. I want to place this on the record that it's taken this long for Māori women's voices to be actually prioritised. While the treaty settlements have almost completed and Māori women have still been marginalised in those processes. I look forward to what happens over the next year, but it's really urgent that we start, in my view, to progress these matters. I know sometimes these claims can take up to 2 to 3 years just to gestate while we do research, and I'm getting too old for that. I don't want to be watching my young ones 28 years carrying on, and that's my desire that I place before this tribunal, because those women deserved more. And this generation must carry the burden of their yearnings for equality of Māori women in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So I represent one of the most foremost advocates for Māori sovereignty, Donna Awatere. She hails from Ngāti Hine, Ngāti Whakaue of Te Arawa, and Paraurangi. She has several connections there to Rua Taupare and Hine Tāpura are just two of their Wahine hapu that she descends from. She has somebody that galvanised the original Black women's movement and the Māori women's movement, and I feel very proud and honoured to be representing her today. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou te tēpū, o tira tēnā tātou te whare. Ko Kalei te Alamiri Nui tōku ingoa, ko tētahi o ngā kaiwa wao. E whakakanohi nei te kreme wai rua wairu whitu rua. He kreme nā Dr. Leonie Pihama rātou ko Animi Kaire, ko Angeline Greensill, ko Miriana Pittman, ko Hilda Hawkyard, Harawira, ko te mawhakamutunga ko te ringa hui a hata. I tēnei wiki ko ngā kai kōrero, tuatahi ko te ringa huia, whai muri ko Dr. Leonie Pihama, ko Animi Kaire, te mea whakamutunga anō ko Miriana Pittman. Ko tāku, koina tāku I tēnei wā, nā reira tēnā koutou katoa.
E ngā mana e ngā reo koutou te tēpu tēnei ka mihi kia koutou. Tumira ko Silvera tōku ingoa, ko hau te kaiwa wao, mō Hinerangi Kupa Puru, mō te take o Y2933. Ko ia tērā e whakakanohi nei ngā hapu ngā iwi o te taitokerau. Anō hoki ko wetehi o ngā kai kōrero, tētehi o ngā kai kōrero ko Lee Harris, anā ko rāua ka tūā popo. Anā tēnei ka mihi kia koutou. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Mātua rā e tautoko marika anau I ngā kōrero I ngā kupu. Kua whariki hia mua I a tātou I tēnei ata. Kia koutou kia tātou I whakarau I ka mai, I raro I te korowai kotahi, I raro I te whakaro kotahi. Ko te tūranga o te wahine, ko te mahi o te wahine, ko te tangi o te wahine, ko te reo o te wahine, I te mutunga iho, ko te mana o te wahine, tērā tēnā koutou. Hei te tiati ngā mema o te traupunara e nono honei, koutou katoa ngā kaimahi tai atu ki tō tātou kai whakawhiti reo. I tēnei wiki nei, ka nui te mihi atu kia koutou katoa. Mum, Ms. Thomas, tēnei e whakakanohi ana I te kreme wai toru, kore toru, ko ruku wai Ellen tēnā, Henny Brown, me hine wai pomare. Tēnā koutou.
O te rā tēnā koutou katoa kua hui mai nei, I raro I te mana o tēnei o nā kaupapa, ko Mrs. Rameka tōku ingoa, kei taku taha nei ko Ms. Ngāpo Lipscomb, no I ngā lawyers māua, ko tā māua nei kai kreme, ko Ms. Ngātai Huata, ko te kreme 2082, tēnā tā māua nei kreme. No reira, huri noi te whare, tēnā koutou.
Te whare, tēnā koutou nā haukainga I whakatau nei a tātou wangi a koutou I tēnei rā. Ko tēnei mātātua e tū whakaiti nei te mihi atu ki a koutou ana kua tau anō mātātua I wainga I tētahi o nā tauna o mātātua wakamarea mihi mai ki te tēpū e aku rangatira a tēnā koutou tēnā koutou me aku hoa, a roia nei, o tira nā kai kreme, e arahi ake nei a kreme nunui rawa ki a tātou katoa te whakamanahia tēnā tō tātou mana wahine, e tika ana me mihi, e kore rawa e mutu nā mihi atu ki a koutou katoa. Ko tānia te whenua te ngō tēnei, he māngai a roia nei mō ēnei kreme 2-8-5, he kreme mō te runanga o ngā kaimahi Māori o Aotearoa, koira ko te runanga o te New Zealand Council of Trade Unions. Anō nei, e tahi atu o ngā kreme, te nama wai 2-8-4, he kreme mō te runanga o ngā tō āwhina, te runanga o the New Zealand Public Service Association. He kreme anō, mō te nama wai toru kore tahi, he kreme tērā, e arahi ake nā wahine o te rōpū mangumangu, the Wahine Tour Chapter of the New Zealand Mongrel Mob, ko nā women o roto i nā kēnge, me a rātou tamariki, me a rātou whānau. Anō nei, he kreme 2-3, he kreme tērā mo te kēnge whānui o te New Zealand Mongrel Mob, e arahi ake nei i etahi o nā rangatira o rātou, he rangatira a tāne nei, mo a rātou whānui. Kamatu te kreme mo te nama wai tahi, koira te kreme o te tahi o nā hapu o taku kāinga, te hapu o nai tamatea ki Waiotahi. Tēnā koutou.
Kei te rōpū whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi tēnā koutou, o tira tēnā tātou. E tautoko ana I ngā mihi ki te haukainga o Ngāti Rehia, nā rātou mātou I whakatau I te ata nei. O tira e rere tonu ana ngā mihi ki ngā kaitono tuatahi, kua toru te koutou e tā rewa tonu nei, kia oho ake, kia whārikingia ēnei take whakahirahira ki mua I te aroaro, ki mua I tō aroaro I tēnei rā. Ko Miss Rauputu tēnei, ko Miss Rolliston tēnei, no tūkaulo, e whakakanohi nei I ngā kreme o Ngāti Hine, Y682, me te kapotai, Y1464. Tēnā tātou.
Kei te tepu whakamana I te tiriti, kei te kai whakawā tēnā koe. Ko aroha hironi, kua tai mai nei tēnei rā. Ko māua ko Miss Chestnut. E whakakanohi ana anō I te kreme Y381. Ko tā mātou kiritaki, ko kahurangi Aroha Rereti Crofts. E whakakanohi ana I te kreme mō te rōpū wahine Māori toko I te ora. Mihi ana ki ngā kai kreme katoa, ki ngā whānau kua tai mai tēnei rā, me te hirahiratanga o tēnei kaupapa. Ko te kreme tuarua, he kreme no te iwi o Patuharakeke, ko Y745, Y1308 tērā. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā koutou, Council's name is Miss Wahine. I appear today on behalf of Y381 and Dame Areta Kopu. We sought leave on Friday to appear via Zoom, but I'm pleased to be able to have Dame Areta here today to appear alongside the other Y381 claimants. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koutou. Council's name is Sharrock. I'm appearing on behalf of Y 1941.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawā, e te rōpū whakamana te reti o Waitangi, tēnā koutou. Ke tū maua ko Miss Harding ngā māngai mō Y1913, rawa ko Y1504. Council's name is Ketu, appearing with Miss Harding today for Y 1913, which is a claim brought by Ngāti Tukorehe, and Y 1504, which is a claim brought by Mihi Rāwhiti Sarang. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora tātou katoa, tuatahi ki te hau kāinga o te rohi, nā tirihia, te taumata o te whenua, kei te mihi kia koutou o ngā manakitanga kia tātou katoa. Huri ana ki te tēpu o ngā rangatira, kia koutou te whakaro whānui, no te tikanga o te ture, no te hitori ki te reo, I mihi ana kia koutou. Kei te rōpū nui, kei konei, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Lauda toku ingoa, Hockley tōna ingoa. He māngai maua e ene kle me kai Y2717 Jade Kake, Y2855 Hannah Maxwell, Y2884 Thelma Connor and Christy Henry, and Y2917 Huhana Linden. Tēnā koutou katoa.
E te kaiwhakawa, mea koutou o te taraipunara, nā roia mō te karona, nā roia mō nā kaikirimi, koutou nā kaikirimi, huri noia ki te whare, tēnā koutou katoa. May it please the tribunal, councillor's name is Roughton, and I'm appearing at this hearing on behalf of Jasmine Cotter-Williams, her whānau, and members of Ngāti Tai Mana Waiti, and that's Y2063, Denise Egan, her whānau members of Te Mahurihuri, that's Y2005, Robert Gable on behalf of Ngāti Tara, Y1886, Annette Hale on behalf of herself, the late James Topi Kokiri Wikatu, the Wikatu whānau, it's Y2743, Te Inga Harris and Lee Harris, and the Harris whānau Y1531, Evelyn Kiriopa, her whānau, and members of Te Ihi Narangi, Hapu of Maniapoto Y762, Catherine Nicol and Sonia Matheson, on behalf of the late Catherine Nahuia Martin, the late Emma Gibbs Smith and their whānau, Y1488, Merle Mata Ormsby, Daniel Ormsby, Te Aho Pilo and Manu Patina, on behalf of themselves and members of Ngāti Tama Kopiri and Ngāti Hotu, that's Y1196, Bryce Peter Smith, Stephen Mark Renata, and Russell Owen Smith on behalf of Ngāti Pākahi, that's Y2377. Ruben Taipiri Porter on behalf of the descendants of Mati Rangatira, Lily Tu Wairua Porter and the late Herepeti Poata, and Whānau Pani, that's Y1968. Wiramu Reihana on behalf of his whānau and members of Ngāti Tautahi ki Te Ringa, Y1957. Okaroa Rogers, her whānau, and Ngāti Koheriki, that's Y2869. William Tauaki on behalf of the late Ron Tauaki, and Richard Takuera and members of Mōpoko and the Tauaki whānau, Y237. Susan Taylor on behalf of the Wahine of the Taylor whānau, as a member of Te Whakatohia, that's Y2729. Mona Vuko on behalf of her whānau and the Wahine of Nai Mahi Hapu, Y2863. Violet Walker, her whānau, and members of Ngāti Uru and Te Tahawai Hapu, that's 2382. Violet Walker as a member of Ngāti Kahu, Ngāti Rangi, Ngāti Paro and Ngāpui, Y2818. Charlene Walker Grace and members of Te Hukia Mai e Te Iwi o Ngāti Whatua, Ngāpui Nuatunu, Y2206. And Michael Williams on behalf of his whānau and the Wahine of Ngāi Tupango, and Māori Wahine survivors of family violence, that's Y2838. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Council's name is Ms. Oosterhoff. I appear on behalf of Phoenix Law. Apologies that Ms. Mason cannot be here today. Excuse me. I appear on behalf of a number of claimants. The following claimants are under the Y number 2846. That's Cletus Manu Paul, on behalf of himself and the Maori communities in his district, which he represents. Raymond Hall and Titawai Harawera on behalf of themselves and the Maori communities in their districts, which they represent. Desmar Kemp Ratama on behalf of himself and the Maori communities in his district that he represents. Diane Black on behalf of herself and the Maori communities in her district, which she represents. And Rihari Dargaville on behalf of himself and the Maori communities in his district, which he represents. I also appear for the following claimants. Louisa Collier, who was to give evidence this week, but due to a serious medical condition was unable to make it. That is Y number 1537, Y1541, Y1673, and Y1917. Michelle Marino and Errol Chilton on behalf of themselves and their descendants. That's Y377 and Y2847. Shana Lee Haimoana on behalf of herself and Maori survivors of sexual assault. Y2873. Ahi Wihongi on behalf of themselves and on behalf of gender minorities Aotearoa. That's Y2843. David Potter and the late Andre Patterson on behalf of themselves and the hapu. That's Y996. And Cheney on behalf of herself and the Maori Women's Refuge, and Maori and Tamariki who experienced violence. That's Y2875. Te Amohia McQueen and Albert McQueen on behalf of themselves and their whānau. That's Y2118. Waiatua Hikawai on behalf of herself and Ngāti Rua Mahui. That's Y2923. Apihanga Mac on behalf of herself and Ngāti Awa Ki Kapiti. That's Y2924. Titawai Harawera on behalf of herself and her whānau and her hapu. That's Y1427. Mary Mangu on behalf of Wahine and Tamariki of Ngāpui. That's Y3010. Murangi Portiki on behalf of herself, her whānau, her hapu and iwi. That's Y3012. Beverly Wiltshire Riwati on behalf of herself and all Maori children in Wahine that are displaced from their whānau, hapu and iwi. That's Y2850. And Rebecca Ormsby on behalf of herself and her whānau. That's Y2934. And a number of confidential claimants. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawā, e te rōpū whakamana o te tiriti o Waitangi, tēnā koutou, e te whare, e Ngāti Rehia, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. May it please Your Honour, Counsel's name is Gilling, and I appear with my learned colleague Miss Hu. That's Hu with an H, not a W. And we represent several claims. Y58, a claim by Patricia Jane Taurua and Robin Elizabeth Moana Taurua on behalf of Ngā Hapu o Whangaroa. Y972, a claim by Margaret Ann Love and others on behalf of themselves, the Kowhata Treaty Claims Komiti, Te Marae Komiti of Kowhata Trust, and Ngā Uri Tangata o Ngāti Kowhata. Y1661, a claim by Moana Nui a Kiwa Wood, Waitangi Wood, and Terry Smith on behalf of themselves and the descendants of Ngāti Rua ki Whangaroa. Y2389, a claim by Tāhua Murray, Kāwhena Paul and others on behalf of themselves and Ngāti Rua Māhui. Y2922, a claim by Manu Te Whata for themselves and Wahine Māori in respect of Wahine Māori in the shearing industry. And also, particularly Y2188, a claim by Tihi Daisy Noble and others on behalf of themselves and the Kanahi Umutahi me eti he hapu of South Taranaki. Sadly, Mum, last week Ms Noble passed away, so we will be taking steps to ensure that that claim is picked up by other members of that group. May it please the Court.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko I rongoa hau, he māngai au mō rua whitu kore iwa, mō Rosaria Hōtere me tāna whānau. Me rua whitu rima ono mō Arohanui Harris me tāna whānau. Nō reira kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Mam. Te tuatahi, tino nui te mihi kia koutou te hau kāinga o Ngāti Rehio. Tēnā koutou hoki ki te whakamarama mai a mātou, te ingoa tuturu o te whenua nei. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa anō. Nau hoki pohiri mai, nau hoki whakatau mai, nau hoki I karakia mai, ko te temanako nau hoki I manaaki mai a mātou. O tēnei kaupapa mana wahine. I te kaiwhakawā, kei te tuau, hei uri o rongo mai wahine, hini matioro, ngā te hini pihinga, ko he mi tanahu toku ingoa. Kei te tuau mō te tono, wai tahi iwa whāwhā, ngā hapu o Kireru, e tahi hapu o Ngāti Raukawa, ko Ngāti Takieku, Ngāti Ngārongo, Ngāti Hinimata. Kia ora rā.
He wahine, he whenua, ka ngaro ai te tangata. I te traipunara, tēnā koutou. I ngā kai whakahaere, tēnā koutou. Ki ngā māta waka o te motu, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Raywin Clark toku ingoa. I act for Y1781 claimants. It's a claim by Tracy Hillier and Rita Wordsworth on behalf of Ngai Tamahaua Hapu from the Bay of Plenty. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tuia ki te rangi e tūnei, tuia ki te whenua e takoto nei, tuia ki te moana po kare kare, ka rongo ki te au, ki te pō, ki te pō, ki te au nei e. Ko te tuatahi māku me mihi ki ngā tōtarapu o Ngāti Rehia, tēnā koutou. E te kai whakawā tēnā koe, kia koutou ngā taipirungara o te tiriti o Waitangi, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia koutou ngā kai kremi me ngā mareikura, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Councillor's name is Ms Thompson and I appear with my learned colleague Mr Tupara. We appear for 10 claims being Y2921 Wirimu Aperehama and Joseph Kingi, Y2493 Rita Beckman-Flay, who will be presenting sometime this week, Y475 Wanda Brevelich, Y2217 Violet Nathan and Maringi Broughton, Y2371 Tracy and Kylie Rawson, Y2854 Sybil Rickett, Y2817 Nick Tupara, Y2825 Diane Wright, Y2819 Tahe Simpson, Kitty Dell and Wada Valley, Y3009 Dr. Alvina Edwards. Ngā mihi.
May it please the tribunal, kei te tuahau anō kia whakamārama mai wera o ngā kreme kāre taia tēnei wiki, engari kei raro i te mari o tō tātou nei tari. Ko te tuatahi, ko Wai 345, he kreme mai Ngāti Manu, o te taitokorau, o Pēwhairangi. Ko rātou nei hia me tua rātou a te marama te hurai, pia, mena kei te tū tētahi o ngā kaupapa whakahaere i taua wikira. Y1885, which is on behalf of the Women's Refuge in Kirikiriroa. Y2807, which is on behalf of Te Runanga o Kirikiriroa. Y2728, which is on behalf of Sharon Campbell and Mania Campbell of Te Whakatohia. Y2494, which is a claim by Ms. Donna Awatere, asserting institutional racism and oppression in Aotearoa. Y125, which is a claim by Ngāori o Tainui, an umbrella claim for the descendants of Sam Kiropa, who was the brother of Tuaiwa Rickard, and those claims will be heard under that rubric. Y558, Ngāti Ira o Waiaweka, tēnā koe te matua, I runga I taua tūhonotanga ki tērā tahau, kei whakatohia. Y2874, Women in Gangs, and Y2713, Māori Nurses, which is being led by Kerry Nuku at this time. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Sykes. Ko uti. Okay. Appearances. Right, I just want to talk about the timetable for the week now. And the timetable has had to be consolidated as a result, firstly, of the sheer number of witnesses from Te Tai Tokiro wanting to be heard, and secondly, as a result of, I guess, the concerns around the COVID situation which arose in the last week, and opportunity was given for those who didn't want to appear in person to either defer appearances or appear by Zoom. So anyway, we have received the amended timetable for this week this morning, and in terms of balancing up availability of witnesses, we are today sitting for this morning, so we will sit through until we finish, which should be approximately around lunchtime. Tomorrow we have a full day of hearing, and Friday again is a half day. Now, sorry. I'd even written a note myself. Apologies.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawā. Haere tonu ngā mihi kia koutou Ngāti Rehia. Huri no kia tātou te hunga ko tāwhiki nei o raru I tō tātou nei kaupapa. Ko te ingoa, ko Wiremu Tutupoa ki kaua tarangi, known universally as Bill Kaua. Ko au te kaiarahi mō tēnei tēpu. And I'd like to, Your Honour, introduce my friends. To my immediate left is Leslie Theron. And to her left is Sarah Gwynn from the Crown Law Office. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of our support team from the Ministry of Women's Affairs in the guise of Nicola Ngawati, Joshua Pearson, Millie Tamaki, Annie Broughton, and Ripeti Ridi, and a representative from Te Puni Kōkiri, Charmaine Nolan. Reida ko tēnei mātou e noho mai I tēnei taha. Kia ora tātou.
Tēnā tātou. Nāku te he. All right, so resuming that kōrero around the timetable. Ms. Coates, do you have any submissions you wanted to make or comments about the timetable?
Yes, ma'am. Just two brief points in relation to the timetable today. There's been a slight reorder of those who will be presenting. The only difference is that Ms. Awatiri Huata will go last and the other two will shift up. So just a slight reshuffling in that sense. The other matter that we wanted to briefly raise is timing. As you'll be aware, everyone was squeezed and compressed given the sheer number of people to present their evidence. Given that there seems to be a bit more time available today, we were hoping, noting the need for efficiency, for our witnesses to potentially present for longer than their initial time allocations.
There's no difficulty from the tribunal's perspective. Initially, we came prepared to be sitting for 3 full days. So if we take longer than is indicated in the timetable today.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Ma'am, my witnesses tomorrow have got some speaking notes that I'm hoping to get to you tomorrow, but I'll seek to file them late tonight. We've already filed speaking notes. They don't relate to any witness today, although I understand that Ms. Awatiri may have some speaking notes we'll file after she presents today. I just seek to leave. I'm trying to get as much information on the record as I can. I know that I've received this morning a significant document from Ms. Meriana Pittman, which I certainly will be placing on this afternoon. No disrespect to my friends from the Crown. It's just been a very difficult period over the last 4 weeks. Kia ora.
And just to confirm, there's been mention of it previously, but the intention is that we will be holding a further Northland hearing in July. So the second hearing at the end of this month will be Ngāruahia. The details of that hearing in July hopefully will become clearer as this week proceeds. So there may be some kōrero going on around venues and dates and so on and so forth. But that is the intention. So the intention of the tribunal is to provide as much time as we reasonably can for the evidence of those Wahine claimants who wish to be heard to present their evidence to the tribunal. So if there's no other kōrero around the timetable, I'll just note that there will be lunch available at 12:40, so we will sit now through until lunchtime, and if we are continuing after lunch, well, kei te pai, so be it. We'll take that as it comes. Right, now moving on, it would be useful to have an update at some point around the research committee processes, in particular what progress has been in terms of finalising the appointment of Claimant Council membership. Certainly from panel's perspective, we are anxious that that committee be finalised so it can set about its work in terms of the research process. So if we could have an update around that at some point, please. Now, we have had a number of media requests from a number of media organisations. I think Radio New Zealand, Māori Television, I can't remember who else. So you may be aware of a media in our space. The only condition I've put upon that is that if they want to take photographs, they must ask permission, and if anybody does not wish their image or photograph to be taken, for them to make that known, please. Now, real housekeeping matters. In terms of the venue here, the wharepaku are on the entrance level where we came in. In case of emergency, please head towards the nearest exit, which are obvious to us, the right-hand side, and also at the back of the room, and the assembly point is at the top car park. Lastly, a message to ensure that your phones are turned off. So the only other matter I wanted to raise was that prior to this hearing, Dr. Smith has raised with me a number of relationships, personal and professional, that she has with counsel and claimants. I do not consider that any of these raise issues which, in the nature of a conflict, which would prevent her full participation in this hearing. It's my intention just to address that further in written memorandum directions, which we will issue after this hearing. But certainly that's a matter that's been brought to my attention, and that's the view that I'm taking of it. Okay, so before we commence, are there any last minute matters that either counsel for claimants or counsel for the Crown wish to raise? Okay. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou anō. As already articulated, we represent claimants for Y381 and Y2260. The witnesses that we will be calling today to give evidence for those claims is Ms. Ripeka Evans, Ms. Kitty Marsh Solomon, and Ms. Tanya Rangihiua. Kua mihia katoa te nuinga o ngā mihi, but I think given the historic nature of today, it would be remiss of me not to just make a couple of very short remarks in advance of our witnesses giving evidence, noting the intention to very much minimise the voice of the lawyer in these proceedings today. First, I just wanted to acknowledge how fitting it is that the hearing is being held up here in the north. I note the timing is not convenient for many people, but here is where he whakaputanga was signed. Here, almost 181 years ago, is where Te Tiriti o Waitangi was signed. And those two documents are central to the hearings and the issues that the tribunal will be hearing over the course of, hopefully, not too many years. Second, I just again wanted to acknowledge those wahine who have really paved the way for this hearing to take place. Some are here today, but many are not. The inquiry is happening because of those many wahine Māori who had the courage to lodge those claims. Because of the many wahine who for years in the face of racism, sexism and abuse have called out and pushed for change, often at great personal sacrifice. There are people at this bench who have been arrested, for example. We, as wahine Māori, collectively stand here today on the shoulders of these women and the shoulders of our tupuna to, in these initial series, articulate our stories, articulate our tikanga and the manifestation of wahine Māori leadership in its various forms, to then, in the hearings that follow, express our pain and the loss and the Crown's role in that, with a view to ultimately paving the way forward and seeking strong recommendations on redress. This process must result in change, otherwise mau mai taima mo tātou katoa. Thirdly and finally, I just wanted to comment briefly on the expansive nature of this inquiry and the really complex issues that it evokes and entails. There are very few issues that do not have a wahine Māori focus. The scope of these hearings will address and range from various issues, such as exclusion from decision-making, the alienation of wahine Māori from land and resources, health, child removal, domestic and sexual violence, education and economic disparities, to name but a few of the issues that will no doubt likely come up over the course of this inquiry. This is an opportunity for us, though, to centralise the wahine Māori voice, experience and identify common themes that occur across all of those areas. Importantly, this is not about pitting wahine Māori against tāne Māori. We're not fighting, this is not a competition for who has suffered the worst. But it's importantly an opportunity to recognise the unique position, experience and circumstances of Wahine Māori, who are connected to tāne Māori and our broader whānau, and inevitably impacted by negative statistics of tāne Māori, for example, in jail. There are times when the issues raised will likely be confronting, not only the overt and obviously sexist and racist Crown actions over time, but also the Crown role in more insidious creep of ideas around male dominance and the patriarchy that have been entrenched in society systems and the way the world works. The impact of that will inevitably require holding a mirror up to ourselves, and that will not be a comfortable thing at times, I'm sure. So with those comments, I'd like to introduce and call our first witnesses. So we have Ms. Evans and Ms. Keti Solomon Marsh. Ms. Evans has filed a brief of evidence for both Y381 and 2260. That's document number A21. And she will primarily talk to her brief. Ms. Marsh Solomon, sorry, the other way around, she will present evidence for Y2260, and she has prepared some speaking notes which have not been circulated, but we will circulate those as soon as possible after her presentation today. So, kia ora, korua, mō tō wā. Could we initially start with you, Ms. Evans, and if you could just state your full name, occupation, and your place of residence.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Te mea tūtahi I tēnei wā, ka mihi a hau ki ngā mihi kua mihia. I mua te timatanga o tātou kōrero I tēnei ata, ka mihi a hau ki ōku whanaunga, ko wehe atu ki te pō, kei Stephen I haka. Me ōku mokopuna ko kahi harawira, me te whaia Daisy Noble, mihi mai ki a rāua. I tēnei ata, I mua te timatanga o tātou kōrero, ka whakaro a hau ki te wā I takoto, mō te takoto ana a tātou kreme, K 1983. So in opening this morning, before I tell you who I am, I'd just like to recite the original statement that framed the original Mana Wahine claim, which was written by Dame Mirazasi, who was the proponent or the key proponent of the Mana Wahine claim. And I'll just read it to you because I think it encapsulates the meaning of Mana Wahine and the meaning of this claim, not just to me, but to Māori women, to Māori people. Mauri hikitia, Mauri hapaingia, Mauri ora ki te whai ao, ki te ao marama. Tihei Mauri ora. Hikitia te hā, hikitia te wairua, te mana o hine ahu one. Anō hoki, he wahine me papa e ora ai te tangata. Ara mai te wahine, te whare tapu o te wahine, te whare tapu o te tangata. Ka puta te tangata, te whānau, te hapu, te iwi. Ngā iwi katoa. Let our force be raised and held high. Let our living force emerge into the light of day, into life itself, so that we can breathe. It is life, it is life. Pay heed to the dignity, the spirit and the power of woman. For through woman and papa, humankind continues. And from woman, the sacred house of humankind, have emerged the individual, the family, the sub-tribe, the people. Ko wai au, ko Ripeka Evans ahau, tētahi o ngā uri no ngā puhi nui tonu, Ngāti Porou, Ngāti Kahu me te au Pauri. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Ripeka Evans. I live in Wellington and I'm a claimant for Y381 and for Y2260. They are two claims that I am proud to say I'm not only a claimant of, but I stand before a tribunal of my peers today to say they are two claims that I want to see settled in my lifetime. I want to see the mana Wahine claim and the Ngāpuhi claim are settled in my lifetime. Before I begin my formal brief, and I am going to stick as instructed to the script, before I do want to acknowledge a number of people, some of whom are here and some of whom are not. So if you don't mind, you can indulge me for a minute. I first and foremost want to acknowledge Dame Mirazasi and Dame Whina Cooper, who were the two women that were really not only legally but instrumental in bringing about immense change in their lifetime, but also with the two claimants. I know that Dame Mareta will speak later about the role that both those women, but also herself as the then president of the League, played in lodging the original Y381. I want to acknowledge also all of the women on the original Y381 claim who are no longer with us today. Eri Hapati Murchie, Dame Mirazasi, Dame Whina Cooper, Hine Pōtaka, Lady Rose Henare, Kāterina Hoterene, Auntie Tepara Mabel Waititi, and Kare Cooper Tate. They were women that had courage enough to be able to put their tohu to the original claim. I also want to acknowledge Anne Delamere, Pai Ruha, Cathy Ertel, Atereta Puananga, Rose Pere, and last but by no means least, Auntie Media Simpson, who were women that were there in that moment in 1993, who really helped us crystallise why we needed to have a claim that was bigger than one person. And I also want to acknowledge people, another group of women who've really been the kāhui of these claims that instigated the Mana Wahine inquiry. And some will be present here and will give evidence today, but some also will give evidence and that later in the claim. In particular, I want to acknowledge Matero Dodd, who was our original claims researcher for Y381. I want to acknowledge Tanya Rangihewea, who will give evidence today. I want to acknowledge Judge Denise Henare, who was the first lawyer who lodged the claim, to acknowledge Annette Sykes, Professor Paparangi Reid, Professor Leonie Pihema, Professor Linda Smith, Moy Milne, Dame Areta Kopu, and Dame Georgina Kirby, who were really the women that sat in my office in Auckland and in Wellington, in our home in Wellington, and really crafted together the significance what became Y381. I also want to acknowledge make a special acknowledgement for two other women that have been part of my life for 48 years, not 28 years, to Hilda Halkiard Harawira and to Josie Te Rongo Orongo Nui Keelan. those are the women that have made this claim possible. I want to acknowledge also my fantastic council, to Natalie Coates, Tara Hodaki, and Joanna Judge, who are here today, and to all of the council that are here today. I want to acknowledge Judge Reeves, ka koe te whakawā, the chair of the tribunal, and members of the tribunal. And it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge how special this moment is. Now down to business. I want to turn now to my brief of evidence, and I do want to take the time to read through it because I'm aware that there are people in the room that may not have read it. And sorry, one last acknowledgement. I want to acknowledge Tania Rangihewe and the wonderful team at Ngā Whare Wātea in Auckland who have visualised these beautiful tohu that I'll talk about in my kōrero today. These are hand-painted tohu, for those that didn't know, of all of the women signatories of the treaty. And these ones here are absolutely special to Keti and myself because these are the ones who signed at Kaitaia and at Waitangi, and then Tania Rangihewe will speak today about Rangitope Ora, who also signed the treaty as well. They frame this hearing and they frame what I'm about to say today. These are our founding mothers. They founded the Treaty of Waitangi as our second constitution, other than the whakapūtanga of Aotearoa. When we were hanging them yesterday, then also one of our whanaunga from Ngāti Kahuki Whaingaroa came and also put up these wonderful blankets that you see framing the room as well. And these blankets, I'm aware, she said, were also made during the 2260 hearings as well. So you have the two claims here, the Ngāpuhi, the Northland claim, and the Mana Wahine claim. My brief of evidence today concerns the framing and critical analysis of Mana Wahine I roto I te ao Māori in relation to the exercise of Mana Wahine inherent power, authority and status. I want to come back to power, authority and status as the three bottom lines that we are here today to not just talk about but find some solutions for in the future. I agree with Animi Kaere that the roles of men and women in traditional Māori society can only be understood in the context of the Māori worldview. Both men and women were essential parts of the collective whole. Both formed part of the whakapapa that linked Māori people back to the beginning of the world, and women in particular played a key role in linking the past with the present and the future. I have endeavoured to keep my evidence brief. However, the purpose of my evidence today is to summarise the key themes that I wish to highlight and think are important pillars to ground an inquiry into the breaches of Mana Wahine. My evidence doesn't exclude a conversation that many other women and many other people who will bring evidence before the claim will bring that evidence. So it's not all of the tablets of stone. Those tablets have been written by many other women. Just a little bit of context to the claim I do in the brief of evidence, and sorry for those that haven't seen my brief of evidence, I do have a photograph of the original lodging of the claim in my evidence. So in 1993, the original Y381 was claimed. It was filed in person before the Waitangi Tribunal, and Dame Aria Takopu, who's here today, will elaborate on that. And I have acknowledged all of the women that were there present, signing that, presenting that claim and that today. The background to the claim, just to touch on that briefly, Y381. Y381 was prompted in 1993 by the removal of Dame Mirazasi from the shortlist of appointees to the inaugural Treaty of Waitangi Fisheries Commission. Her displacement as the only woman, she was on the original short form Treaty of Waitangi Commission as well, but her displacement at that time as the only woman evoked a groundswell of support as well as distress from Taitokerau, from Te Ao Māori, the Māori Women's Welfare League, and many Pākehā organisations, including Ministers of the Crown at that time. Dame Mira was reluctant to consider formal action until the higher principles of the claim could be defined and articulated. We had been working together for many years, together and separately, on issues and projects relating to Te Treaty o Waitangi, on issues of social justice, equality, women and humanism for many years. And to name a few, the Treaty of Waitangi Bill of Rights, 1981 Springbok Tour, the anti-apartheid and anti-racism movements, boys' homes, girls' homes, you name it, we did it. Establishment of Te Pihopatanga o Aotearoa, the establishment of Te Runanga o Waitangi in 1984, the Muri Whenua claims, the establishment of Te Ohu Whakatupu in the Ministry of Women's Affairs, and nationally and internationally, I was either appeared with or supported Dame Mirazasi. I was her speech note writer and biographer. I was her apprentice at that time, and we shared a passion for mana wahine and for the assertion of it based on ancient values expressed in a contemporary idiom. At Dame Mira's behest, I was to ensure that the Māori women's claim was to be grounded in our own beliefs and assert our own mana as women that would ultimately benefit all people. At the time, I brought together a key group of key Wahine Māori leaders for discussions in Auckland, and I footnoted who was part of those discussions to frame a statement of claim. A research group was then established to scope a research program. The research focused on mana wahine projects that engaged the discourse of reclamation and reconstruction of our political and cultural identities and roles and relationships. Māori women and Māori men have always been in the obvious te treaty issues related to land, language, forests, fisheries. But Māori women have and always have been involved in the harder and more complex issues of collective identity, whānau, whakapapa, whairawa, wairua and kāinga, those issues that now confront us now. What followed was a collection of projects that contributed to the discourse about mana wahine, drawn from our own beliefs, our own tikanga which upholds and elucidates the mana that is inherent in our lives as hine. The culmination was really a mana wahine reader in form, but brought together a collection of writings speaking to the relevant issues of mana wahine. And I do acknowledge the work, and that in particular of Leonie Pihama, who will speak later, and that today, and of the women that have brought that proud collection together. For me, it represents an equivalent of, I remember reading as a young activist in the late 1970s, Chere Moraga, and Linda can correct me, speech talking about, it was a collection of similar writings called A Bridge Called My Back. And it's a seminal collection of women's thoughts and action, a lot of evidence-based research, but with all of our foremost mana wahine leaders, thinkers, actors. Some of the key themes that emerged from this project were briefly 4 themes that I'll speak a little bit about. the whakamana wahine Māori present in tikanga Māori, te reo Māori and atua wahine, the political power and leadership of wahine Māori, the perversion of tikanga Māori by Western patriarchy, and the subsequent effects on the relationship between wahine Māori, tāne Māori and tikanga Māori, and fourthly, the challenges of today's world on being wahine Māori in academia, politics, feminism, education, health, culture, law, science, and in the whānau. I want to turn now just to speak briefly, but importantly, about mana rangatira, ngā tohu wahine, and in particular the women's signatories to te treaty o Waitangi. There are 13 Māori women that have been identified so far as having signed te treaty o Waitangi. Women, these women here on all these signatures, on all of these canvases, women such as Takurua, Marama and Ere no Orona signed at Kaitaia on the 28th of April 1840. Women such as Takurua, Te Marama and Anahamu signed at Waitangi on the 6th of February 1840. Others, including Rangi Tōpeora, Kahe Te Rau o Te Rangi, Pari, Te Kehu, Ngara Raurekau, Te Rene o Maki, Hoana Riu Toto, and Te Wairākau signed on behalf of themselves and their iwi at various places around Aotearoa. I focus on 4 of the 5 women who are known to have signed the treaty, te treaty, at Waitangi and Kaitaia. I acknowledge the seminal research of Media Simpson, she is my auntie by marriage, whose skills, knowledge and wisdom informs and inspires the Māori women signatories' field of inquiry. First signature, and just a correction for the record, for the tribunal. I'm sorry, there's an R there instead of an O throughout the reference to Te Tohu o Anahamu. Anahamu made her mark at Waitangi on the 6th of February 1840, one of about 46 chiefs who signed that day. It is known that Anahamu was the wife of Te Koki, a rangatira of Te Uri o Ngongo. Te Koki was a brother of Tuhikura, the mother of Hongi Hika, and I whakapapa to Hongi Hika and to Anahamu through Hongi Hika. She was invited to attend the hui as a representative of Te Koki, who had earlier signed the Declaration of Independence on October the 28th in 1838 and had since died. So she signed the treaty after her husband Hart. The question I have in my mind is, did she also sign the whakaputanga? With her own land interests, Anne Anahamu would also have signed the treaty in her own right as a landowner. In 1823, Marsden and Williams selected a tract of her land to set up their first mission, promising they would send missionaries to live in Paihia. So, with this promise fulfilled, Marsden was able to secure the protection of Te Koki here in the north. Her name and tohu mark appear on the document below Pararara and before Hirapure of Te Uri o Hua. A second signatory I want to speak about is Te Tohu o Takurua. The name Takurua appears on Te Treaty the same day as Anahamu, the 6th of February 1840. She was the daughter of the senior chief and tohunga, Te Kemara, of the Waitangi Hapu Ngāti Takiwā. Takurua was the wife of Te Tai, who had signed Te Treaty earlier. And I quote from Pāhenare Tate's work, chapter in the People of Many Peaks in the dictionary of the Māori Biographies Dictionary of New Zealand. And Pā Tate says of that signatory that this may be ngā niho te tai, whose parents were ngā kahu whero and muri whenua. If this is the case, Takurua had some of the most senior lines of Te Rarawa converging on her children and held rangatira status. Simpson notes, and sorry, a further correction in paragraph 26, that should read Simpson notes Takurua, quote, would have signed with the authority in a number of ways as a daughter of a rangatira and tohunga, the wife of a rangatira, and as the mother of rangatira children. Her name and mark appear on te treaty between Ko Wao and Te Hinake. Te tohu a te manama. This one here. Te tohu a te marama. Little information is available on Te Marama, who has also signed on the 6th of February 1840 at Waitangi. There appears to be some uncertainty about whether Te Marama was actually a woman or a man. However, Simpson concludes that he wahine, he tāne rānei, ehara ka pēr tēnei I te ingoa tāne, question mark, Te Marama is really a man's name. The name and mark of Te Marama appear after hiro and before moenga here here on te treaty. And last but by no means least, from the north, Te Ere Onora. Te Ere Onora was a woman of very high rank. She was married to the influential Te Pātū and Te Rarawa chief, Nōpera Panakareo. She and her husband signed Te Treaty at Kaitaia on the 28th of April 1840. According to Angela Balara in the Dictionary of New Zealand Biography, Ere Onora agreed to the treaty, quote, in her own right. Another measure of her influence lies in the fact that at the time Te Ruki Kāwiti from Ngāti Hine tried to solicit the support of Panakareo to expel the governor by first speaking to Ere Onora. My conclusion around the women's signatories to the treaty, and I want people to think now of these signatories as our founding mothers. These are the mothers that sound, they are the, of all of the Indigenous nations in the world, it is, in all of the research that we've done, definitely we would be the Indigenous women of the world, would be the first Indigenous women of the world to sign our own constitutional document. So celebrate. Rangatira in their own right, denial of rangatiratanga. The signing of Te Treaty o Waitangi by Wahine Māori is illustrative of the rangatiratanga, mana and leadership roles that women had within Te Ao Māori. However, it simultaneously illustrates every and early denial of Wahine Māori rangatiratanga and agency by the Crown. While Māori women comprise a minority of the more than 500 rangatira who signed Te Treaty, their right to sign as rangatira in their own right through their own standing is undeniable. The political activism that I and my colleagues here today have long been part of, the political activism of the generation of Ngā Tamatoa Wahine tō who stood up and spoke out in the 70s and 80s, has its origins in the status of the Wahine, whose tohu are etched into Te Treaty o Waitangi and He Whakaputanga, as two of the founding constitutional documents of Aotearoa, New Zealand. However, the Crown and its agents also actively denied Wahine Māori signing the treaty. The colonial frame through which the colonising culture viewed Māori was one that looked to men as leaders and chiefs. This caused the negation of Wahine Māori, mana motuhake and rangatiratanga over their whenua, taonga, mātauranga, hearts, bodies, minds, beliefs, and physical and metaphysical relationships. A specific example of this is that in 1840, the daughter of Ngāti Toa chief Te Pehi was not permitted to sign Te Tiriti because she was a woman. This restriction was imposed by colonial officials who did not recognise that women of rank represented the mana of their people. This was an early indication that relations between Māori women and the colonial state would be problematic. Now to the cosmos. And I use the cosmos, as Dame Mira did, as really providing a blueprint in terms of our goddesses, as we called them then, or atua wahine, as Māori. It provides a blueprint for Māori women leadership. Māori women in critical mythology occupy an important role. They assume the psychological dominance they achieve through the knowledge they have of the universe, having power to control its force, enter freely the spirit world, and return to the earthly natures with few restrictions or demeanours. They have power to limit or permit access to forbidden domains. They not only control the power, they also had control of resources. As key paragraph or issue item that I want to highlight, and I'll come back to that later in some concluding remarks, but power, control over resources, authority, and power to divine and design our future, I think is a key theme for these inquiries. It's not an ask. It's not an ask, it's a requirement, it's a bottom line of this inquiry. The relation of the creation myth of the Sky Father, Ranginui, and the Earth Mother, Papatuanuku, and Hine Ahone's birth as the first human race, are proof that women did hold status and knowledge as well as power. The Maui legends give insight into the position of women as having the authority to make their own decisions. I particularly love Connie Jenkins' analysis on these matters. The Maui legends give insight. For example, the authority to make their own decisions, Taranga's aborting her last child, the ability to possess magical powers and knowledge of formula and strategies, Maui's grandmother, Muriranga Whenua, the ability to possess knowledge of fire and energy for warmth and cooking, Maui's tupuna, Mahuika, and finally to be overcome by the powers of the goddess of death, Hine Nui Te Pō. There are tribal histories of women who are remembered for their mana and deeds to their iwi and humankind. And my hope is that we will hear those narratives throughout this hearing. I know my niece Keti, who is presenting immediately after me, will certainly bring honour to our wahine, our tupuna wahine. Women such as Waimirirangi from the north, Maiake from Ngātikuri, Reitu and Reipai from the north, and Wairaka from the Eastern Bay, and Wairama Tātua wielded immense influence, power and control. They formed a blueprint for mana wahine. The power of the myths and legends provides a blueprint about women's knowledge and power, and how that can be used to reclaim the best of the better future for our daughters and granddaughters and our people. Much of the impetus for the projects connected with the wider mana wahine inquiry have come from women leading the way in providing new ways of claiming and reclaiming space to establish institutions and organisations based on recognition of treaty rights and responsibilities. In 1984, Dame Mira Azasi asked me to bring together a group of women to support her to establish Te Ohu Whakatupu in the Ministry of Women's Affairs. She was keen for Māori women to have a place in a new policy department of state, and so we were charged with designing and advocating for the establishment of the Ohu. It began as an ohu that was thoroughly based on tikanga wahine and inspired by the deeds of goddesses. It was guided by a runanga kuia established by the first director, Miriama Evans, and I acknowledge Miriama Evans here today as well. And that was an innovation for the public sector. It was doing what it was doing way before we started establishing, or the public sector started wising up to the establishment of, it predated the establishment of Maru Whenua, which was one of the first Māori sections of another government department. However, it was guided by and was an innovation in its time. And sadly, for me, my experience of the Ohu was that it was eventually disestablished and white-streamed. And my colleagues here today will speak more about that as a phenomenon later on. There are other examples of the establishment of Ohu or specialist Māori units or roles or strategies within government departments or Crown-funded organisations. And I acknowledge the work of Patricia Johnson and Leonie Pihama and many others who have written comprehensively about the cultural and intellectual vigilance needed to combat marginalisation of Māori women through the destruction of our spheres and sites of power and the imposition of colonial and Western ideologies of gender and race. Te reo. And I'm not a te reo expert, we've got too many in the room here today for me to talk about that, but I just say something briefly. One of the most fundamental ways of demonstrating mana wahine is through an analysis of te reo Māori. A starting point is the gender neutrality of the personal pronouns and possessive nouns ia and tana. Whilst English has he and she, and they as a gender-neutral option, te reo Māori only has ia and no gender option at all. In daily kōrero, there was an inherent equality between tāne and wahine Māori. I want to conclude with the whakatauki, he wahine, me papa e ora ai te tangata. The submission begins with this whakatauki, and it was written by Dame Mira Zasi after she'd been disappointed from the Waitangi Fisheries Commission. She went to the first, one of the first United Nations Working Group meeting on Indigenous peoples in Geneva. I want to acknowledge both Tanya Simpson and Hinemo Awatere, who attended with her. We were talking, of course, about her kōrero before then, and she wrote me a letter from Geneva, a postcard from Geneva, talking about how Indigenous people were, there was all these Indigenous people there, and they were, signing some sort of protocol, as you do at those hui. It was a 12th session of the UN Working Group on Indigenous People, and they were talking about greenhouse emissions then. That was, 28 years ago. They were talking about the impact of greenhouse emissions on the planet, and there was a lot of talk amongst the Indigenous Forum. They were all talking about their Earth mothers. And so in this postcard, she writes to me in the postcard and she says, time to put Papa up there where she belongs, in law. And I kept that because I think it's a poignant reminder of why we're here today, really. Why we're here today is recognise that those goddesses and that set a blueprint. They set a blueprint for power, for authority, for design, for control of resources. And I want to end on that note, really, because I think those 3 or 4 things are really non-negotiables in terms of the remedies and the outcomes that we seek from this claim. Non-negotiable that Māori women should have power. It's non-negotiable that Māori women should have control. It's non-negotiable that Māori women should have authority. But that authority, which I think is a key message of this claim, that authority must be based on our own tikanga, our own values of whanaungatanga, our own values of kaitiakitanga, our own values of manaakitanga. And I think that if we can get one thing right for the future, if this claim can be a claim that premises those other really difficult claims that I know that the Crown is struggling with, that we're struggling with, to try and settle and solve, that we would, Aotearoa would be a better place for our daughters, for our granddaughters, for our people. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi nui ki a koutou katoa i tēnei wā, ka huri a hau ki tōku niece i tēnei wā, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Your Honour,
I'm going to do it afterwards.
Aroha mai. I wondered, we're really in your hands in terms of when the break occurs. I note that the break was scheduled for 10:40, so the rākau is going to be handed to Miss Marsh Solomon, but that can occur after the break.
My intention is that we continue now through to the break for lunch, so we'll just haere tonu.
Okay. Pera ki tātou ki te waita.
Ara mai wahine mā.
Nā mana wahine, tēnā koe te katoa. Tēnei te mihi ki ngā haukainga, Ngāti Rehea, tēnā koutou. Ki tōku whānau, ki roto te whare nei, he mihi aroha kia koe te katoa. Tēnā koe te katoa. Firstly, going off script, I asked my auntie Ripeka, why me?
I'm really a taina in this kreme space. I guess I'm reflecting on the time when Auntie Ripeka came to my mum and dad when I was a young girl, and she asked to take me as a whāngai. I'm probably thinking that's why I'm here. There's also probably an intergenerational rākau, an intergenerational challenge by Auntie's generation to her nieces, to our moko, for us to pick up the years of struggle, effort and sacrifice that they have made. 27 years, over 27 years, Auntie Ripeka has been pursuing this claim. I'm just echoing the words of our taumata. It's about time. It's about time the voices were heard, and I'm super proud, Auntie, to be standing here. Usually I'd be in the background making some cool notes for another dynamic speaker, not me. That's not usually my role, but kia ora tātou, ko Keti Marsh, tōku ingoa. I'm a proud Ngāpuhi and tētai tōkero wahine. Like most of the wahine in this room, I'm a descendant of tupuna whaia who were active in the building of our nation. They weren't just active in the building of our nation. Like Auntie Ripeka said, they were our founding mothers. They were rangatira, strategists, traders, merchants, mothers and partners of the men whose stories have become our narrative and recorded history. I invite you to imagine what the current state of our nation would be if our tupuna whaia narratives were reflected in a way that described the true state of our pre-colonial society. Māori society where power, decision-making authority, and the status and control of our resources were transferred from one generation of wahine to the next. I stand in the mana of my maternal whakapapa. The whakapapa displayed on the screen. Ka moia hungi hika i a turukātuku, ka puta korongo. Ka moia hariata rongo i a arama krakapi, ka puta ko wirata arama. Ka moia wirata arama i a te paia nehua, ka puta ko wiramu wirata arama. Ka moia wiramu wirata arama i a Merina Johnson, ka puta ko tōku kranima ko Emerina Adams. Ka moia Emerina Adams i a Pene te Wahanga Dalton, ka puta ko tōku mama ko Tui Dalton. Ka moia Tui Dalton i a Phil Marsh, ka puta ko a hau, ko Keti Marsh Solomon tōku ingoa, ko Brendan Solomon tōku hoatane. I am a mother of two. Our mātamua he kōtiro carries the Emerina name. Our pōtiki, Nuku Tawhiti, carries the name of one of the captains of Ngā Toki Matawhaura. I am the mātamua of three sisters, ko Emerina te teina Wainganui, ko Pare mō te teina pōtiki. I bring into this room my sisters and my daughter who are living and residing in Canberra, Australia, a place where I spend most of my adulthood. Today, our principal hapu are Ngāti Toro, Turi Taniwha, and Ngāti Uionione. We are deeply connected to our tupuna maunga, whenua, awa, e moana. Kua hau te whenua kua hau. O tautoko the mana wahine kaupapa Y2700 and all of the claims that are part of this inquiry, including Y2260 and Y381, the Māori women's claim. As I mentioned earlier, Auntie Ripeka, I'm honoured to stand and co-present with you. When Mum and Dad returned to live in the hokianga from Otara, South Auckland, I really wanted to come and live with you. I saw it as an opportunity to go to this flash school that I had always wanted to go to, but instead I went to Okaihai College. I'll see you in the house. I've always seen you, Auntie Peka, as a wahine of great mana and in reading her brief, I'm again reminded and inspired by the lifelong commitment to raise up the mana of our wahine and our people. My atua wahine mātauranga e mohiotanga is developing, and I'm not going to proclaim that I am a he whakaputanga and te tiriti o Waitangi expert. Again, that is why I'm surprised. But here I am, walking in the footsteps of my tupuna whaia, retelling the stories that show they were and are respected rangatira in their own right. I want to take the tribunal through the wahine stories of one of my whakapapa lines, the line you see on the screen. Each of these stories illustrates te mana o te wahine in the context and circumstances in which we found ourselves, or which they found themselves. A mihi to my mum, Tui, for your well-kept records that I read every time that I am at your house. Also to my uncle, Benjamin Grant Dalton, who called me last night, probably with whiskey in hand, reminding me of the stories of our tupuna wahine. Turi Kātuku was Hongi Hika's blind senior wife and principal strategist. She accompanied him over many campaigns within Ngāpuhi and across the motu. She kept the scorecard, the scoreboard, making sure Hongi knew where and who needed sorting. She was literate in both languages and used this to wield great power in terms of trade for Ngāpuhi, where she held land and resources. Hariata-rongo. The stories passed down by my elders describe Hariata-rongo as independent and forceful in nature. Handwriting analysis of Hariata-rongo's written slate raises questions about the authorship of letters that had previously been attributed to her first union with Honiheke. Her formidable whakapapa and intellect gives weight to the notion that she was not merely a scribe. Hariata-rongo moved freely across the war parties to talk to and visit her kin. Sometimes these parties were at war with each other. This shows that she carried great mana. Her second union to Aramakarakapi was a partnership between two rangatira of equal social rank. Aramakarakapi was the son of Pi, also known as Pihangu of Waima, a hokianga rangatira and signatory of he whakaputanga and te tiriti o Waitangi. Te Paia Nehua of Ngāti Hau enters this whakapapa line through her union to Wereta Arama. Te Paia Nehua was the great-granddaughter of Patuone. Te Paia had previous relationships before her hono to Wereta. This union, like Hariata-rongo and Arama, was a partnership between two rangatira of the same rank. Te Paia's hononga history is an example of the pre-colonial balance between wahine and tane. Post-colonial belief systems would describe this history as used goods, which diminishes the mana of our wahine in heterosexual relationships. Emerina Johnson is my great-grandmother. I knew my great-grandmother. She was the granddaughter of the Te Uri Taniwha chief Wee Kaire. Even though my great-grandmother was unwell and suffered debilitating illness for most of her life, she had great humour, wit, and an iron will. My nana Emerina Johnson would tell me to harden up. She was raised in a Nico house in Kaikohekohe. Nana married my grandfather, Penete Wahanga Dalton. This was her second marriage. Nana was tall, dark, athletic, and had the spirit of life. She first met a Samoan Matai at a dance. They married. I asked her, Nana, why'd you marry that Samoan fella? She said, because he could dance. She went to Samoa with an adventurous heart and an open mind. She returned home from Samoa after birthing her children. When I asked again, Nana, why didn't you stay with your first husband? She said something along the lines of her mana being diminished and she wasn't going to have it. Nana was at one with the whenua and carried her bush living, gardening skills to the city. Her urban mara was always blooming and beautiful with flowers and kai. There was no bush living inside the house though. Everything had its place. It was basic and spotless. She had lovely beds and hot running water, and she wasn't ever going back to the Nico house dirt floor. Nana was an original Otara flea market entrepreneur. Her colourful culottes for the shapely woman were carried from South Auckland across the Pacific. Nana liked rebels, independent thinkers, whiskey, wine, and singers. She was a favourite auntie of the radicals from Ngā Tamatua, the Otara gangs, and Whakahoe, the group founded by my Uncle Benji. Quite the opposite of my conservative grandfather, a woman before her time. My auntie Peka called her an organic intellect. My grandfather called her many things, like fiercely independent. He also used to say under his breath and really loudly, "E mara." We heard that a lot as children. Nana played a huge part in the Type 5 upbringing, the first 5 moko from the children of her second marriage. She encouraged our parents to be young and adventurous and recreated a traditional Māori construct for us to flourish. We were truly children raised by a village. My mum Tui, sitting in the black and white dress, moko kauai, beautiful wahine, mana wahine. She met her life partner, Philip Marsh, my dad, my nanakia dad, at the age of 14. They wed and had a child, me. By the time Mum was 16, she was married with a child. She has been a star athlete and a lifelong top student. She's first class. Mum left home young, and like her tupuna whaia, has always danced to the beat of her own drum. Mum is incredibly disciplined, an influential figure in Te Tai Tokerau, and has an unwavering belief in our people. She was raised in a household where tuakana teina was a living tikanga. Being the sixth born of 8 children, she has always been on a quest to be recognised by her wider kin for their outstanding achievement. Her parents and siblings, particularly her older brother sitting in the back of the room, would describe her as an energetic member of the whānau, not afraid to explore or test the sanctions set by her elders. I am Keti. I am named after my father's sister, Keti Taylor, a powerful wahine and strong advocate for the people of Ngāti Toro and beyond. A mihi to my Auntie Kay for paving the way for her many nieces. Also thinking of Auntie as she goes through her first Waitangi week without her darling, Rudy Taylor. Over the past 3 years, I've been fortunate to sit at the feet and walk beside Ngāpuhi leaders, my elders and my peers. I have learned from them, listening and doing what I can to serve my people. I have helped to build a Māori and community economic development network across Te Tai Tokerau. We are all particularly concerned about the economic well-being of our wahine in the contemporary context. Crown policies and processes continue to disproportionately affect our wahine, and this cannot be anymore. Recently, a group of Te Tai Tokerau leaders of Maireanga gathered in Hokianga to develop the leadership platform Kākahi Whakairoiro. This means a pot of dolphins that engage together with purpose to hunt for solutions. The mana wahine presence and influence at this gathering was strong. The process of consensus was fluid, and this I would attribute to a woman's touch. I do have to say that it was also encouraging to see the men of our generation manoeuvring with ease and mutual respect amongst these very powerful women. In closing, privileging the stories of our whaia tupuna creates a hugely different historical picture than the one I was raised with. A history where power, decision-making authority, and control of resources were transferred from one generation to the next. Yes, I am proud to be a direct descendant of Hongi and of Patuone. This whakapapa is celebrated by many of those who know it. But what of our wahine rangatira? What of these stories? The ones my cousins, my sisters, my daughter, and I must actively seek. We all must seek. It is my observation that the women here in Ngāpuhi and Te Tai Tokerau assert our mana wahine every day. It is inherent in our nature. It is our norm. The sooner society reflects this norm, the better. Tēnā koutou katoa. Akutangi kōrero, akutangi tikanga e. Noho iho e koro, ko ue one one. Nā mana kitanga, o te runga runga rawa e. Nā mana kitanga, Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
If you could just, Aroha mai, just remain there if there may be any questions from the tribunal.
There are some questions. Going to start to my left of Dr. Anderson and work our way down the panel.
Kia ora koutou. I'd just like, before I talk to the witnesses, just to say what an honour it is to be sitting on this tribunal and how happy I am to be back in what I hope is the warm embrace of Ngāti Rehia and Ngāpuhi. I have missed very much coming up here on a regular basis. I just have a couple of questions of Ms. Evans, if I may. Can I just clarify one thing, that very powerful statement at the beginning about raising the dignity and honouring the dignity of women. Am I right in understanding that that was something written by Dame Mera Zarski?
Yes, it was. It was a bit of a mantra of Dame Mirazasi's, and it not only framed like formally the kōrero, but I remember at one of the earlier I forgot what year it is. I think it was 1982, 82 or 83. She did as I've done today, invited other younger members of the League to come and do speech notes. So I became the speech note writer, but she asked Sharon Hawke and Kataraina Pipi to help her present her theme song at the her theme address at the Māori Women's Welfare League conference. And at that time, she was thinking about we were talking about the Bill of Rights and, treaty education. And she was thinking then about women, Indigenous rights, but in particular, what did our women do with the treaty? And she was thinking of a couple of things. One, that whatever they did was for the benefit not only of, there was no sense of individualism, but for the collective benefit, but also that there was a thoroughly kind of human endeavour about it, like for all people. I mean, if you looked at it literally, you could have, thought that, yes, of course, she had a Yugoslav father, of course, and a Māori mother, but she was a unique character. She had been born at that time when, and went to came from Te Hapua down to Auckland to Queen Vic School, and then went to Auckland Girls Grammar. But at that time, that was after the Second World War. So she was very enamoured from a very young age with that kind of with all of the human rights kōrero of that time. That was, she recalled an experience to me where she met the Dutch guy who was one of the first UN Secretary Generals, who left a marked impression on her thoughts about the human race and the human condition. So whatever she did in terms of her thinking, and that for all of those League conference addresses was always with the kind of thought in mind that what you did for our people must be divined. It must be divined in our own thinking. And one of the kōrero that she had with the group, as she was putting this kōrero together, that was to be a partnership presentation, was that she thought that the story of Hine Ahuone needed to be elevated so that it became the story of the birth of Te Ao Māori, the birth of not just the Māori race individually, but that it was to be the birth of us as humankind, as a unique humankind. And so that was always a centrepiece in her kōrero, and certainly in terms of that conference and her putting together that particular speech, she was thinking then that what was happening both in the League, but what was happening with our women at the time and our whānau in Auckland, that was late 80s, that was early 80s, just after the Springbok tour, was that there needed to be a meeting of minds amongst Māori leaders about what were the lessons of the goddesses that could teach us how to better solve the problems that we were being confronted with by, the aftermath, the war without end from colonisation. So she was always looking at roots in our own thinking, at, that to rediscover and to reassert our own thinking, our own mana, and our own form, for me, our own form of critically analysing the world from the uniquely Māori woman mana wahine perspective. So she was an incredible, had an incredible intellect, but she had that, you know, that real Māori intellect. She thought in Māori. I mean, you know, the backdrop to this claim was very much those early conversations that I mentioned beforehand. And so Hine Ahuone, and the story of Hine Ahuone really was a mantra, but it really kind of, I guess, crystallises what her instruction to me was, you know, go make a claim, but make sure, one, it's not about me. Two, it's not about just the material facts, but it's about something that's going to benefit all people. You know, you're not doing this for me, you're doing this for all women, so it benefits. It does something to make the situation regarding Māori people and that better as well. So Hine Ahuone was kind of lifted up out of the sand. She had some ethical problems around her parentage and that as well. So we had a lot of debate about, you know, she wrestled with the whole kind of Judeo-Christian, you know, single, incest story. She really wrestled with that. But really at heart, she absolutely was governed, her mind was governed by these goddesses who ruled the universe. Yeah.
Right, thank you. And just a sort of a historian's question. Does anybody look, or do you know whether these, the rangatira, the women rangatira who signed the treaty, whether they were also involved in signing deeds allocating land to early Pākehā?
Yes, they were. I mean, the story of the treaty is absolutely the story of, you know, Ngāpuhi in the north. It was an incredibly complex time. I mean, by the time the treaty was signed, you know, colonisation was pretty much, it happened. It had happened by 1835. It had happened by 1840. So the treaty, you know, we accommodated. These women accommodated, I mean, Anahamu, and that her husband died, her land interest herself, and his land interests, and of course, came to her. They traded. I mean, our ancestor Turikātuku, she really did. She ran the terms of trade, of trading here in the early 1830s. So, you know, there's a piece of evidence that we've uncovered around, you know, there was a logbook kept by Busby, and he's exchanging with the Governor of New South Wales, and they're looking at the whaling and trading ships that came into Waitangi between 1831 and 39. So in 1831 you had there's something like 57 trading ships. They have this cute kind of two orders where there are colonial ships, which seem to be okay, and then they have these foreign ships, which are Tahitian, American, Canadian ships. So there are 57, start off in 1831, and 57 ships coming into Waitangi a year. And so by 1839, there's something like 170. So that means there are 3 whaling or trading ships a week coming into Waitangi Harbour. And these women are rangatira women, not just Anahamu, but Turikātuku, the women that came before, and they are determining the terms of trade in that. So they traded all right, you know, while Hongi and Hongi Hika was going off to war and going to England, getting the Bible, getting technology, getting the printing press and everything there. These women, they maintained their land interests. They inherited their husbands, and then they divvied them up. I mean, in our Kitia Mine whakapapa line alone, we know where those land interests went to. Out at Rāwhiti, the Hokianga, and in Taiamai, and in Kaikohe, where we are. And we are, you know, we're the morehu. We're the survivors of that legacy of that really, really early legacy, most of the land had in fact gone by the time the treaty came. It had been traded. And yes, our women did part trade of it. I mean, the letters and the scripts that they took in that at the time, they were very literate. They went to the early missionary schools. I mean, the original research that is there from the beginning of the claim were that the chief sent the daughters because you had to send the men off to war. Get guns, get greenstone, to move. So it was you can't have a rose-tinted glass over what was happening for our women in the north between, from 1817 to 1835. It was in a period of immense change, and that where it was just really hard to hold on to your land, to your control of it. And at the same time they adopted the Bible. First printing press is just down the road here. I mean, they took the word and that literally, so our women were still involved in making decisions about how to survive and how to still trade, how to keep your land, but also how to grow crops. I mean, we've got stories of how, when honey first came here, our women, took that knowledge and developed gardens and developed new crops and everything. So it's a different history. The history of Ngāpuhi and the treaty and the whakaputanga is a complex, different history, and how our women survived that and still, how they survived that not only at that time, but also how by the time we reach stories, as we will do, and the impact in that of colonisation, the impact of colonisation was pretty white-slated by about 1830s in the north.
All right, thank you. Thank you both for your evidence. It was very interesting to sit here and listen to it. Thank you.
Tuatahi he mihi kia koutou, ko tai mai I tēnei rā, tino pai ki te kite a koutou ngā wahine Māori, ai pai. I have 3 questions for Te Tuakana Rebecca Evans and 1 question for Miss Marsh. So my first question really is around the fisheries context and really what happened to Dame Midasasi. But before I ask that question, I just want to thank you for bringing into the room not only the women who signed the Te Reti o Waitangi, but many of those who are no longer here, who are part of the claim, and who some of us are old enough to remember. And Dame Mira was actually my teacher of Te Reo. I was useless at it, and she wasn't actually my teacher. I ran away from class at Auckland Girls Grammar to shelter in her class because I didn't like my teacher. And she let me stay there all day. I credit her for my success in terms of avoiding maybe some of the teaching and curriculum that was occurring at that time. So when you name her, I see her, and I see her as very strong, very firm, intelligent, and ultimately a loving teacher, a loving kaiako. So what happened to her in the fisheries was very public in relation to that incident. And it burst out, I think, because of that context around the fishery settlement and the controversy over it. So I guess the question I have is, that sort of was a tipping point, if you like, or a trigger to what you and others have done in mounting the claim. How much under the iceberg do you think had been going on prior to that incident bursting out in the public domain? Like, I guess my question is, was it a one-off random, or was this something that just exploded because it had been occurring over the years? I guess it was a combination of an iceberg and a volcano. Yeah, and the iceberg was very, very deep. So it was a point in time where I think it was, like the claim is today, a tipping point. Because I think what had been happening, and that was her instruction, you know, this isn't about me, this isn't necessarily about the incident, because the incident in the moment was pretty raw, because the leadership at that time, of course, were leaders that she was leading with. You know, Sir Graham was suing every Department of State in the country, Matu, Rata, and that, but it had big layers to it. But really what was at the heart of it was that it was doing as Mida had always done, was eloquently calling out our men as well. But also within that, for hiding under the protection of the Crown, of this being a Crown appointment process and Crown appointed agency. And, you know, the conversations about the disappointment, they weren't nice conversations. You know, the then Minister, Doug Kidd, people at the centre of the issue, her own nephew, Matua Shane. These were people that had, you know, it was pretty much a situation that which I've just talked about before, in terms of still being involved in the trade and what was going on at the time, because of course the context to the Fisheries Commission claim was really the Muri Whenua claim. So the Muri Whenua claim, by the grace of the North once again, and by the grace of Matu Rata, and that claim opened up the opportunity for all other iwi to come in behind and to join that claim, so it became a claim ā-motu, and it subsequently became, you know, the outcome of that was the fisheries, and Mida was integral to both those processes. But really what she did was make a stand. She was reluctant, you know, I mean, you know, when she got her damehood, she rang me up and she said, "Oh, they're calling me reluctant." I said, "Well, that's what you are." And, you know, it was humility, it was all of that sort of human stuff. But she was reluctant to do anything with litigation. One of the other conversations, and I can mention it now because she's no longer Chief Justice, was with the former Chief Justice, Sian Elias, about how we would, and Sian and Denise at that stage were working on the Tainui claim, and they said, well, no, it's a tribunal matter. And so that's how we come to taking the tribunal thing. And then we kept coming back to, well, what's the question? You know, what is the question? What's the problem we're trying to solve here about the disappointment? And the disappointment, her getting taken off the commission in favour of our own nephew, that wasn't so much the issue. It was, that didn't happen in a vacuum. That happened in a context where there was still basically, you know, for want of a better description, there was still the boys' club and collusion between both white male and Māori male on the appointment process. And so that was it. It was that, you know, it was that
pinpoint in the process, and that was the iceberg that we just kind of pierced a little hole in, and it's taken 28 years and that to bring together, but that was it. At the heart of it, it was that our own men colluded with a process that was still, at that stage, been driven by the Crown.
And that leads me to my second question, which was, you know, not so much whether men are complicit with men, but the way she conducted herself in navigating a world in which her own brothers, cousins, uncles, whanaunga were manoeuvring around her. So I'm just wondering if you can sort of talk to that, because to me that kind of gives a sense of her mana, and that she did react, she was determined, she did do things with dignity, but it's, can you talk a little bit about that? It must have hurt.
Yeah, it did. She's a paradox in many ways, because, you know, like I've seen people get disappointed from lots of different things and that, but she kind of, you know, did what she usually did when she was wanting to kind of retreat into herself and so we went north, of course, and came back and, you know, went to the marae and talked to a few people and came back, and then we reset again and that in Auckland. But I think she kind of really, really searched deep within herself. You know, it's about finding those kind of reservoirs of resilience that you have in your, not just self-individual belief, but your own mana, whether or not you have, whether or not the spirits are telling you the right thing. Is this the right thing and that to do? And of course, you know, I was doing what Kirti mentioned before about saying, oh, harden up, we've got a long road to go yet, not realising then, of course, that she only had 7 years to live. And that was it. It was at a really interesting time in her life because she was changing. Yeah. And so she wanted this to be something that was going to be a legacy that she would leave, and that for this generation, and that to do something about. But she had enormous resilience. And I think that that's why her resilience in particular came from, you know, you talk about tupuna as a spring well. Her resilience very much came from, she was a devout Christian as well. So, you know, she lived with those complexities, lived in both worlds, but really her strength and her anchor was in that enormous self-belief, but in particular in what she called the divine, you know, the feminist dimension of the divine, which was for her Hine Ahuone, and those goddesses that were not just a feminine dimension, they were feminist dimension. And she had no no problems about that, but enormous resilience, but it came from within, ordained from above. Yeah.
Thank you. And my third question for you really is around the establishment of Te Ohu in the Ministry of Women's Affairs, because it seems that was an engagement with the Crown that was filled with hope and possibility. And if you could just talk a little bit more about what she saw in that engagement. And once again, did she have views on the fact that it, in the end, disappeared, Te Ohu? Or was that too to late in the piece? Well, the establishment happened in I can't remember the years properly. 84, 85, I think there was a team of us that got together, including Dame Georgie was the president then of the League, so it was a mixture of League and a broader group of women. But her hopes for Te Ohu, and that were definitely hopes that it would almost be a Māori women's development, not an ohu, yes, but an ohu that would also one day have mana of its own, that would be a body by statute, of course, but it would be have stronger powers of intervention that it did have, other than being a policy sort of organisation, as it subsequently became. She did think a lot then about, and I think there's an article in Virginia Myers' book where she's talking about how really she thought that the greatest armoury that any Māori woman could have if you're going to be working, in particular in Crown organisations, was, and it's, you know, resonant also of, you know, Apira Rangata's kōrero about, you know, te mātauranga o te Pākehā, e me whakatohei te nānatanga. All of that was that if you, you know, if you've got the strength and belief in your own tikanga and own culture, then you've got to have that to be able to, if you're not armed with that, then it's a difficult road, as we saw. I mean, my own beliefs are that I think the early leaders and the early foundations of Te Ohu was set very strongly, particularly by that runanga kuia that was established by Miriama Evans. And then my sense is, with no disrespect to the individuals who came later, was that they lost their cultural rudder as the ohu kind of got swamped, and then, well, you know, I won't comment in too much detail, although I do have views, but I think they got white-streamed, just in summary, and that they lost their cultural rudder, not just from losing the runanga kuia, but really it's also about leadership and about having strong leaders that go in there and know who they are and are uncompromisingly Māori, a Ngāpuhi, a Ngāti Parawa, whatever, when they go in there. I mean, it's a different climate now. You know, that was, what, 30 years ago, 30, 40 years ago, but it's sort of evaporated. And then next minute I turn up to a whauma hui and, you know, there's no woman standing. They're just not there. Yes. So just a follow-up to that then, I mean, the women defining the Ministry of Women's Affairs at the time were Pākehā.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the question is the extent to which Pākehā women are complicit in the Crown's actions. So it leaves mana wahine stranded, you know, stranded in terms of navigating, I'm trying to find neutral language, navigating these spaces, but also in spaces in which there are also Māori, like the fisheries one, also not finding oxygen and being able to flourish. So I'm just wondering to what extent the sort of gender dynamics, if you like, and the feminist dynamics in the Ministry of Women's Affairs, you know, it's just a different kind of example of a Māori woman trying to navigate and influence and engage with the Crown.
Yeah, look, they're just not on the Māori calendar. They just weren't. I mean, major huis of engagement, interaction, but on the Māori calendar, but also the Māori agenda, so that, you know,
so, I mean, you take other departments, for example, Ministry of Environment and others that really got in behind, and I think, to be fair though, I think that having a major legislative, because the key thing that government departments have is they have legislation. So the legislative levers of the Ministry of Women's Affairs, and that were, well, I don't know what they were. They were invisible. They were certainly invisible to Māori, whereas Ministry of Environment, you had that whole kind of space where Māori, where Shane, where Hekia were the first directors in those ministries. You know, they are what they are, very self-assured, but very strong leaders, but they also had a key piece of legislation that was so relevant to Māori survival that they could lever, and they levered it. I mean, that whole resource management area is now absolutely one of the top 3 pieces of legislation that Māori women need to be thinking about. But they had an enormous lever, and there was a huge groundswell. But again, getting back to your former question about how did our men gather around that, they gathered around, you know, I've always said that our men gathered around those sexy things like land, forestry, fisheries. Easy peasy to say, yeah, there's fish, there's trees, there's land and everything. You can touch those, feel those and everything else. Women's right. No, they think it's just something kind of like ethereal. It's kind of doesn't really matter. It's not vital to our being. Whereas what we're saying is the vitality of Hine Ahuone is vital, not just to women, but also to us as humanity. So I think they suffered for not having a strong legislative lever and not having, as I believe, the power of intervention in some of these bigger issues. They weren't at the table when it came, for example, oranga tamariki, current claims in that now. They should have been at the table directing traffic across government departments, directing thinking, and that around key bits of legislation. But of those 19 government departments and state-owned enterprises that Sir Graham sued, and there was, in every single one of them, the women's voice. We kind of like, we got bought into the whole kind of push for the bigger kaupapa. We got bought off. And what we didn't do, the trade-off for that, wasn't a trade-off, it was a trade-out. Because in terms of appointments to all of those boards, it's not until now, like with Te Ohu Kaimoana, where you have 4 wahine that are now, you know, chairs of the 3 different entities and now chief executive. So it's kind of like, is Te Ohu Kaimoana turning a corner? But there's no central organisation that has the kind of lever that's needed to be able to direct interventions for and on behalf of Māori women. For example, like the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, the Commissioner for Children, that can be an absolutely independent voice from Parliament, doesn't have to kowtow to some sort of recycled chief executive that you might get through the public service, through State Services Commission, but can have its own authority, even the Retirement Commissioner, that Cathy Irwin is now working with. Those sort of entities that they can do something, they can make something happen, they can intervene. You know, I'm sure that the oranga tamariki claim would not be where it's at the moment if you had a Māori women, a mana wahine commissioner that had the power to and authority and resources to be able to intervene, to point directly at Parliament and make Parliament do what it's got to do around giving sufficient strength in legislation to be able to make interventions
that, you know, that Crown organisations and that are continuing to fail with. And we've got to have that. We've got to have the power, and the power is legislation, but you've got to have the resources and the authority that go with it over, particularly in that kind of economic development space. You've got to have something, you know. Shane's dream of 3 billion trees is a dream for all of us to be fulfilled. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms Evans. My next question is for Ms Marsh. So I just firstly want to thank you for your submission, and thank you for sharing the stories of the Wahine in your whakapapa. I think what that did is point to something else. We can talk about exceptional women as having mana, as pointing to our stories as exceptional. You know, these are exceptional women. But I think what you did very simply is say every woman is exceptional. Every woman in my whakapapa is exceptional. Every woman has mana. And so I just want to thank you for, you know, I think laying that out firstly. So I guess the question then I have for you is the next generations that come, and what it is you think or have already started that continues that line of the girls in your whānau, the mokopuna in the whānau, how you perpetuate that.
Kia ora, thank you for the question and for your comments. Perpetuating that is through retelling the stories over and over again. Rather than those stories being surface level, going deep on those stories and knowing more and more stories about mai whaiatupuna, and even, you know, getting to re-know my nana and my mum, so that I am able to tell those stories to my children, and they are able to tell them to their mokopuna. I guess the mana that was shown by my line, we've carried that, as I said, inherently and intrinsically. What I want that to be is overt. I want it to be spoken. I want the language on our marae and our wānanga to hold those stories of our wahine and for them to be explicitly told as mana wahine stories. So I think that's how we will carry it through the generations. I think that we will also see the change and shift that will occur in society because those stories are told.
Kia ora. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Kia ora. I just have about 3 questions, and they're contextual questions really in terms of the kōrero that you've both given to us this morning. So, firstly, kia ora Ripeka, for your evidence this morning, and you've talked to us initially about the event which was the trigger for the mana wahine claim, and I guess, in a sense, the straw that broke the camel's back, the particular event that you have related to us. So, what can you tell us about, what do you recall about the Crown's response at that time to objections that were raised to Dame Meda's removal? Because it was a Crown appointment process. Clearly they wouldn't have been unaware of the disquiet that caused. So what do you recall of that?
It wasn't confusing, it was ambiguous. because they wanted to be seen to be doing the right thing in terms of the appointment process, but that ultimately meant that where the power was actually between a few men, between obviously Sir Graham Matiu and Sir Tipene Regan Bob Mahuta. There's a small bunch of men, all of whom Mira had worked with. The Crown's official response, Doug Kidd was the Minister then of Fisheries. He was furious, but his words to me and to Mira were his hands were tied by these men. And I do recall a very robust conversation between Sir Witta Gardner at the time, he was Chief Executive of TPK at the time, where he called Sir Doug Kidd out and said, you know, have some balls, man. Make a decision that is respectful of this tikanga about appointing not just for mana, that is, you're not appointing for mana that's been going to come into the room, you're appointing for mana that's in the room and that already. So it was pretty kind of, convoluted, to say the least, and quite ambiguous. Across the Crown, I mean, you know, TPK just, in those days, you just did everything Witta said. So they followed suit, but it didn't, they kind of went, everybody went silent on it. So there was this kind of wall of silence that almost like it didn't happen. And then they were waiting to see, of course, what we did, because we had about half a dozen meetings with different senior officials and that at that time. And, you know, I just said, oh, this isn't worth it. We're not going to go down the judicial review track. We are going to go into a tribunal claim, so we're just going to go into that space. We want to think constructively about how we can bring women together so that we can get all of our women together and everything. So the Crown really got off. Yeah, they got off with doing nothing, because I know, I've been a senior official before, you can disagree with your minister, you can disagree with your colleagues, you can pull levers and that to make a stand, and that, but you know, Witta was a lone voice. And then everybody just basically, silence became golden, and then we focused on getting the constructive part of the claim and that together. But since then, I mean, you would have thought after 28 years that they might have learned a lesson, but in my view, they haven't. I mean, you know, tribunal's well aware of the whole kind of process of just bringing together the claim. I mean, the fact that we're here today, and, you know, I mean, I just have to call it out. I mean, you know, the Crown funding for this claim is for the Crown to bring it, not for me, not for Kiti, not for the claimants, and that to come and tell their stories, not for all of those claimants that are here, that have come into the claim and that. And it's just, you know, it's just beggars belief, really, that that's a lesson of the last 28 years, is that the Crown ain't got woken up yet about mana wahine and about the opportunities and that presents, and that for those big issues, you know, these inquiries, these kaupapa inquiries and that, I mean, we're still looking to the tribunal as our truth and reconciliation, our ray of hope, and that when we haven't got deep pockets to go and sue, as Sir Graham and other iwi organisations do, to be able to do things like, you know, this claim, the health claim, the Oranga Tamariki claim, those big claims, and that means something for our mokopuna, and that, so Crown hasn't learnt from the lessons of history that, you know, leave it alone, they'll go away and we'll just kind of forget about it. and that so silence hasn't been golden. We haven't won the golden kiwi yet to be able to fund the claim. So I think that sooner the Crown pulls finger on funding the research of the claim, the better. But not, a couple of $100,000. When you're funding yourself, $6 million doesn't cut.
I have another question also around a contextual issue that you raised in relation to Anahamu, and you posed the question, I think, in relation to her as to whether she also signed Te Whakaputanga. What do you know about other wahine or whether wahine signed Te Whakaputanga? I mean, if you know,
look,
that'd be great, but if not.
I'm not an expert on he whakaputanga. There are too many in the room, and neither is Keti, but it's just a rhetorical question. I mean, if your husband signed, Te Koke signed whakaputanga and the treaty, and Anahamu signed the treaty, then kind of makes sense, doesn't it? I was talking to Auntie Nora this morning, and I said to her, and she said, yeah, that makes sense. You'd be signing all right, or else you'd be digging him in the side and saying, well, yeah, me too. But the other story behind that, of course, was the whole kind of perception of Busby and his men that our women shouldn't sign. But in terms of the whakaputanga, it just makes sense that our women would have signed, would have been part of that decision to take that stand, to confederate, to be able to confederate, I think was the more important decision, and whether or not they actually signed it, but it was being authors of their own destiny that they wanted to confederate and to form he whakaputanga, and that was an important decision because, in fact, that decision premised the emergence of te kotahitanga, which of course then led to what it led to, the establishment of kingitanga and all of that stuff. So the importance of he whakaputanga in terms of where it is, where it's at now, and whether our women's voices were heard or were part of it. I have no doubt that their voices were heard in making that decision to confederate, but whether or not that has been recorded or that narrative has been recorded. So I just raised the question. The other thing is just in terms of tikanga and that in setting the tikanga for these tuapapa hearings is that they are not about just one person in that with a tablet of stone about the signatories, but what our intentions are is to take each of these canvases that have been made and present them at each of the hearings, and that to the women who do whakapapa to them, who do re-own them. I mean, just this morning, Bill and Ruakere talking about kahe te rau o te rangi. We want these founding mothers owned again and up there so that they are recognised for being, the authorial voice of our constitution, of the treaty, and I've no doubt that they were also a voice in he whakaputanga.
Kia ora. I mean, just to give that question and response some more context in terms of my line of inquiry, is if we are to better understand the scope of activity and authority of these wahine rangatira and wahine at these times, then it would be useful for us to know if that included either influencing or being actively involved, not only in te tiriti but also te whakaputanga.
Yeah, look, I think it is, I say in my brief, I think it is an area of inquiry, the whole not just signatories, but I think the whole kind of constitutional status, it's part of that mana rangatiratanga, mana motuhake, mana wahine, field of inquiry that can be led by these conversations, but I think that's a real area of urgency in terms of inquiry, and particularly in terms of the research, that I'd put that up there as something, because I know that, you know, there are other experts. I mean, there are women that have one of the whānau, especially the whānau, and it's a different kōrero, but the whānau of Mirimanga Kāhia, for example, whakapapa to one of these women as well. But there are women here that want to take those stories back, to reclaim them, and they should tell them. So this is about opening that dialogue up with the research, particularly with the research resources and that, and for having that. The importance of having that, I would emphasise though, Madam Chair, I would emphasise that that research must be done in Te Reo Māori, because that is the critical importance of Auntie Media's research, was that it was done in Te Reo Māori, and she could understand the Māori mind. And, you know, I remember a conversation between her and Mira that really sparked Mira's imagination about these being our founding mothers. And it was a conversation about the difference of interpretation between mana motuhake and mana ranga tiratanga, but it was really, what struck me was that it was a conversation between peers that were talking the same little language and the same big language. And you've got to have that context to understand the significance, and what were being able to have an educated understanding of what were the relationships that these women were having at the time with their husbands, with their whānau, with their peers, and that in it. And you can only get that rich text and understanding from those researchers. Auntie Media was a golden nugget. She was one of a kind. And I think that would be a really important contribution also that this claim can make to the field of mana wahine inquiry, but in particular to that particular branch of inquiry.
Sorry, my last question is really directed to the part of your brief where you were talking about language, and you made the point about gender neutrality in personal pronouns. So the question in my mind, and it may be answered later in the evidence, so if you want to pass on it, that's fine, is really around what you understand to be the origin of the term mana wahine. Is this a term which has always been in usage, or is this a term which has assumed greater significance in more recent years as the focus on these issues has intensified? What is your kōrero about that?
Look, as a term, I think that it's not a term that goes in and out of vogue. For me, mana wahine is ever present. Mana wahine, really, the epitome of mana wahine is whakapapa, and, as long as you continue to have whakapapa, or to be able to descend from greater beings, then that's it, you're born with it. But I think the importance is what you do with it. What you do with your mana when you're confronted by situations that challenge your mana. And not just in terms of being disappointed from an organisation, but in terms of being imprisoned, in terms of having your children taken away from you, in terms of not having a job, in terms of not being able to feed your whānau. So it's what you do with that situation to assert it, I think, that is the essence of, what you find in the essence of your being, that you can lean into, that you can lean on, that is with you, whether or not you're in or you're out of prison, or in or out of dark spaces. On the real matter, I will pass on that, because there are big gods in the room that I shall tilt to instead. But I just make the point in terms of te reo, that our research, particularly for this claim, but for all claims, and that must be absolutely it must be research i roto i te reo Māori to honour, really to honour those original claimants as much as honour our future, and that for our language as well.
Okay, kia ora. And the last thing from me is just a comment just in relation to your evidence, Tui, just to say thank you for giving us, I guess, the rangatahi perspective on an intergenerational issue. I mean, the Mana Wahine claim is 28 years old now, but it is not and should not obviously be set in stone. So it's very useful for us and important for us to be hearing these perspectives from rangatahi as well as we traverse through this stage of the hearings and also into the next. So thank you for setting the standard for those who follow you. Kia ora.
Koruara Ripeka Keti. He ua no te tuku pātai I te mea ki kē taku ngā kau I te mihi. Engari anō, I muri mai ngā pātai kua tukuna kua ea te nuinga o etahi o ngā mea e wero nei I taku ngā kau. Ripeka, one of the things that you use the imagery about the iceberg, and it sounds quite an appropriate metaphor, but it's really around the way in which, because I mean, obviously there is much more that can be said about that event that occurred with the exclusion of Dame Mirasazi, and the way in which it appropriately should be recognised and acknowledged. Have you got thoughts, or what are your thoughts around the way in which the amount of time that we're able to give such an important point in history, historical event, is not appropriate in this context, but beyond this as well, and the way potentially this in the long term within this claim can also look to recognise it? Whakaaro?
Well, the Crown do it with treaty settlements with an apology. But I'm mindful of, my tuahine Hilda sitting in the back of the room when we were receiving the Te Aupōuri settlement a number of years ago, where she said of the Crown's apology, Finlayson was a minister at the time, it took him about 17 minutes to give the apology, and she said, well, that's not bad, that's about, a minute and a half for every dollar of the settlement that we get. So I think it was more of Hilda's sense of humour about the quantum rather than about the value of the apology. But I think an apology would be in order, if not, I think an apology would be. But I think in a way that is meaningful for the kaupapa. Yeah. And then I have very firm ideas on the scope of what that apology might look like in a material sense. So, sorry is one thing, but I'd like to know how sorry. Yeah.
I think in particular the depth of information that we associate with that event so that we understand it fully. If an apology is considered, it needs to be to consider the full extent of that and the implications. So, pai te ra rongo.
No, thank you for raising that, Ruakere. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe. Me te pātai, he momo pātai anō ki a koe Keti. I wasn't quick enough to pick up the imagery around the pot of dolphins, the kākahi ārane. But I think the importance of finding metaphors that talk about our environment and how we relate them to the way in which things work in unison, and it would be good to be able to capture that more fully about the imagery that is involved there and how it can be carried within the statements we make. But and I totally support the kōrero that's been raised about turi kātuku and the importance of that story. Obviously, ko koe anō, ko koutou anō ngā mea e tikana ki te whakatakoto i era kōrero. Engari he nui anō ngā kōrero kua puta mo hungi hika, me ngā mahi kua oti i aia, tērā anō ki tana wahine me ngā mea kua oti. i tuku mai te tei wāhanga iti noi honei mōna, engari arā no ngā kōrero e te kana kia puta. E pērā no i ngā ingoa e whakawhirinaki nei a tātou i tēnei rā, arāna ngā wahine i tuku pene ki te pepa, arā no ngā mea kāri āhei te tuku i o rātou pene, arā no pēnei tonu e kōrero ana mo te wherowhero, kōrero ana mo te eueu, kāri whakai atu ki te tuku pene, engari kua mau tonu te rā kōrero, mo te mea te kore whakai atu ki te ahu o te tiriti. Miharo ana i ngā mahi a Miria, tana rangahau, ka tika hoki mana e rā momo mai, engari e whakaaro ana momo pātai pia, keti ana, he whakaaro ana o mo tēnei mea te rangahau i ngā momo pēnei i a turi kātuku me te mana puta katoa nei i ōkupu mōna o tira mō ana hamu. E whakaaro o, me pēhea, how do you think is it appropriate to acknowledge that and the way in which we can acknowledge also all of those wahine, whoever were excluded from putting their pen to paper, or those who disagreed with the whole process and so would have otherwise been recorded as men were. Karo hei ahua honu pe te pātai.
That's a big pātai. I guess I'm going to link and lean into my auntie on this one. She's talked of apology around, mana wahine and what that means, what that has meant for us and Māori society in terms of my own whakapapa and the impact of the colonial kind of imposed structures and processes on our own wahine. As I said previously, those stories are still being found, and it is up to me and my cousins to do the research so that we can truly give an answer to that question. Otherwise, it's coming from myself, who is not an expert on the matter. So, kia ora.
Hei mahi nui, kei runga i a koutou o tira tātou katoa te whakanui i rā o ngā kuia kāri te kaha kōrero tia. Tēnā koe, tēnā tātou.
A tēnā kōrua, tēnei te mihi atu ki a kōrua, nā kōrua te reo tuatahi i tēnei wiki tuatahi o ngā hearings nei, so tēnā kōrua. Ripeka, my questions are for you, and they do circle back to these things that my colleagues have also asked about the appointment and also about the establishment of Te Ohu. If I can just circle back to, I just want to just pop something else into the appointment process. And that is that at the time, my recollection is that, as you've rightly said, Doug Kidd was the Minister of Fisheries, but he was also the Minister of Māori Affairs at the time. And in the early 90s, the settlement legislation, it was actually the Minister of Māori Affairs who was the appointor. And so I guess I raise this because it seems like a lot of ministerial power coalescing around what for Māori at the time was the biggest asset within their reach. And so I guess I just wanted to ask you if you see there as being the potential for having been a different outcome if that ministerial power had been a bit more spread out and there was, a bigger range of ministerial voice in the conversation.
I think there's an opportunity for looking at different ways of, holding power. I mean, pretty much most of my experience in terms of interaction with the Crown from an iwi or mana wahine perspective has definitely been in the whole treaty settlement space. So you've had really quite a concentration of power around key ministers and it's well known, of course, across both the public sector as well as across iwi, who the kitchen cabinet ministers are. So there's both the informal power as well as both the the formal powers of appointment. And in the Māori development space, it's really, really tricky. And sometimes, depending on who the senior or appointing minister is, can be both a good thing or a bad thing. So I don't think that it's a one-stop shop answer as to who the appointing minister might be, but from a real, if you like, end-user perspective, I would say that sometimes there is opportunity to have in having two to tango, in having a senior minister that might have been able to, or another minister that might have had a different lever. For example, I mean, Doug Kidd was sort of, hung, drawn and quartered on both fronts. And really his kowtow was at that stage to the Māori men. And there wasn't anything, I mean, he could have pulled either one of those levers to get a different outcome about that decision, but he chose not to. And it was unfortunate that they were coupled there, where you had the fisheries portfolio and the Māori development portfolio, or Māori affairs portfolio in the same hand, was not particularly useful at that time. And I'm aware now, for example, with different appointments, that there is a senior minister, but there is a protocol around that senior minister also consulting with 3 or 4 key ministers. I mean, we have that now, for example, with a Ngāpuhi claim. And so that is very useful. I won't call it fair, won't call it democratic, but it is useful for Māori to have more levers than less in terms of ministerial appointment, because it's just so political, the whole kind of appointment process. But it would help to have more than one lever for particularly in terms of mana wahine, to have a process within cabinet and a protocol around it. And I'm going into territory that I have absolutely no control over, but just saying that I think it would have been useful to have that power of fisheries and development at that time decoupled.
I also just want to circle back to te ohu whakatupu. Yep. And I do recall in the early 90s, te ohu was like the powerhouse of policy. It had a huge reputation for being a very sharp end of the stick policy advisor. It pulled no punches. And so you've talked a little bit about some of the features of the establishment that like the runanga kuia and some of the leadership within te ohu that may have contributed to that. But were there any other features that you recall of the time that might have been material in placing it really at the top of the policy game in Wellington?
Yep. I think that those early interventions, particularly not just with Miriama, but they were beginning to get some runs on the board in the economic development space. It's thinking about what Māori women's contribution was to the Māori economy and to the economy. So there was some good research that was done on there. They had some early interventions, I think, on the Adoption Act. Billy Tate Jones, bless her soul, and that did work with Cathy Ertel. There were some interventions that they tried to do, but I don't know where they went to around pay equity, because it wasn't my particular area of expertise. And then I think with Brenda Tahi, she was much, much more focused on that whole kind of small business development area, where she wanted to see deliverables. She's a hard out kind of, but she also, and has showed that in her own where she went to after Te Ohu, but really getting that link between evidence-based research and action. And I think that they were beginning to get some runs on the board around then, and then I think they, I don't know what happened in fact, only from the individuals that I knew and that in there, but then they got swamped or gazumped by that huge kind of, getting into the policy-making sausage machine where their energies just became dissipated over anything. And so it was you were unable to pinpoint one area where they were making a difference. So they were just at the end of a very long queue, and you know how it runs, whoever the lead department is, and that will be able to determine where your input might be incisive. But I think they lost a lot of traction, a lot of edge by having to be, sort of make a lot of sausages rather than, have some prime cuts.
And just my last question, and I am conscious that it's lunchtime, so you might just have a short answer to it maybe, but it's, I guess I just wanted to ask if, you've been involved in this area for a long time, and I just wanted to ask, in your experience and in your knowledge, can you point to any kind of really watershed moments where there has been a really significant either erosion or increased recognition of te mana o te wahine? That's probably not a 2-minute answer.
I think around the time, I was at the hui that Keti organised over in Hokianga a couple of weeks ago, and we're talking about that kind of period of the 1980s, actually the time of when Te Ohu was set up, where there was a lot happening, the change government, the whole kind of Rogernomics period. That was a real, there was a watershed time of opportunity where a lot of younger Māori in particular got together and decided to do something in a couple of spaces around economic development, and there was a lot of women that were involved in that exercise, and there were a lot of kind of key focus around skills, employment, business development and training. There was a lot of energy. Board of Māori Affairs were changing, they became politicised and got engaged in treaty settlements. And then at that early period where I think there was a kind of confluence of things that were happening, but then I think that a lot of us kind of a lot of women went into leadership roles, got engaged in some of the bigger settlements, and really our energy, our mana wahine energy, got co-opted into those roles. But at the same time, the iceberg was also still there. We'd made a little pinprick in it, but it was still there. And I just had a suggestion around two or three areas where our women did make interventions. So definitely in the economic development area, where the mana wahine flag was raised. CEDAW, with those early comments on CEDAW, and Te Rūnanga Kuia were part of those early comments, but at the same time, it almost like you had these parallel pathways happening where you had the development of, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And then once again, you had a whole lot of mana wahine energy that went into that. But I think the early days of comment on UNDRIP, particularly at that time, because you had a government that didn't want to know about it, that said, no, we're not going to go, we're not going to support Universal Declaration of in UNDRIP. And so for a lot of time, our voice got buried there, and the Indigenous voice got buried there, and lost track of what Te Ohu, let alone Ministry of Women's Affairs, was saying at that time. Another big issue, or kaupapa at that time, was Puao Te Atatu. And, you know, we see Puao Te Atatu repeated now, and then unfortunately it's getting repeated elsewhere in other sectors. So we see that happening now with that, where the women's voice, and that was, you know, in a sense the greater good always takes over. And the greater good forgets, actually, that what the divine voices are saying, you know, what was Muriranga Whenua's voice was saying, you've got to do this so that it benefits all women and all people as well. So, so those are three kind of examples where they did. I'm not aware of other areas where they made intervention, but I think so, and I think Keti wants to say something too.
I just bringing it into the contemporary context, and we're in Te Whare o Ngāpuhi. I guess in terms of the erosion of mana wahine, a recent example, it is probably within the current Ngāpuhi settlement space, and the lack of representation of wahine in that space. So the last round of what do we call it? The last tūhono Ngāpuhi mandate round was incredibly traumatic for a lot of us involved in that process. A lot of the issues surrounding that process was actually around the representation of the leadership at that particular time. So erosion still happening 2 years ago. Kia ora.
Kia ora, tēnā kōrua. Thank you.
Well, tēnā kōrua. Thank you for your evidence and the way you have answered our questions this morning. We're going to take adjournment now for our lunch break. Lunch is going to be served upstairs, and we will be back here in 45 minutes, so we will resume just after 1:30, and at that time we will be hearing from Dame Areta Kōpū, Tania Rangihuia and Donna Awatiri Huata. Kia ora. Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh. Kia ora. Kia ora mō tēnā. Kia ora anō tātou. Kei te tīmata anō. We are now moving into session 2 of our today's hearing, and understand we're going to be hearing first from Dame Areta. Now, I'm not sure what the format is here.
Tēnā koe ora. I would like to invite Dame Areta Kopu to speak today. We have not filed a brief of evidence, but she will be speaking to some notes that she has. Dame Areta Kopu appears today on behalf of the Y381 group and also 2830, Ngā Roi Mata Reid and herself. Ngā mihi.
Start again. Tēnā koe, te kai whakawā, tēnā koutou, te tribunal, tēnā koutou katoa. Most of what I'm going to say today is because a lot has been happening in everybody's lives, and over the Christmas period, I kept thinking about how important this was going to be. We've waited a long time for this hearing, and I really have to congratulate Ripeka for her recall. Sometimes I'm looking at some people and their names just go out the door, and I'm at the stage when I have to say, what was your name again? But it was an important time for me in my life. From 1981, when Wairiki asked me to be the area rep for them, it put me onto the national executive of the Māori Women's Welfare League. And it was a place that I never ever dreamt I would have to go. But serving on the executive soon told you that your role was to work for those women who had come before you. And I'm just filling in that my mother was a member of the league, and my mother thought that it was the best thing in her life at that time. For many of our Māori women, it was the first holiday they ever had. Growing up in Ngāti Porou, or I would say, for me, growing up in Te Aitanga Hauiti and Ngāti Kanohi, when you're at home, sometimes you're not allowed to really say you come from Ngāti Porou, because those are our in-laws down the road. Hey, Bill! And so I have to be Kanohi in that wonderful place called Whangarā. But to listen to these women, that this was the one holiday in their lives that they were allowed, plus that they stayed in a motel or a hotel, and they had the most wonderful hats and they had the most wonderful gloves. But when they came back, guess what? The work was on. The marae committees were formed, the women in the community were gathered together, and all the projects began to happen. Particularly in Gisborne, the League was very active, and particularly in education. But I found that in the 80s was really a time when, to me, Māori women were all in the struggle together. And as Ripeka has recalled, we were doing this bill, we were doing that bill. And in a way, Dame Mira being turned down was, like she said, the volcano that set everybody off. Many Pākehā women as well came to the League and expressed their disappointment that yet again here was going to be a committee of men and no women. I think that, as Ripeka has said, we all got together and we all started to talk. And Mira, while she was disappointed, what I saw and what I wanted to share, apart from what Ripeka has said, was that I saw Mira suddenly say, "Am I old?" They have said I've had my turn. And I honestly will never forget the light in her eyes that went out that day. And she said, maybe I have to step aside and let the young people do it. But at that, we had so much confidence in her as a leader that we couldn't perceive anyone who could take her place. But being Mira, as you've heard, she said, we've got to, yes, get yourselves together, something's got to be done. But there was a small group of women that got together, and I think the thing that we discovered was that the government had no one at that time, no Māori women especially, on their boards. And then again we discovered there was no Māori woman on the delegations that they were taking to the United Nations. Now, how could that be? When some of our women had been going to the United Nations at their own cost and putting forward Māori issues on a world stage. The visit that we paid to Doug Kidd that day to see what was wrong, first of all, he looked at me because, don't forget, I had only been in office about 4 months, and it was more or less a look of, what do you know about anything? And I said, well, I know that you have done a really grave disservice to Māori women, which he thought, it was sort of like, where? And so I'm just saying that we argued there, and then we went away, and we kept talking, and Mira kept saying, that's a good idea, but it's not about me, you know. And all of what you've heard that was happening in the 80s was what was coming forward into that claim. And we decided that that would be a way for all of the women, because these women had not had the opportunity, apart from vocal, to tell their stories. This would be the way these women will be able to tell their story to the tribunal. And so that was when we agreed we would do that. It was a great day. And I think one of the things that gave me a shock was when we went into Sir Eddie Jury's office to lay the claim. One of the things he said to me was, this should have been, it's long overdue, and it is about time someone brought this claim. And I thought, I was just amazed at that statement, and I have never forgotten it. One of the things I want to say that we had been busy doing, and we knew it would become part of this claim was, and it was close to my heart at that time, was we were busy supporting kohanga reo. We were busy supporting kura kaupapa, saying to the government, get the teachers ready. These tamariki are going to be going to school in 5 years. These tamariki are going to be the future. One of the things that I also noticed was that there were many Māori women sitting out there saying, we want to be part of this claim. We want to be part of the claim. We want to tell our stories. We want to say, we want to be recognised in society. When I went to the United Nations with the government, they made sure that the Māori Women's Welfare League president was on the delegation after that. I found that I was one of the first Indigenous women to go on a government delegation, followed by Canada in a couple of years later. So you can imagine how those women out there asked me, how did you get the government to hear you? How did you get the Waitangi Tribunal thought of and started? How come you can do these things? Well, I'm someone who was very much in vogue with the League in terms of being a mother and a whānau person. I was a community person. I never went to university. I never had any idea of being an academic. For me, my family was my all. And so I said to them, well, if I can do it, I'm sure we can share what we did, and you can do it too. And it was all going very well until an African chieftainess said to me, what's your population? I said, nearly 500,000. And they all looked around the room and everybody went, the size of our village. You know, it just put a whole new light for me on how much of a role we were playing in the world. Supported strongly, of course, that because there were Aboriginal women there from Australia who were saying, go. So I'm really just saying that I've lived through the times of what it was like to be able to put this claim. My mokopuna now have been to Kura Kaupapa as well. They've been to Kohanga, they've been to Kura Kaupapa, and my eldest mokopuna is now 31. I'm going to have my first tuarua this year. But what he said when he came back from his first trip with the Kohanga Reo to Makoia Island in Rotorua, Papa, the tipuna over there was Tūtanakai, and they grew kumara over here, and whereas when our children went over there in their school days, they came back and told us this is where the Maoris had a hot swim. We noticed immediately the change in the education that was coming for our mokopunas because Māori women were making some changes. I think that the League, by sort of saying things out there in the world, we've been able to make a few changes and recognitions for ourselves. My mokopunas are growing up with te reo, every day, all day. They're growing up with a history I was allowed to read about, but not talk about. They're growing up with even a history my children weren't taught in their day at school. And the only time we found ourselves being Māori, addressed in Māori, talking in Māori, was when we went back to our marae in Whangarā, or my husband's marae in Maraenui. The children were enveloped in the Māori world, which became really important for all of us. So I didn't have too much to add today because of my own understanding of not reading your emails right, but knowing that this was such an important day for us and that we have waited so long that I can afford to wait for the next lot of evidence when whakapapa will matter. And while I haven't talked about Ngāti Porou women being important today, you know how important they are, shall I? I don't need to, you know, and what they did. And there will be time for us to share our whakapapa in the future. I came to talk about Mira being such a beautiful woman for all of us at that time. When you talk about, as I'm strengthening repekas and putting in the little bits that go with it, when she wrote the theme for the conference that year, a little while after that, she wasn't very well. And again, she rang up and she wanted something done, and she said, listen to this. And she had written in her sickbed what now is the creed of the League. And these were where her thoughts were. She then presented it to the conference. And I just want you to listen to this because her words are those words we live with, and I live with them now. My first love is my family, but I know my tribe. I know my tribe, but I'm proud of my race. Therefore, I belong to my race, but I would serve my nation. I would serve my nation, but I have reverence for humanity. Because I have reverence for all humanity, I would oppose inhumanity anywhere and everywhere. It is because I have this reverence for humanity that I grieve for all who now and pray for all mankind. It is because I believe in God that I have this reverence. My family, my tribe, my race, my nation. Let this be my vision of the future, my extended family, all creeds, all races, all nations. Let this be my new world, a part of my own humanity. In the beginning was God. All things were made by him, and as many as were made by him, and as many as received him, to them gave he power to become his children. This is my destiny. This is my prayer. And she wrote that in 1977. The interesting thing was, a few years later, the League came and said, go and ask Mira if she will write that in Māori. We want it in Māori now. We've got to have te reo. So gingerly, I knew it wasn't going to go down well. So gingerly I asked her, and she said, no, I've done mine. They can find someone else to translate it into Māori. It's their turn. And I tell you that because that's one of the things I've learnt. In my time, I do things. But after a while, I know it's their turn and leave people to do their own thing in their time. I was then sent off to see Manu Bennett because when she'd written this creed, before she called it a creed, she had to ask the Anglicans if it was a creed. And he said, of course it's a creed. So the League adopted it, and I said, well, they now want it translated into Māori, and Dame Mira doesn't want to do it. He said, all right, we'll go and ask who. So we went off to ask the late Archbishop, Bishop of Taitokero, Ben Tehara, who was at that time a vicar in Rotorua, and he said, oh, heck no, I couldn't do that, but I tell you who can. So you will see in the Constitution of the League today, it was translated by Māori Marsden, and she accepted his Māori. So that's how it comes to be in two verses. But it's, again, words from a woman who showed us the way forward and showed us how to leave the rope behind you so as that younger women could grab hold of it and go forward. And so I feel like that's where I'm at now. And because, you know, Rob, you know that Donna and Ripek are much younger than me. But it's time for the younger women behind them to pick up this mana wahine claim, take it to wherever they want it to be, and tell the stories so our mokopunas can have those for tomorrow. Nō reira, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou katoa. Oh, yes.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, mō tō whakaaro, kia mātou I tēnei ahiahi. I'll just, and for giving us some more context around the events which triggered this claim, 381. I'll just, there may be some questions for you. I'll just check.
Thank you. I don't think so.
Tēnā koe, Dame Areta.
Kia ora.
You talking about the Māori Women's Welfare League.
Yes.
And I wonder whether you have thoughts about where you would like their work to, how you would like to see their work developing into the future.
Well, again, I think that's something I need to leave for the next generations. But I do have a big role to play in the community now because iwi and hapu are doing a lot more things for themselves, like not devolution, but we're evolved. And over the last 10 years, I've been certainly back developing the young women in whangara, in my marae, and we have renovated our whole marae. And on each trustee committee, we've only had one man. Right. We keep asking, where are the men of Ngāti Kanohi? And so the women, we've carried on. We had to re-roof and be careful about how we handled what we call wahatarangi, our small marae, because it came from around the river and was placed back at whangara. Because it's a historic marae, we weren't allowed to change much, but we could certainly restore it. But using similar materials, anyway, there's quite a few restrictions. Then Whitireia itself, our main marae, it had a power box about this big, and it was about to explode or catch on fire, was the report I got. I found that the hapu wanted some direction because I seemed to be someone that they only saw getting on an aeroplane. But I found talking to the locals at home, my cousins, They didn't know how to apply for money. They didn't know how to write an application. And because of my association on the tribunal, I really want to pay some respects to Brian Corbyn, who saw me looking quite worried. And I told him, the hapu have asked me to restore our marae, and I've not even built a letterbox or a dog kennel. I don't know where to start. And he said, shall I come and have a look with you? And he was so taken with the view of whangara that he said, oh, can I help you? Oh, well, who's going to say no? So, you know, I've been able to help the women at home now. And we've got a marae committee now that has got a real live accountant, it's got a policy maker for the chairperson, it's got young lecturers, and, you know, it's just amazing what has changed for our children in education, and now they're wanting to give back to their own. So I see I can do that. I see I can help communities in town. You know, sharing knowledge is all that it's about. I don't need it. So you can build. And then we started a little professional women's group, because there's not many women out there, but the professional women living at home, you find, have got no support for themselves. And so all you have to do is have breakfast, and then they feel like, ooh, there's someone I can go and talk to. Do you see what I mean? So the League, for me, will have to find its own way today, because it's about a pan-tribal, which we need because we all need to work together, but it's not somewhere where I have to have a role. I have to change my roles.
You said the question was asked, where are the men? Where were they?
They seem to think that their role is to paint the fence and dig a hole and mow the lawns, not be a trustee on the marae. Okay. But we've always found one, and so we nurture him and make him the chair, and then he ends up being a speaker on the marae, orator. Because you know, it just happens more for men. Not that women can't speak on our marae, not that they can't, but why should we do everything?
I suppose what you suggested to me there, when you said, oh, they paint the fence and what have you, I thought they might think that they were too important to be involved in this work, but you're almost suggesting to us that they didn't think they were important enough.
No, another thing that probably is interesting, that when we redesigned the dining room, the wharekai, we kind of did it in a little square like that. So you put your dishes in, I mean, this is all put your dishes in, rinse them, go into the dishwasher, come out. And the complaint was, to me, you're breaking up families. Well, that's not ever been my intention. So I wanted to know, how did I break up families? Well, we can't get more than 3 people in that little weenie, but you'd only need 1 or 2. You don't need 3. Why can't you go out the front and learn karanga? Why can't you go and learn to sit on the front of the marae? Why do you have to be in the kitchen? And some women don't even know that that's what they can do. It's different out in the regions. They are so used to being in the kitchen, or my mother's sitting up on the paipai, or my mother's the leader, you know, or things like that. But we have to remember that rope behind us.
And my last question actually grows a bit out of the water inquiry, and I was very interested in Canadian women and their involvement in domestic water supply. And I just wondered, in your work on your marae, whether there's been involvement in that particular issue, or maybe it's not an issue for your marae.
No, it's not really an issue yet. It is an issue because in the day of my grandfather, when Sir Apirana Ngata set up the incorporations and trust boards, he kind of put us into where the rivers were. So that family went over there, this family was here, and this family was there. And it was the paikea Pākarai River that came down this way and Waimoko that went this way that helped to divide us. So we were very aware of our waterways. And also, it's very dry on the east coast, so we need water. We're sheep and beef.
Yes.
And I suppose farming was the other thing that was very important for women. My mother was a little bit shorter than me. She wasn't as tall as me. I was taller than my mother. But she was a major shareholder on our little incorporation. And she knew everything about farming. She always said she never went to school past Standard 2, but she knew everything about farming. And sheep and beef has always been our life. Now, we farmed to the max, and I'm talking about women now, because my family have been on the farm, Whangarā farms, forever. And my youngest sister has been the chairperson of Whangarā farms for 44 years or 3 years. Again, many women on the coast are in charge of the farms. The family on the Pākarai side of the river were in debt. They were struggling. And we had farmed to the max, and they said, could we come and farm with you? And she said, yes, of course. So within 2-3 years, by joining together, we got them out of debt. And so we began to share the profits at the end of the year. The whānau on this side of the river said, we're tired of trying to get out of debt to catch you fellas, and you keep getting further and further ahead. Can we come now, debt and all? And we said, of course. So we took them on board in 2016, 17, and they are out of debt. So we now farm from just outside of Gisborne to nearly Tolaga Bay as a hapu. And the history is still there. And the land can never be sold because it's all on Māori land. We are just developing a papakainga on our farms because our people haven't got homes. But that takes getting through that resource consent. But it's the women that are driving it, though there's more men on the farming committee because that would be natural, but it's still a woman that's in charge. And that's the way we were brought up, is to be able to be as helpful as you can for your people.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for today, and I hope we see you back again. So,
yes, I've got
thank
some
you.
evidence. I'll do some evidence next time. Kia ora. Kia ora.
E te kōka, tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe, Linda.
I've got a couple of questions. I think what you've just talked about is, the role of women in the kāinga, the role of women in the whānau, and the leadership roles, the work roles, the things that they do. And then you also talked about, the incident that led to the claim around Dame Mira, but also the League trying to put Māori women forward for boards. So there's this big disconnect between what Māori women do at home or do in their whānau hapu iwi, do on the farm, and then how their leadership is recognised in higher levels of governance and of participation in both regional and national affairs. And so what I want to ask you in terms of your role in the League and the things that you tried to do to promote Māori women into positions on, significant government advisory boards and boards and that. How did that go? I mean, was it like an uphill battle? Were there lots of issues or was it disregarded? I mean, that era that you talked about.
I don't think it was turned it off. I don't think it was disregarded. I think that Dame Mira all of those past presidents before me had made such an impact on the government in that role, because they were in that role. If you think about Dame Finna doing the first housing survey in 1954, you know, and I talked about all of the issues today, how the League has been dealing with them way back then. And when we put in the submissions, I found that quite often we were 10 years ahead of what the government thinking was back then. Today, I'm not sure how it is, but because they had made such a significant impact on the government at that time, it became quite common for politicians to turn up at the League and ask for advice. I think after 1987, a lot of things changed. But up until then, we were consulted quite widely. And I also found, listening to those women, don't think that because you're a mother in the home or bringing up a family or whatever you're doing, women are highly politicized. And women understand the issues because it impacts not only on themselves, their whānau and their community. They want change. And I think that was easily recognised.
Thank you. So the Act, now I've forgotten the name of the Act, but one out of which, you know, the Māori Women's Welfare League and other initiatives emerged, Māori Development Act. I think probably gave this platform for women to mobilise and begin to care for community, care for whānau, do the education work that you have talked about. So do you see it as an important role of women to look after the community, look after the whānau, hapu, iwi? Is that a role that women play?
Definitely, because we're part of the community. I don't think that I think that women want to be involved in making a better life for. But I think if we go back to taking the title of the motto of the League, look, I've even forgotten what it is now, but tātou tātou was what they started off with. And that was what it was supposed to be, because women had played a big role at home, hadn't they, during the war. And now that the war was ending, they weren't sure that they just wanted to be in the kitchen. They'd proved that they could handle much more. Also, we had to help start the nation again. So women began to move, all families began to move to the cities to help New Zealand get back on its feet. And that's why you'll see big contingents of Ngāti Porou there, and Ngāti Porou up there, and Ngāti Porou there, and other tribes. But everybody went for work, and everybody had work, and everybody was achieving. Everybody was able to educate their children however they wanted to. So I think that that's what happened for the League during those early years. And it allowed women to feel free to start talking intertribally. Because if you listen to my mother, who married a man from way up in the north, she'd have gone around the village gingerly because she wasn't sure if she was accepted. And that's how we get to be in Ngāti Kahu. My father was from Ngāti Kahu, and there was no work, and a few of them all came to the East Coast and got jobs, and they kept in touch with each other, Tolaga Bay or Gisborne. And it was sort of, women then found by sitting in a forum like this, they were sharing ideas, and everybody was listening. And let me tell you a little story. When my very first conference, my mentor within the League in Waiariki was my aunt, Tai Green, who was a daughter of Apirana Ngata. And she said, "You're ready, dear, you'll be coming to conference." Yes, all right, I'm going to conference. At that time, I had been doing some social work, and she said, "You will get up and talk about what you were telling me that Pākehā doctor was telling you." Because of my position in the community, I was also working with a Dr. Margaret Sparrow, who is up in Auckland, and she had shared with me her concern of young Māori women having abortions in Auckland and not telling their partners and not telling their mothers. And she was worried about the future generation of Māori babies, because a lot of our girls had gone to try and find better lives in the city. And so she said, you'll stand up and talk about these abortions. And I was challenged severely for bringing such a topic to the floor of our sacred conference. So I sat down and my aunt said, it's all right, that lady is actually, it's all right, you're a niece of hers, because she was from Ngāti Porou. So at morning tea we went around and we educated her on what abortion was. And she did. She stood on the floor after the conference and said, we need to listen to what the young are saying. Well, look, I was young then. But I'm just saying that that's what the League had in favour of it in those early days. We could bring these topics up. It was the same with gay people. We were able to bring it onto the floor and have everybody discuss it. I know some organisations are still talking about it and haven't made a decision whether they like it or not. Oh, come on, 20, 30 years later. Anyway, but that for me, Madam, was what it showed me women could do. They were politicised rather than...
Yeah. So I guess one of my key questions that I'm going to be asking over and over, if Māori women are standing up for all these concerns and issues, who stands up for Māori women?
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Who stands up? Who protects the women? Who supports the women?
Women. Women. We have women's organisations that... we have women's organisations that... I used to do a lot of work with the Women's Refuge in Rotorua and around the country. And to my horror, when I was in Auckland, I was part of setting up Shakti, which is, a women's refuge for Asian women. And I was absolutely horrified at how lonely these women were on their own. They didn't know the language. We couldn't find another Korean speaking, Vietnamese speaking. And the things that were happening in their homes, I hadn't come across. And I'd been in violence, I'd seen violence all over the place. But the difference was, I could always go to that uncle and say, your tama, blah, blah, blah. You could always go to someone in the family and talk about what was happening. But these women were migrants. And some of them were asked to be prostitutes so their husbands could gamble. I'd never heard that before. And so who looked after the women? We did. We looked after the women. And as a bonus, I got a first-class seat all the way to America because these women were working in the airline. One of them that we had helped set up. I'm just saying, you learn to share with women all over the world.
Sorry. So it comes back to the question that was asked about where are the men? If the women are looking after the women, where are the men who are looking after the women? Are they present in the story of the League? Are they present in the work that women are doing?
Well, I'm told that when they set the League up, the men sat all around like we saw today, the men gave the women the opportunity to talk. They gave the women the opportunity to set the League up, and they were around in support. Maybe we have to remember to do that. The League tries to honour the husbands of many members by making them honorary members. That is, they can come in and I think men are best to answer that question for themselves. But I think that if you're in a whānau where the partnership is shared, I think that that's something you look after each other in a way, because you've all got children to look after together. I think if I'm very, can I just cross over to the Anglicans again? I see that they've set up a kahui tāne, and they're having walks and breakfasts, and so no, I think we're fine. I think we just have to make sure that we work together from time to time.
Kia ora kōka.
Kia ora.
A few years ago, in the Māori Land Court, I had a case in Gisborne which involved a large farming trust. I won't say the name of it.
Right.
And it was all about appointment of trustees for this trust. And there'd been a meeting and a lot of proxies were involved. And it seemed to me, from hearing the evidence, that the existing trusteeship was trying to organise themselves and the members to perpetuate the existing trusteeship, which was by and large a male group.
Oh.
And the chap who was entrusted with a large amount of these proxies had gone to this meeting. And he'd been so persuaded by the kōrero from two women candidates who were really talking about different ways of farming, different farming practices, the environment and ways of caring for the land differently. He was so persuaded that he voted all those proxies to these women, and they ended up being appointed to the trust, and I was being asked as to whether or not this was, going to hold water, and I decided he had the right to, he didn't have any writing instructions, and he could put those proxies any way he liked, and it was all fine as far as I was concerned. And that went through an appeal, and that was all fine. But I guess my question out of my observation of that situation is whether it is your experience that women by and large are taking on that role in relation to te taio, to the environment, and looking to do things differently with land and with farming assets. I just asked that question given the experience that you have related to us concerning the large farming trusts that your whānau are involved with. Have you observed anything of that?
I suppose I can say that I think we've always been aware of the environment. I don't think women any more than men have been less, aware of the environment, because if you're looking after the land, you have to know what's on your land. You have to know what it's doing. You have to know how much the sea is coming in. You have to. So I think the environment has certainly been something that we've always looked after, whether you're male or female. I can only really talk about our incorporation, because it is an incorporation, not a trust, where we have a revolving, and in order to have succession, you have revolving trustees, so they only serve a term and then they have to apply again, or they can stand down. Whereas a trust, like our marae trustees on the marae committee, is different, because we have a revolving trusteeship there, so they only hold the position for 2 years, then they can be. But I think that what I'm aware of at the moment is that we were aware of how much the sea was just under the ground for us in Whangarā, and I hear the young ones on the committee now very aware of the hill at the back and restoring the mara behind the church so the village can go and help themselves. Having a village mara has become quite a thing, and it really is, it's made the school down the road, which used to be two teacher, they've just got 9 new classrooms, so something's happening in Whangarā. And they went across to the farm and asked the farm manager if they could come over and help restore the wetlands that are just there. So I think that by having those kinds of talks too, everybody's a bit aware of the environment. The only thing we're really concerned about is the water, and sometimes even city councils don't get it right in that they will say, what do you get for the water? The water rights for such and such a river can be applied. And it was sort of about Christmas, so a lot of people missed it. And one particular farmer has now got water rights of the Pākarai River. Now, his name is not Pākarai, his tribe is not Pākarai, so how do they do that? That's for us to legally challenge, or hopefully not legally because it's costly. And we don't really have that sort of money, but we need to ask those sort of questions. So I think we're all very aware of the environment in today's world. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, koe nā kua no te rai raru ana ki te mihi nene.
Oh, tēnei.
He hoki ngā mahara o kupu. As you were talking, I was overwhelmed with memories of kuia back home, Ivy Papakura, Katharangi, and recently we've lost Tuti Wetere and Mateka. And the thing that came through strongly in your kōrero is the way in which all of those kuia were in touch with reality, lived reality of what was happening on the ground, and so strongly in touch that many of the initiatives and the strategies were directed very clearly to where the root of the problem was.
Yeah.
And I had to laugh, I had to chuckle with your talk about the kitchen and the whole thing with the dishwashers and the like, and that we go through a similar thing, but the challenge is usually that when you put a dishwasher in, you lose that sense of everyone around washing dishes and talking and chatting.
Yes.
And that's what they argue.
Yes.
That's what they argue about,
that's
the
what
dishwashers. And I see the connection from what I know of the work that's done in Taranaki. So much of that early work was done with fundraising. And within the fundraising was so much activity and whakawhanaunga. And I just really wanted to ask your thoughts around that. When you fundraise and when you gather a body of pūtea, and you're in full control of it, there are no strings attached. You've fundraised, you are fully in control. It's quite different to when you go and apply for money, and there are criteria and all of these other pressures that are on you, writing reports and the like. How do you see that has changed, or is that good? Or bad? What's the situation?
I'm hoping the new committee will know more about that than I ever did. I mean, I never even built a dog kennel. And if it hadn't been for Brian Corbyn, I probably would never have got another penny, because while I had been the president, I certainly learnt that this is where you could get pūtea from and apply. But what he also did was he took the stress of that away by introducing me to the funding board, who then said, oh, well, seeing as that you don't have a bookkeeper there, because there was nobody at home that could handle the books. And I wasn't at home, I was still living in Rotorua. So I went home and I said, well, this is my problem. I've got all this pūtea together from the people, from you. I don't know what to do with it. And Brian said to me, I will give you a CEO and I will give you a project manager. So the report writing went straight out of my hands, and I could sit on the tribunal happily without worrying about this. And then they also said, if you send the bills to us, we'll pay them, and can we claim the GST from the funders? I said, of course. I don't need it, I just need to get the roof back on the wharenui. I just need people to be able to go back to the marae. So that was kind of how it happened. So I would say sometimes we have to work across the board. And I think sometimes some people get sent to help you. And that's what happened to me. So I never had to. And I remember asking them, do you want a brick rack in the kitchen? Because I'd heard from Southern Hospitality. They had these brick racks were the greatest thing, so I had a lesson in that. And the marae was saying to me, what are you going to do with it? What's this thing now? It's bad enough that I put in the ovens that were coming, but this brick rack, what's that? Well, you have to show them what it is. And I got the man to come up from there because I don't cook. Do you know what I mean? There's lots of useful people in this world, not me. So he came and he showed them how to make a stew and how to make spaghetti bolognese, all in the rick-rack, and then you just tip it forward, put it in your bowl, serve it out to the... It made the life at the marae 2 and 3 women only, and 2 men, if at the most. But the rest could go out and join the mihi-mihis and learn to do, because we were getting short on the pai. There's nobody on the pai, and we keep losing them. So I don't know, I hope it's helpful, but I didn't care that they weren't going to be able to argue over the kitchen sink, because they argued down the road anyway, because they all live in the same village. But it was like, move into the new generation, because we've got a lot more to do than do the dishes. We've got to take our kids and give them a role too. So we have the fascist ablution block on the coast. Nobody's disputing. But you know, we've really finished restoring whangara, so it is really first class. We can afford to charge now to come and use it. But no, I would say keep going and try to get a committee. Don't look after money by yourself. It's too hard. Ai, mōhio koe. My mokopuna, of course, from Taranaki. Ko hem, ko.
Tēnā koe kōka. Pai ki te noho tahi a koe i tēnei rā. When Council for Miss Evans opened this morning, she made a particular comment that this inquiry isn't about pitting one against the other or not being a competition to see who's been the most hard done by. And I just really wanted to thank you for the stories you've told us today that have you know, really brought that to life. The story of Shakti, where, you know, lending a hand to help others actually didn't take anything away from you, and you know, the way the farms brought the neighbours in, that helping them to success didn't take anything away from the farm. So I just wanted to thank you for really bringing that that concept that council opened with to real life in your kōrero today. I also just wanted to ask just something that you said about the League and about the impact that past presidents had, and that politicians came knocking on the door looking for advice up until 1987. What happened? What happened in 1987 that changed?
I think the government changed. Mm-hmm. I think the government wanted to look at itself rather than look at the people. And for me, that change has not been good for us. And even now, my wish is that the government would soon learn they can't do everything. They need us. Mm. And if they would turn around and look at the people and say, you can do this and you can do that, and we'll govern, or make new governing laws and get on with the job, you wouldn't be caught out by not producing as many houses and not producing employment. But for me, it was the change in the government. But I found, for me as the president from 93 to 96, there wasn't a minister's door I couldn't knock on. So that was the change. I went to Parliament quite often and knocked on any door that I wanted to know things. At that time, for me, the excitement was that parents as first teachers came into being. And the only person I knew that knew something about whānau, you know, this is my little knowledge, was me and Donna Awatere. And I said to Donna, I need you. And she goes, what? I don't want to join the League or something like that. She said, I'm not asking you to join the League, I just need you. And we wrote 12 modules for Māori women to be able to do some work in the complaints that were coming, you know, were coming forward as remits. And one of the remits was from one of the nannies who said, my mokopuna came home and I don't know what was wrong with him. He sat on the heater and didn't know he was burning. Well, that was the beginning of drugs. And I said, we have to do something about this. We have to now ask our parents, and we're spread across 8 regions in this country. Surely we can make these parents do something about that in their own communities and in the way they wanted to do it. So bless her socks, Donna wrote 12 modules or 18 modules. It was about 18 months and she wrote 12 modules, you know, which the government plagiarised and we'd disappeared into the air somewhere. And my term ended, so the program ended, and if the next president doesn't want to do it, well, that's their business because it's their turn. But that's kind of what happened. But we really thought that whānau was about what we were about, and our women already knew what it was like to be a mother and a grandmother. They knew what it was like to work in a group, and so we saw ourselves as the sitting ducks to be parents as first teachers. I know children are paramount, but for goodness sake, they're useless without parents. You can't just have children. Or if I'd known my mokapunas were going to be so good, I mightn't have had the parents. No, just don't listen to me. But I'm just saying that was what we saw the League doing. And the government was quite excited about it, and the then minister told me I could turn it into anything I wanted to, so that's what we tried to do, and we were allowed to. But, you know, if that's not what they want to continue to do, it doesn't happen. So I was saying, yeah, we knew.
Kia ora, tēnā koe.
Thank you, Kim. Have you come to sing for me?
Tēnā koe, Dame Marita. Thank you for your evidence and your kōrero to us this afternoon. I think that's been illuminating to us to get your perspective on those events of the, you know, the 1990s, but also the other experience you've related to us. So, tēnā koe.
Kia ora. Thank you. Okay.
Te
Oh, of course.
aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e tātou e anoa. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e tātou e. Whoops.
Isn't that nice? Thank you.
Kia ora koutou anō. Just in advance of calling our next witness, I did notice, and she may have departed, but Minister Mahuta joined us briefly. I just wanted to pakumihi ki aia. No te mea, Y318 is about the lack of representation and the Māori woman's voice within decision making. And so just to acknowledge those that enter into those difficult roles, and she represents that Wahine Māori voice, not only domestically but also internationally now in her role as Minister of Foreign Affairs. So just pakumihi ki aia mō tērā. So I'd now like to introduce Tania Rangiheua. We did file a brief of evidence for her. That is document number A21, and that's filed on behalf of Y2260. So I'd like to invite Mrs. Rangiheua to speak to her evidence. Kia ora.
He mihi nui tēnei ki a koutou katoa ko hui mai nei i tēnei wā i runga i te kaupapa nunui, he kaupapa miha rau atu. Nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā anō tātou katoa. My name is Tania Rangiheua. I'm from Rotorua. I was brought up in Rotorua, but I'm very strongly affiliated to my other whānau in Te Teko, spent a lot of time growing up there with my kuia and my koro. So I'm Ngāti Awa as well. I'm also Ngāti Raukawa ki te Tonga, and I'm from Ngāti Manu. So I'm really happy to be here to speak in the north because I descend from Pūmari II. My kuia, Te Rangi Nānanga, is from Ngāti Manu, and she came up from Ngāti Raukawa. So I'm very happy to be here and to speak. My marae here is Karetu. Okay, I'm a principal at Wātea School, been involved in teaching for some years. I sit on the council at Awanuiarangi, and I've researched on Māori issues for over 30 years and written quite a lot bit about Māori women. So I'm very happy again to be here to talk to you about some of my observations and some of the, covering some of the work that I've done. I'm here to support the Y2260, the claimant's view that Māori women have been systematically discriminated against by the Crown. Their resulting disaffected status has led to poor and, in some instances, devastating outcomes for them. We were asked to prepare briefs to discuss the early contact period from 1800 primarily up until the signing of the treaty. So quite a bit of my kōrero focuses on that period. The status of Māori women during the early part of the 19th century and the subsequent diminution of their mana is of concern here, particularly the process and the means through which that lessening has occurred and continues to occur, by the way. There are three parts to my evidence. The first part is a brief discussion of the concept of mana wahine. Now, I've been fortunate enough to be able to read a bit about different commentators' views, different scholarly views on mana wahine and the concept of mana. And so I've quoted that in my brief. I'm also going to talk about a woman who particularly stands out and exemplifies what, in my view, exemplifies every possible meaning of mana wahine. This is Rangi Topiora, and her picture's there. I brought her picture along for me to be able to stand next to her so you can see Rangi Topiora. She's wearing 4 huia feathers. Now, for anyone who wears a huia feather, that's a sign of mana. For someone who's wearing 4 feathers, great mana. And what I found out is that those feathers are still held by the whānau of this woman here. So the pōmare, Maui Pōmare's whānau holds those huia feathers. And who knows, in the course of these hearings, we might be fortunate to see those feathers. I will ask. Yeah. She also, you'll see, wears a kaitaka. It is finely woven, and she wears many taonga. So you can see immediately this is a woman of great status, great mana, and her story is worth the telling. Okay. It's important, her story, because it provides a lens through which we can understand or begin to understand how Māori women exercise leadership. The breadth of her mana, how she expressed it, and the acknowledgement of her status by others is given voice through the telling of this fascinating story. I grew up knowing about Rangi Topiora. I heard many of my kuia talking about her, and so when it came time to write this, I was really, really proud to be able to do so. So I've written her story in first person, as if she's telling it, so that you can make a connection, you can imagine what this woman must have been like and what she did during her lifetime, which was, She lived through the most traumatic period of this country's history, in my view. Those were years of horror, particularly for Māori. So I'm going to talk about that. The historical context within which Te Rangi Topiora lived was the most chaotic for Māori and for foreigners who came to New Zealand. According to Ian Poole, well-known statistician, demographer, the impact of European expansion on the Māori population during the 3 decades preceding the signing of the treaty was devastating. Once European contact was established, it would take another 3 generations for the Māori population to recover and reach its natural levels of increase. A full discussion on the changes to the Māori population is outside the scope of this brief, but I think it was worth noting that Māori was subjected during that time to horrific things. For example, introduced diseases, influenza, in 1790 onwards, dysentery, 1800 onwards, measles, 1810 onwards, whooping cough, 1820, as well as the stresses of land sales, musket wars, and the heightened competition for natural resources, which had been accelerated by the sealers, the whalers, the traders. So, you know, all in all, it was not a great time to be living and be Māori. I want to stress it, the pointers must be stressed that this was tough. And this is a period when, as Ripeka has referred, our founding mothers were trying to live and provide leadership. The whole of the 19th century was politically and socially turbulent, but the years from 1800 up to the signing of the treaty in 1840 were particularly violent for Māori. The usurpation of Māori control over themselves and their land by colonial officials was a wholesale act of aggression. The British wanted sovereignty over the whole country on their terms, whereas Māori thought that they were ceding a loose suzerainty. So it's against this backdrop that the discussion of mana is presented here by me. So the concept of mana, simply defined, mana is the prestige of women, but a more comprehensive explanation reveals a complex term, a term which is complicated, it's dynamic. Mana denotes many things, such as a power and authority which is endowed by a higher order, from the spiritual gods to natural beings, which, as Hugh Kāwharu explains, enables them to, excuse me for quoting a Māori male, but you know, some of our men were worth quoting, so I quote Kāwharu. So, which, as Kāwharu explains, enables them to achieve their potential, to excel and, where appropriate, to lead. Mana is also expressed as a social contract between the leaders and the tribe. Now, I want to later on talk about, I'll give my view about this phrase which he says, it enables them to achieve their potential, because I think, given all of these things that were happening in the early part of the colonial period, has effectively weakened Māori women's view, power to have, or weakened their potentiality, weakened our potential. And I think that is a serious thing. There are others like my uncle Hirani Mead who talk about mana being influenced by certain values and principles. And I've quoted his work because he describes mana as using the metaphor of a child at their mother's suckling at their mother's breast. He says a child can also inherit inherit mana based on the deeds, the social standing or the regard that others have of their parents. And an individual's achievements can enhance not only their personal mana, but the mana of the collective. That is their whānau, their hapu, their iwi. The enhancements of one's mana is described by Te Rangi Kāheke as pūmanawa. And Mead points out the term āhua can also be used to refer to the character or the form or the makeup of a person. I like the term that Hirini Mead, Professor Mead, coins, which is kaiho waiu, which metaphorically describes this birthright of every child that is gained from their mother's breast milk. Every child is born with their own natural attributes that are inherited from their parents. Every child is born with mana. Mana is intrinsic from the moment we are born, maybe even before we are born. So the status of Māori women in pre-European society was bound up in tribal and hapu laws and protocols. Women were regarded as noa or tapu in some instances, not all the time, and certain practices were observed to maintain that status. And I give an example of a prepubescent girl sanctifying a wharenui. But I think there's one other example that I can give here, which I think is pertinent, and that's given by one of my whanaunga, Te Wāri Kākik from Ngāti Raukawa. And he tells the story of the women of Ngāti Toa and Ngāti Raukawa. And he talks about the mana that women were able to after war, they used to bring in their captives, particularly if they were chiefs, and they were made to walk between the legs of women. And that was to confirm that, and I'm going off script here, Natalie, but that was to ensure that the mana of that person, that captive, would always be at the behest, if that's the right word, of that woman and the people. So women had great mana; they could do these things. Women with high levels of mana have special attributes which are recognised by others, and the complexity of mana wahine therefore can be expressed in many ways. So now I want to turn to the story of Rangi Topiora. Here she is. She was born about 1800. She lived during that whole period. She's thought to have died sometime between 1867 and 1874. So you can imagine what she must have seen during her lifetime. And so to tell her story, I thought I might, as I said, write her story in first person. All of the events that is in her story that I'm telling are factual and can be evidenced. They've been evidenced, so by her own tribe, particularly. Here's her story. I've been standing here since early morning. It's a winter's day and my feet are cold. I've been sent here by my mother to count the ships that pass southwards. I let her know when I see one. None of the people on the sailing ships have landed at Kāwhia, but we are very aware of their presence. They come for our tohora, they come for our kekeno and rākau. I'm wearing a flax cape that my mother taught me to weave, but there are too many gaps, uneven gaps between the cords, so I have to keep adjusting them to keep warm. My mother says that I must stand as still as I can so that I look like a bush from afar. It's hard for me to stand here by myself. After all, I'm only 7 years old. My mother says that mine is a big responsibility and that she's training me to look after myself and my tribe. I don't know why pretending to be a bush is looking after the tribe, but my mother is a wise woman and she knows her business. I did not understand that she was training me in intelligence gathering. My name is Rangitopiora. I was born sometime around 1800. I live on the southern banks of Kawhia Harbour amongst my tribe, Ngāti Toa. My hapu are Ngāti Kimihia and Ngāti Maunu. My mother Waitohi is an influential leader of our tribe. Lots of people respect her, especially her brothers Nohorua and Te Rauparaha, who are brave warriors. For as long as I can remember, we have been embroiled in warfare and are constantly on the move. Life is very hard, as we have to keep shifting from one past site to another in order to strengthen our numbers. The Waikato tribes are forever waging war against us, and conversely, we with them for a range of reasons. Everyone is caught up in the skirmishes and battles, and even when we win, there is always a toll to bear by the whole tribe. My mother takes a lead in organising the women during times of conflict. When the men are away fighting, the women, children and elderly are left to protect the pa from invaders. Many women, like my mother, take part in the fighting. My experience of pretending to be a bush came into good use when a Ngāti Maniapoto raiding party attempted to take over our pa site. My uncle Te Rauparaha, in anticipation of their bid, returned from fighting and directed the women to group bushes in a large circle, to cover them with capes and light a large fire in the centre. At night, it looked like the pa was full of people, with a large contingent of warriors gathered around the fire. The illusion tricked the invaders and they left. We survived. In 1818, Te Rauparaha was given his first musket when he was with Ngāti Maru in the Hauraki. From that moment, our lives changed considerably. My uncle travelled everywhere to get muskets so he could destroy our enemies and acquire land and supporters. He became known as the Napoleon of the South. Such was his prowess as a warrior and leader. I later became known as the Queen of the South, but that is another story. For the next 10 years, the conflicts between Ngāti Maniapoto, Tainui and Te Atiawa intensified. In about 1820, a huge ope taua from Waikato came to Kawhia. They arrived in 7 war canoes. When they reached our pa site, o Haua o Te Rangi, my mother recognised some of her Ngāti Tiata relations in the war party. She appealed to them not to war with us. My sisters had recently been killed by a raiding party from Ngāti Pou, and some of them were now invading us now. They finally relented and left us alone. My mother had saved us from certain death. Such was the depth of respect for Waitohi, my mother, and her mana. I was very young when I composed Waiata Tangi for my sisters, and Waiata Kangakanga for their killers. Singing was comforting, and I continued to compose throughout my life. I was only 18 when I was married off to Rautonu from Te Arawa. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, Te Atiawa. Misread that. Our marriage was arranged to bring peace between our tribes. During that time, Ngāti Toa was on its hekinga. They were travelling south to find a permanent place for us to live. Those of you who know this history would know that Ngāti Toa had decided that they wanted some peace in their lives and they moved. All of my life I have followed my parents and uncles across the country, fought with them against our enemies and supported them to secure safe places for our people to settle. After Te Ratu Tonu, 4 years later in 1822, I married Rangi Kāpiki from Te Arawa, and I had my son, Mātene Te Whiwhi. Some of you will know Mātene Te Whiwhi was the kingmaker. I married Rangi Kāpiki from Te Arawa and had my son, Mātene Te Whiwhi, who later signed Te Tiriti o Waitangi with me. Ngāti Toa had strong links to Te Arawa, and they were put to the test many times during the musket wars from 1820 to 1830s. I also married Wehe o Te Rangi from Te Arawa. My fourth husband, Hauturu, had an affair with a slave girl when we lived on Kapiti Island, and she died on my order. My people finally settled in Horowhenua, although we also held mana whenua over the Wellington and Upper South Island areas. Those lands were acquired through conquest during an 18-year period led by my uncle and my brother, Te Rangi Haiata. When Ngāti Raukawa finally agreed to settle alongside Ngāti Toa in Horowhenua, it was at my mother's request and invitation that they agreed to do so. My mother set aside a large area of land for Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Toa, and those tribal boundaries are still in place and acknowledged to this day. Intelligence from the north was communicated to us by Te Raupara, who travelled widely to gain political alliances and resources. News, I think one of the tribunal members had asked why were Māori communities receptive to Pākehā coming to live amongst them? And they certainly were, because, and sometimes they were, because it meant that they had access to certain resources and intelligence. News had arrived about the Declaration of Independence that some Māori in the north were organising. We also knew about the trading business amongst the settlers and Māori in Auckland. We now had Pākehā traders and missionaries living amongst us, and the warning that more were yet to come was clearly felt. By that time, I'd seen too much warring. My uncle's children had been murdered by the Muopoko, and I fought in retaliation against them. I supported my brother, Te Rangi Haiata, against Pākehā settlers who tried to take our lands on the Waido Plains, and the Crown who tried to deny our rights to land in the Hutt Valley. My son's wife was killed at Waido, and my son retaliated by killing some of the settlers. I signed the treaty because I wanted the British to uphold their guarantees, particularly in Article 2 of Te Tiriti. I was in my early 40s when I signed the Te Tiriti. My mother had died the year before, and I had taken her leadership role. I was the only woman to sign when the CMS missionary, Henry Williams, came to Kapiti. Te Raupara, his son, Tamihana Te Rauparaha, my son, Mātene Te Whiwhi, and I were the only ones to sign at Kapiti. At the signing, my uncle gestured me forward to move forward after I had been stopped by an official. Like my uncle, I believe that Te Tiriti would guarantee our possession of our lands that we had won through conquest and settlement through ahika. Soon after, it was obvious that the British were not true to their words. I expressed my anger to those Māori who invited Pākehā into their communities. My uncle Nohorua, who's the older brother of Te Rauparaha, was the chief of Ngāti Toa. He signed the Te Tiriti. He insisted that his son-in-law, Joseph Toms, sign as well, so that if Pākehā breached the treaty in any way, his descendants would also blame him. Joseph Toms was a whaler, and he married my cousin, Te Ua Wainoke. It was the immense status of Nohorua that allowed Toms to sign the Harold Bunbury copy of the treaty in Cloudy Bay. So, as I understand, it would be the only one, I think, or maybe there might have been others, to have signed, for a Pākehā to sign the Māori pages of the treaty. I later allowed a whaler to establish a whaling station on Kapiti, and that caused my uncle to be very unhappy with me, and he stopped talking to me. I have lived through the whole enfranchisement of Māori males, the enfranchisement of Māori males in 1852, the 1860s land wars, and the establishment of the Native Land Court in 1865. I saw the most incredible changes to my people's lives. I converted to Christianity in 1847, and I took on the name Wikitoria, so some people call me the Queen of the South. I just wanted peace for my people after too many years of horror. Rangi Topiora, as I said, died sometime between 1865 and 1873. I just want to make a point about her adopting Christianity, becoming a Christian and being baptised. I've been asked, why did Māori, some of those really staunch Māori leaders, convert to Christianity? But if, you know, and you can understand after so much time, they just wanted some peace. The other thing is that the message, the Christian message, was being delivered to them with words that resonated with Māori, like compassion, like trust. Some of those Christian values and Christian terms resonated with Māori, and so I can imagine that becoming a Christian wasn't such a big step for some of them. Certainly not for Rangi Topiora. She, interestingly, she converted to Christianity sometime in 1847, 7 years after she signed the treaty. And then she was still raging at the marae against the Pākehā who were taking lands in the Horowhenua. She stood on the marae to speak publicly about issues she felt strongly about. She was passionate, she was compassionate, she was a composer. She composed waiata kohu, waiata kai ora ora, cursing songs, and she sang them on significant occasions. She also, the women in her oh, thank you. She also the women in her tribe also practiced the custom of whakanoa to remove the tapu from the warriors after battle. Excuse me. Okay. And when their captives were made, the chiefs were made to walk between the legs of the women, that was to signify their rebirth into the tribe of those who had captured them. And their mana was constrained. Okay, so Rangi Topiora's story is one of remarkable leadership that was inherited and exercised during the formative period of our nation's development. During that time, Māori women were leaders, they were warriors, mothers, wives, decision makers, they were spokespersons, advocates, composers, strategists, intellects. They were also the machinery that kept the tribes going. Without them, I think at this point is, during all of this time, Māori were losing land. And so, it became very, very difficult, and their lives were very marginalised by the loss of those lands. And I note that there were some who were agreeable to selling lands, but a lot of it was confiscated, and it was confiscated quickly, soon after the signing of the treaty. Rebecca talked about the 13 women who have been identified as having signed the treaty on behalf of their iwi. Although it's difficult to decipher the signatures, even if you could decipher the signatures, some of them are of their moko, and some of them are pictures like Rere's, and it's thought that her tohu on the treaty was her whenua. So they're drawing their whenua. Okay. The roles of Māori women, however, were quickly marginalised by European laws and norms. And once colonial contact and settlement took hold and flourished, it became even more difficult. I also hasten to add that contact with Europeans was not always mutually beneficial. Māori women who married Europeans, and as in the case of Te Uawai Noke, provided their husbands with access to the culture and the communities of Māori, but perhaps more importantly, the protection of their tribe. If that woman happened to be a chief's daughter, then their lives would be protected even more so by the whole tribe. Under English law, a marriage had to be solemnised by a Christian minister to be legally recognised. Most early Māori Pākehā marriages were conducted according to Māori customs, the presence of a minister not always being made available. Children of such marriages like those of Te Uawai Noke had no legal claim to land that she had brought to the marriage, as her interest became the sole property of her husband on marriage. The extent of the divestment of Māori land through marriage to Europeans is not known. However, it would have had a long-lasting impact on the descendants of the couple if they, as natural inheritors, did not receive a rightful share of the mother's land, as was in the case of Nohorua's grandsons. So what happened with Nohorua's grandsons on the death of Te Uawai Noke, the husband married a Pākehā, and all the land that he had enjoyed during his marriage to his Māori wife were retained by him, and later was succeeded to by the children of that Pākehā marriage and the Māori children. And in the Spain investigations, Nohorua fought to get some of that land back, but his appeal was unsuccessful. So we lost land that way. I just want to talk just very briefly about the tensions between the private and public spheres. Most of you, we all know that the English view that a woman's place is in the home, and it was the prevailing view during the 19th century. Pākehā women were permitted under the largesse of their husbands to participate in church and religious activities, and that was perhaps the limit of their activities in the public sphere. Unlike Māori women, we were in the public sphere. I mean, we were in the public domain. We had our public domain. So that was a contradiction for Māori women. On the other hand, too, the husband's roles were extended into the public sphere, and as a consequence, the founding of our nation was mediated and sanctioned by Pākehā male priorities and sensibilities. Women's views were completely discounted. James Belich describes the dual systems of Pākehā and Māori in post-contact period as being separate in most respects. Some Māori communities continued in much the same way as they did prior to European contact. Look at my relations in Tūhoe, they had very little contact with Pākehās in that early period, whereas in the north, it was intense. The settler government lacked the means to fully assimilate Māori into Pākehā society, so Māori were more or less left to their own devices. This explains in part why Waitohi and Rangitopi Ora were able to continue to exert influence in their respective leadership roles over their people. As the assimilation process advanced, leaders of the old Māori Guard had to look for alliances with settler officials to secure their interests. That is what Te Rauparaha did. He went overseas. Many others did the same. Land was alienated at a rapid pace. The fracturing of Māori society was more apparent now that the settler population was almost equal to that of Māori. In 1840, Māori outnumbered Pākehā 40-1, but that had more or less equalised within a decade. Male franchise. I think it's worth pointing that out, that although the 1852 New Zealand Constitution Act was race blind, it certainly was not gender blind. Māori men who could satisfy the property criteria, that is, that they held land and individual title, could vote. But there was no provision allowed for Māori women. Māori women lost their land rights. Given that almost all Māori land was held in common, very few Māori men, in fact, met that property criteria. There were some who did, and it is estimated that about 100 Māori men voted in 1853. Nonetheless, Māori males were granted franchise rights some 40 years before Māori women. And of course, all women, Pākehā and Māori, got the right to vote in 1893. I raise this point not to set up contests between Māori males and Māori men, but it must be noted that we were owners in our own right over our lands, owners in a Māori sense, not in a Pākehā sense. Land was shared communally, not equally, but communally, and we lost that right. The decades of despair. There were many. The 1860s land wars brought to a head the avarice of settlers for Māori land and the subsequent land confiscations that had a devastating impact on Māori, particularly those tribes who had fought against the Crown. You were penalised, like my Ngāti people. They were penalised for raising up arms and fighting against the Crown. The introduction of the Native Land Court in 1865 simply accelerated the extent of land alienations and did little to protect the land interests of Māori women. Ian Poole described the period 1840 to 1901 as the decades of despair, and David Williams referred to the Native Land Court as the engine of destruction. These two descriptions gloomily sum up the context and the principal colonising mechanism which irreversibly altered the status of Māori. And as the saying goes, kāre he whenua, kāre he mana. Without land, I have no mana. To conclude, it would be easy to romanticise the status of Māori women in that golden pre-contact era by the considerable deeds of exceptional women like Waitohi and Rangitopi Ora. Traditional Māori society was hierarchical, with power and knowledge unevenly distributed in favour of the higher-ranking classes. Most women did not possess the leadership skills or the roles that these women held. Nonetheless, individually and collectively, Māori women had mana that enabled them to participate well in their tribes. Finally, there's a move towards developing ahistorical analyses that go beyond the constraints of the dichotomies of public versus private spheres, male versus female, Māori versus Pākehā, and instead focus on the tensions that Māori women encounter when staking their claim within the public domain. That is my That is my argument, I think, a principal argument, that we must look to those tensions, the nature of those tensions, not be caught up in those dichotomies that only take us so far in terms of reaching a solution that is agreeable to and suitable for us as Māori women. Māori women and men do not belong only to one sphere, and any attempt to measure the status of Māori women would necessarily involve an analysis of their experiences across multiple spheres and through a cultural lens that is appropriately informed by hapu or iwi law and tikanga. We cannot begin to understand the complexity and dynamics of mana wahine unless we do that, in my view. I think this discussion hopefully throws into relief some of the issues that impacted on the status of Māori women during that early contact period, that it might contribute to the narrative that's been developed during the course of these hearings. I just want to add, if I may, that that when we read the so-called histories, official histories of this country, and I think it's interesting that the word history is made up by two parts, his and story. And it's my observation of having read many academic research studies on Māori, the colonial history of our country, that the story of Māori women is either skirted around or completely omitted. So, it begs the question, why is that? Well, we know that we're not the narrators, and our stories aren't being told. So, in my view, this is a good thing that we're able to be here to tell our stories, to make those stories. And I agree with Ripeka saying that this must be a viable outcome of these hearings, that we tell our stories and we create our own stories. And I just wanted to make an observation about the inception of Te Ohu Whakatapu, and you raised the question, well, about perhaps the tensions between Pākehā feminists and Māori women's aspirations during that time. It would be fair to say that the feminist agenda in this country has been driven by non-Māori women's views, generally speaking. I know that some Māori women were very active in the feminist movement particularly around the 1970s up to the 1990s. But if you read a lot of historical texts, published texts, they're not our stories, and they don't tell about our struggle, even though in my view, the feminist agenda didn't go far enough to engage in the questions around racism. Questions around racism never properly, fully addressed by the feminist agenda. And I think that needs to be discussed more perhaps in this forum. I also just want to say that I'm fortunate to be able to write about Rangitopi Ora and acknowledge that some other descendants of hers, will be telling their stories in later hearings of this, of these claims. I'm related to Rangitopi Ora through marriage. My tipuna, Te Ako, was the second wife of Te Rauparaha. Te Ako was from Tuhaurangi. She was from our hapu. My tipuna, Te Whatanui, of whom I'm a direct descendant, was related through kinship to Waitohi, Rangitopi Ora's mother. And my own children are direct descendants of Nohorua. So I'm pleased to be able to have that opportunity to tell her story again. Okay.
Tēnā koe, Tanya. Thank you for your kōrero. Especially about Te Rangi Topi Ora. I kind of hesitate to ask this question because I've read kōrero about her and I kind of bristled on her behalf. But you've invited us not to get bound by the constraints of dichotomies. Now, I've read a story by a Pākehā observer where she's speaking passionately on the marae on behalf of Te Rangi Haiata. And a senior chief, who I won't name, basically said, "Sit down, girl, and shut up." And she must have been 40 at that time. Yeah. And I just wonder whether you have any comment to make about that incident.
Where was this?
It would have been during the Hut Wars, during the wars there. And now it may be, in fact, a Pākehā observer putting his slant on something that, in making a good story about it.
Could be.
So that would be one possibility. Another possibility that, I think we should maybe explore is that maybe the age wasn't quite as golden as we are hearing, and that there are patriarchal elements within Māori society that could surface from, given the opportunity. And I just wondered whether you had an opinion or whether that's new information and you'd rather not comment. That's fine. It's,
So, can you just tell me your question again? What are you asking me? You're asking me whether I think that the status of Māori woman wasn't as legitimate as...
No, I'm suggesting that maybe that there are elements of sexism within society, elements of patriarchy within Māori society that, will surface, and that it's not maybe totally a colonial construct.
Fair point. I agree. Yeah, I'm open to that. I don't know what your evidences are. I'm sure that is. Ours is not was not a matrilineal society, so therefore, I can imagine that women would have been sat down. Look at Topi Ora. She was pushed aside. I'm sure we could come up with a number of examples to show that there was sexism. I'm not saying that there wasn't. In fact, that golden pre-contact period is not my. I should have said that it's not my description.
No, you're questioning it. In fact, I think in your evidence here. So no, I'm not accusing that. I suppose my a little anxiety is that in trying to bring out the mana of women and these spectacular women that maybe we ignore sort of the other side, and whether that does service to this inquiry, I would question that.
No, I don't think that Māori are any different. The telling of Māori people's stories is any different. When you're looking back in history, it's always those standout people whose stories are told. And, the examples that we can probably find in many, many examples where sexism occurred in our society, no doubt about it. These people were living to survive. They were trying to survive in very difficult situations. And so some women were doing horrific things. I talked about Rangi Topi Ora condemning to death a woman who fraternised with her husband, had an affair with her husband. The point I was trying to make is that she actually could do that. she had the mana to do that, whether it was good or bad.
I suppose one of my, when I was reading some of the evidence that not only of you but of others who are going to be presenting, and I agree it's incredibly important to bring these people, these women, into the public knowledge. But I look at white feminist history, and we spent quite a bit of time bringing examples of women philosophers and women activists and artists whose names have been suppressed over the centuries. Yeah. And it's, even though those people are brought to light, it doesn't mean that the society, that those women had power, or, you know, that it was a situation of equality, even though they existed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we all like a good story in the end, you know. We all like heroines and heroes, and that's what we get. We don't tend to read about this, the mundane and the less exciting, I guess. But we all know that those, what might be perceived as mundane roles, are nonetheless important to keep the tribes intact and active and viable.
All right, well, thank you very much for your evidence and for your
Thank you.
answering my difficult questions. Thank you.
Te tuakana, tēnā koe. Thank you for your submission. It was really great. I enjoyed reading it for the... I guess I really appreciated the time you took to spell out the different dimensions of mana, and the way mana, I guess, worked in a dynamic context. And then I think what you demonstrated with the story is, in this most tumultuous time, this particular woman kind of exercised mana as a means to be resilient, to survive, to make decisions, to thrive, to engage, to participate. And I think it's an excellent example that points to the turbulence of the time, and what, in this case, one woman, but I'm sure many other women were having to survive in, basically to survive. And I'm not sure if, basically to pick up some of your questions, Robin, is whether that time in itself is the truest indication of the worldview that existed before a single Pākehā set their eyes on New Zealand. That there would have been it would still have been a time of change, it would have still have been dynamic, but there wasn't this outside force that was facilitating this inner destruction. So I think that story is really powerful. But what I want to do is just go back and have you track out what you think the different dimensions of mana that were exemplified by her. You mentioned some, like she had power over whenua, and then she had power over the life of someone who transgressed. Yeah. So I just think, can you kind of pull some of those other threads out?
I think to answer your question, Linda, I think you need to look at it. It'd be useful to look at it from two different perspectives. At a personal level, she had great mana. I think any woman, not just her, living during that time of horror, those years of horror, would have, as you said, had they would have been self-resilient. They were thinkers, You had to think quickly to survive. They were thoughtful. They were keepers of our culture, because we still know things about Rangi Topiora and through her songs, and we know about certain events that went on, because she was a great composer, and her waiata is still being sung to this day. She was a communicator. Having mana means that you can talk, and you're able to talk. She never gave up. You know, that's to do with her self-resilience, I think. So she had great personal qualities that exemplified mana in many respects. You can imagine losing her. She lost her sisters in war. She saw her son's children being murdered. She saw her uncle's children. She knew she was there when her uncle's children were murdered. These were people close to her. She still had the resilience to be thinking strongly about how the tribes would be protected. So at a personal level, I think she had great mana. Uncle Sid talks about how mana can wax and wane depending on different factors and principles. So it's sometimes when she could have made a bad decision, like ordering the death of a woman is not a great decision, but in her view it might have been. So she has, so I don't know, she might have lost some mana through that deed. So I think, I think she was able to think.
Māori, that deed was.
Pardon?
That's what you do. Maybe in a Te Māori mindset, what she did is perfectly valid.
Perfectly valid.
In fact, she should have done it. If you're thinking about a different worldview and a different mindset,
yep.
Her story shows that change that was occurring, I think, between someone thinking as a Māori.
I think that's an interesting point, because we're looking at it from a post-colonial position, thinking back and making some judgments about what she did, whether it was right or wrong, whether it was a good thing and not a bad thing, whatever, whether it was in the interest of her tribe. And I think you're right, because it may have been their tikanga.
So, a lot of food for thought in that example.
At a collective level, the tribe, the people around her work together, and so I think there are different attributes that the collective has in terms of demonstrating mana.
Yeah. And I think, as you said, there's mana that a person can have, but it's pointless if others don't recognise it. And it's also speaks to the mana of a person that their iwi remember and tell their story generations afterwards and bring that story into this forum. So thank you very much for that kōrero.
I just want to ask a question just relating to paragraph 6 of your brief, where you refer to the tensions that women encounter when staking their claim within the public domain.
Yep.
Are you referring there to historically or in a contemporary sense?
Well, the classic example of that has already been given today with Dame Mira. She was put up at that time during the treaty settlements process, the Fisheries Act. They had decided to establish the Electoral College, and of course the Māori Māori Women's Welfare League had a position on that Electoral College, and the Electoral College was expected to put up their people, their representatives, on the Fisheries Commission. And of course it was Dame Mira, and she was gazumped at the 11th hour, dare I say. So I think that's an example.
Right. Can you elaborate in a general sense about some of the other tensions that you see in this space as well that Māori women would be needing to balance?
We talked earlier, Dame Areta talked about the establishment of the Māori Women's Welfare League in 1951. There was an organisation that was set up that preceded the league, and that was the Women's Welfare Leagues, the Women's Health Leagues in Rotorua. Yeah, the Women's Health Leagues, 1930, when was that? 1937. So they've been going for some time. And they did great work. But, you know, when you're working in an area that is deprived of resources, when you're dealing with issues around survival, i.e. not having a lot of unwell people, you have to speak out. And that's what happened with the Māori Health Leagues. They became political. See, Nurse Ruby Cameron, who set up the health leagues, was charged with organising some of the Māori native nurses. Māori nurses, and my kuia was one of those nurses. And they did great work, but they did work in areas where Pākehā nurses didn't go. You know, it was thought that they'll send Māori nurses out to work with Māori people because they can work better. And I think those are some of the tensions of Māori working in the public sphere that they have to address. These women went out with very little resources, working in often quite rural areas and under very trying circumstances. But, you know, ultimately there is a time comes when you have to speak out and say, you know, and tell the government, this is not right. You need to help Māori people. Māori people are in need. And that's what they did. And of course, their penalty for doing so was that, with respect, Rangi Royal was a welfare league, a welfare officer in the Department of Māori Affairs at that time. And he was charged with coming up with another Māori organisation that wasn't too political. And that's how Māori Women's Welfare League came about in 1951. I should say, though, that the Women's Health League still exists today, despite not having the resources given to them, and despite being superseded to a degree by the Women's Health Leagues. They managed to survive because they're doing great work and work that is needy. But yes, they got Rangi Royal, and Rangi Royal worked with the health leagues. He sat and he observed what they were doing, and so a lot of that groundwork that the Māori Women's Welfare League was founded upon came from the Women's Health Leagues. The health leagues were all around the country. They were in Whanganui, they were in the East Coast, they were in Rotorua, they were up north. And so that was the basis of the league. And I often hear people saying, oh, the league, they started everything, but they didn't. They did not start everything. Māori women were organising in their own organisations before then, well before. In fact, Whina Cooper, who was the first president of the league, was one of the first organisers of the Women's Country Institute here in the north. And she started, the Māori branches started in 1928. And Whina was a woman, a wife on a farm, alienated. She got talking to some of her Pākehā women neighbours, found out about the Country Women's Institute, and she joined them. And what she learned from there, she transferred to the Māori Women's Welfare League in 1951. So there is a continuity of leadership. Number of Rangitope Orders descendants, you'll see, you can track them down. There's a continuity of leadership. So I think that despite Māori women have been in the public sphere, have been doing great things, but they face challenges and there are tensions between their role. And of course, what happened with the league, what happened with the Women's Health Leagues, also occurred with the Māori Women's Welfare League. Soon after they were set up in 1951, it only took about four or 5 years, and the government was saying, oh, these women, they're getting too uppity, they're getting too stroppy, they've got far too much to say for themselves, we better get rid of them. So they introduced the New Zealand Māori Council. So, you know, every time we try, and Māori women had tried to do something and they were doing something well, that another organisation that was organised, dare I say it, by the Māori men, would come over the top of them. And so there were those tensions. Just some examples.
Tēnā koe tāni.
Kia ora.
Kei te tika tau rangi tope ora he wahine rongonui, ana waiata, whānui anō ko te aronga, me te mōhio tonu arā nō ngā kōrero mōna. I think in terms of the evidence you've provided, it's made me think of the need to be more clear about the concept of mana, and the way in which sometimes we use the word mana, mana whenua, mana wahine, mana tangata, mana atua, and the concept of mana is sometimes simplified into quite a so broad that sometimes it means many things to many different people. And in particular, I mean, the evidence that you provided is the concept, well, firstly, the kōrero of Hirini Moko Mead around this concept of kaihau waiu, and the idea that you are born with mana, when in actual fact the evidence that you provided is that people weren't born with mana. If they were born as slaves, they had a completely different sort of mana to others, and there were processes where mana was removed from people, and so there was this fluctuation of this concept of mana, and I think we need to understand more clearly where is this concept that everyone is born with mana, when in actual fact there was, Tuhiwai is absolutely correct, that those were times of extreme turmoil, and to base our concepts of mana in those times of harsh realities of change and turmoil is quite a difficult thing to comprehend. But I wonder what your thoughts are around this concept of kaihau waiu, and in particular that concept that we've now reached a point where everyone born has a level of mana. And are we really talking about mana, or are we talking about Māori? And do we need to include within that the concept of Māori, the right to be who we are, and those sorts of things? Sorry, that might be a bit too deep, and it's got me thinking just as much.
It's surely worth the debate, I think, you know, and the discussion. I wanted to make the point that that there are certain standout aspects of our discussion on mana. I tried to write it here. That I think there are some things that I think that we need to talk about, and when we're trying to tease out this concept, and as I said, it's complex and it's dynamic and it's complicated, and it can wax and wane depending on certain instances and certain events and principles. I started writing down a few words that stood out when I was thinking about mana, and one of them was recognition. And Linda has mentioned about acknowledgement of one's mana by others. Inclusivity. I think that's a term that some might say discounted as being normative, but highly normative. But there is this concept of being intact, your mana being intact, and that it might in order to be intact, it might require other people's mana as well, and thinking about it on a collective level, that you would have to be necessarily inclusive. The other standout word, I think, which might inform mana, and one's thinking about mana, is potentiality. See, what I think happened to our women in that early period is of those years of horror, is we were robbed of our potentiality, of our potential. You see, those women were living day to day. I mean, it could be argued that some of our women now, their potential, the potential of that they might have or could have is impacted, you know, and those are some of the tensions that we talked about. It's impacted not always positively. So, I don't know, I hope I've answered your question. I do think that...
I don't know whether I was expecting a full response about it. I think that obviously there needs to be a lot more work done in that area. In particular, I mean, been through many claims of many iwi and the coming to terms with those who are landed and those who are landless. And does that mean, you know, the whole idea of those who had mana, those who had no mana? And the point at which we start to begin to recognise people's potential is really what we're talking about here. And to recognise it, what do we need to put in place to guarantee that that potential isn't dismissed?
Well, I certainly hope that might be one outcome of these hearings, that we address Māori women's potential and seek ways of enhancing our potential as women.
Hapai, tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe, Tania. I almost wish that your evidence had come a bit later on in the hearings as we kind of build our own understanding and context around this huge kaupapa that we've got before us. And my question kind of goes a bit towards my colleagues as well, is you know, what is mana? And it's really... So we've heard about erosion of mana, but is it really erosion of mana, or is it peoples or governments doing things that that take away the acknowledgement of mana rather than actually eroding it?
I think when Māori are disenfranchised, whether it's by denying them the right to vote, denying them the right to organise, denying them whatever, and by the government, it does have an impact on mana. It does impact on the way people feel about themselves, the way they react and respond to those things. Those are we can come up with an endless list of different examples of tensions that might impede, might implode, it might destroy people's mana. You know, if you think I'm not an expert at all on mana. I've read, I'm like most of the people in here in this room who have read about mana and have experienced mana. But if you were to look at it in a kind of systems way, if you can be impacted by external factors, and your mana as a person can be affected both negatively and or positively. If something really, really terrible happens to you as a person, that could lead you to totally entrophize, till you exist no more. So, and I think, and Hirini touches on that phase of being no more. So I think we can look at it in a number of ways. We can look at it in a systemic kind of way, and we can look at it in a cultural way. I think all of those ways actually will lead us to a very clear understanding, I think, of what mana is, and it does require people to be able. If you apply it to a personal mana, it requires them to be intact. To be resilient, to be viable in many respects, to withstand both external influences and even internal influences. For example, if your rongoa, if your hauora is not right, if you are unwell, you will implode, you will entrophize, you know. And your mana would be affected, in my view.
Ka pai, kia ora, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your evidence to us this afternoon, and yeah, you've given us a lot of food for thought.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Kia ora.
Tēnā anō tātou katoa. He mihi atu tēnei ki a koutou, i whakarongo mai ki tō mātou, ki tōku kōrero.
Ho mai te wai ora, kia hau e tu te huana, ko a te moi atu e.
We're going to just allow for a 10-minute changeover, just to allow a leg stretch and toilet break for those who require it. The timetable has fairly much gone out the window, let's be honest. We're going to be a lot stricter tomorrow. We've got more to fit in. Here's that we've expanded to fill the space. So anyway, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we'll be hearing from Ms. Awateri Huata.
Tēnā koutou. Nā te whakatau o taku rangatira ka tuau ki konei, e hika te mana o te wahine. O tira, tēnei ka tō mai a te aroa o horauta ki mua i a koutou. Ko ngā reta i runga i tāna pepa, ko A20. Kei konei ia, hei māngai mō Y381, o tira Y2494. Heoi ka tukuna ki aia, a tōna awa tere huata, hei tōia i tāna waka kiuta. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou, everyone. Just before I start, I wanted to just take you up, Ari, to where you left off on our story, because really this was mana wahine at its finest. And we managed to persuade Areta and we managed to persuade Jenny Shipley and Margaret Baisley to set aside Parents as First Teachers and instead invest in our little program. And Areta and I worked for a year and we interviewed 80 queer kaumātua to ask them, what is traditional parenting? What would you like to pass on to young families that haven't had access to this kind of information? And we wrote it up into modules, but very tikanga based, very whakapapa based, and we were so proud of them. And we persuaded Margaret to give us $3 million over 3 years, and the job was to prove that we could do better than Parents as First Teachers. Now we knew we couldn't miss, because Parents as First Teachers was standardised on a white middle class sample in Missouri. Was it Missouri? Anyway, somewhere in the Midwest of America. And it hadn't even been adapted for Māori at that stage. What an appalling, miserable little program it was to inflict on our poor families. The language was so appalling that even I could barely understand it, but it made you feel like you're a failure just before you got started. So where Areta and I hatched up this idea that we could do better. And we got the money, and our thinking was, we're sick and tired of our league members doing everything for nothing. Hey, we wanted to get them paid, for once in their lives, to actually come out, to be rewarded for all that brilliant knowledge that they have. And we had a great pilot, stunning. Anyway, unfortunately, this is the bad part, is that Areta's term as president ended, and the next president sacked me. Oh, what? And then Blinken social welfare hijacked our program, and it just went into nothing. But Areta, I think about that because Jenny Shipley said, if you can prove that you can do better than Parents as First Teachers, and fortunately Leonie, I think who's here, had written this devastating critique of it, and I had done a critique of it, so we were like in it to win it, Areta. And anyway, when I got sacked, the social welfare took up the program and really made a hash of it. And, what a pity, but I just wish that the person who came after you, please God, no one give her a damehood, because for what she did to young parents, I think they would have loved this program. I think the women in the regions would have loved it, and we could have got that 27 million that Jenny promised us if we could do the job. Anyway, Areta, it was just lovely to see you, and your sidekick, Hene Puru, you two are magic. And all the jobs that I did through my career with Ihi, working with you two was joy, just pleasure. Now, I'll just give you a summary of what I tried to do in my brief of evidence, which I'm shuddering when I think Linda reading this, because as an academic, she'll recognise that this is pure stream of consciousness, pure last minute, pulling it all together and just hoping it makes sense. But I'm just going to tell you what I was trying to do, and it was this. I recognise that all our whakapapa now, it is patrilineal. So that's just how it is. And the stories of our goddesses have been rewritten, reframed, and so that's just how it is. And so what I'm saying is, why don't we go back to those, to our ancestresses who are still there? And I use the example of my husband's whānau when Auntie Hira went to the water claim, the first hearing, and she gave their whakapapa. And this whakapapa is not recorded. It's not like, you know, Tarangi Kahekes and others who have been, you know, it's there, it's been translated and it's been mauled. This comes from, you know, Uncle Ozzy, Uncle Wee, and it came straight to the family, to Uncle Caudry, who is their whakapapa man. He is the tohunga for the whole of Kahungunu. And the stories of their ancestresses and ancestors has come to Auntie Hira, who is their water tohunga. She is the water tohunga for the whole of Kahungunu. And she told these whakapapa, and what I loved about it, in that moment when she flashed up the first slide, was that she took the whakapapa from the ancestors way back from the, you know, the nothing became the nothing with a bit of light, and the nothing with a little bit more light. And she took it down and down and down, right through, and then she went down, and then she went that way, laterally. And over the course of 60 slides, she gave the whakapapa from the nothing to their water, to the Paritua Kariwareva River, and then to their, I can't remember the name of it, but their aquifer, this huge aquifer that fires the economy of the Hawke's Bay and the pip and stone fruit industry, which is their biggest export, that is really, the whole of the Hawke's Bay relies on it. But their water comes from the aquifer and from their rivers. And Auntie Hira did a whakapapa from there to their rivers, and then she took it to them. Then she took it right down to their marae, Mangaro marae, and right outside their thing. And I thought, what a tour de force. And it reminded me, Linda, of that time when we'd had the PhD conferring for Ngahuia at Tamata Kapua, and the old fella that got up and did about a 50-minute, he gave her whakapapa, the same thing, from the cosmos, swirling around, up and down and sideways and out. And I just wish that someone had recorded it in those days, because he's long gone. But it was that kind of a moment. And anyway, the tribunal's got that because they've filmed it. And we have all her slides, and I want to persuade Auntie Hira at some point to come in and to give that, because it puts it in context. And all of the woman goddesses, there are woman goddesses, there are male goddesses, but the take you have at the end of it is that there is a balance to the order. That our old people who constructed this, or who repeated it, who captured it, they knew what they were doing, and they were all about that essential feature of our life, which is utu. It is about the balance, the mana wahine and the mana tāne. And that is true in our goddesses. So that's one thing that I just wanted to put out there, and I did a little bit of it, but others are going to do it better than me, so I'm not going to go through that today. The second thing is that I went back and had a look at Api's PhD thesis on the whakapapa of Ngāti Porou, showing how often they went down the matrilineal line, and how many women led hapu. And then I looked at, oh my goodness, I'm related, I can do a direct whakapapa. In actual fact, I can do a direct whakapapa to just about every one of them, because my father was a whakapapa, he was passionate about it. Him and Arnold Reedy and others from Ngāti Porou, that's all they did when they met, was sit around and have a great old time debating whakapapa, and it was quite esoteric and coming down that line, or you could come down that line. And that is the thing about whakapapa, is that it is flexible, and it is flexible to be inclusive, to include whoever's in the room or whichever marae you're on. And that's what I know about whakapapa, is that it isn't in concrete, as some people would like us to believe. No, 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 no. It is flexible, and it is also competitive, because that's the way you one up. You know, and if you want to say that I am the ariki rangatira of this tribe, then you just better know your whakapapa, and you can bring yourself down lines to pull it together. Yes, now this is my point. My point of doing that and of bringing Api's work here is because I don't believe that it was only Ngāti Pro that went down both the matrilineal and the patrilineal lines. I think that most tribes did it, and the example that I use is Te Reo. You know, we've got one language, you know, Te Reo Māori, and they say, oh, you know, everyone gets all uptight about their little dialectical differences, and, you know, they're getting squirmish and irritated with you when you make mistakes and whatnot. But in actual fact, it's one language and we can all understand it. But you do have these important variations that speak to the mana of that hapu or that tribe that has it. And I believe whakapapa is the same. I believe that our cosmos story is there is similarities. We're going to have differences, but there is a similarity in that story. And I think that the freezing of our cosmos story into a patrilineal line headed up by Eo, I mean, God, does it take any imagination to see where he came from? That is not a Māori way. A Māori way is to have a balance of ancestresses and ancestors. So this is just what I'm saying, that others who know whakapapa better than I, but I really want to challenge you, scholars who are out there, to look for those matrilineal sequences and to bring them over the next year to the tribunal. And the third point that I wanted to make was really relying on Anne Salmon's stories. You know, she got the six of the numerous Pākehā that came early, between 1807, I think, and anyway, in the early years. And they just they described the family life, they described pā life, and the picture that you get. And perhaps Anne, you know, selected them to reinforce her story, because she was really punching Alan Duff in the face. That's what she was doing. She was saying, what an egg you are. Look, you don't even know your history. Boom, look at this. And then boom, you know, read this. And boom, here's another one for you. And Alan, this is only, you know, half a dozen of the dozens that I could have thrown your way if I so chose. And I think the importance of that is something that we know instinctively. You know, I know as someone that trained as a psychologist, but who was fascinated by Māori psychology and the way that we interpreted the psyche, is that it didn't sit right to me that we were brutal, that men were brutal to women, and that we had the same model of ownership of children, and that women didn't have mana, which I interpret as power. Now, it mightn't be like sovereignty or rangatiratanga power, but it is a form of power that is given. People give it to you and they can take it away, that's for sure. But everyone has a little bit, and your job is to build it up so that you are responsive to your people and they recognise that and they give you the mana in return. Yes, so I think that's important, and I would really love for our researchers to delve into that work, to work with Dame Anne to explore the research that she's spent years pulling together, and tell our story of what we were like. Now, the other thing that I read was about our so there's us as parents and the gentleness of our parents, and then what happened. And so I think the next part of that story has to be about what was the story that was brought here. And I talk in number 5, I say you know, the idea of the superiority of men and the inferiority of women was carried to New Zealand by those who had early contact, especially by the missionaries in the Bible, which is full of stories of women's subservient roles. This example is typical. Thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. But there's thousands of them in the Bible. You could pick any one. And so the idea of the superiority of men and the inferiority of women comes from the missionaries. And of course, its twin is the superiority of white people and the inferiority of Māori. That's its twin. And so the missionaries carried that, the military carried it, enforced it, and then the bureaucracy enshrined it. So one of the things that I believe the inquiry needs to do, and I just tried to make a start on it, was to bring back that balance of our ancestral gods and goddesses, of our cosmology, our cosmological stories from tribe to tribe. Because, you know, I can remember saying to one of my nephews, I'm not that keen to take my shoes off when my mokopuna are sitting up there with their blinking boots on, and I'm their nan, nearly 70, and I'm sitting on the floor with my blinking feet tucked under me without my shoes on. I mean, what paradise did you men create for yourselves that your nan is on the floor and you, bloody 10-year-olds, are up there? And he says, oh, you know, Auntie, it's really about us. We've got to protect you, eh? Because you're the whare tangata, and we've got to make sure that you're always behind us. And, you know, that's what it's all about, that. It's not about putting you down or minimising your role. That's what it is. And my answer to him was, we have pedophiles on these, on your pie. No one pedophiles on your pie. What are you doing about them? Can you protect women from them and children from them? And we have abusers here. You know, serious abusers, men that violently bash women up. What are you doing about them? I don't see you guys doing anything about them, you know, actually tangibly walking your talk. So if you want to protect me, you get out there and actually do the job where I need protection, which is from the violence and the rage of our people who have been so disrupted and traumatised by colonisation. So one of the points I wanted to make was we got colonised, the patriarchy came in, and I just wanted to say that it happened early, and I think Pekka made that point, that really by 1840 it's all over, that as I say in 6, the patriarchal partnership between Māori and Pākehā men enabled the Crown to co-opt Māori men to influence other Māori constructs and institutions. The role of whakapapa in connecting us with nature, our reciprocal relationship with nature, our kawa, our tikanga, our reo, towards the Pākehā agenda of the promotion of Pākehā rights and Pākehā superiority over Māori, and to begin the process of aligning our ancestors' stories of our whakapapa to those of the colonists. Yes, and you know, I would love it if our young people could actually look at the zones of power, look at the pie. Now, you know, I live in Arawa, and I'm Arawa, I'm born and bred. And yet, I'd make no effort, because I don't have the reo, to get up there, and nor do I promote young women to say, oh, you fellas get on the pie. You know, because, and I was thinking, why is that? Why do I not do anything? Why do I not say to, you know, our senior Wahine, who looks after our tamata kapua, why don't I say to her, oh, you know, girl, it's time we all take our shoes off, or we all leave them on, you know, let's do it that way. And we all should sit up, or we should sit down, or the elderly should sit up, and the young should sit down. But do you know that her life is a construction? Her life is all around that. And I have to ask myself, am I ready to step into her role? Am I ready to get up there and do the karanga and look after the marae like she does? Well, no, I'm not. And I think it's because subliminally we think actually it doesn't really matter. You know, it's lovely. And I look at we had a big welcome. We had the the B Company. We had a march from the railway station to Tamatakapua, reenacting the return of the B Company from World War II. It was 75 years. And when we got in that meeting house, the men all got up to speak. And, you know, the thing is, we know who they are, and they're lovely, like really, really lovely. And I think, why not? You know, if it means that much to you, you can have it. But where I draw the line is when you put up some dud for a job, and let's say corrections is the #1 person, and you really are a dud. Now, I object. Or when you put up someone for the Rotorua Lakes Council, and you've got an all-male selection panel who picks someone who is just really away with the fairies, and you think, honestly, how can you men live with yourselves? And of course, within a year, he's gone because he can't do the job. Any fool could have told him that. Now, I draw the line at that because those are meaningful positions, and it is, you know, we're entrenching the patriarchy, we're entrenching racism, we're entrenching white power in positions where we really need women to be. Yeah. Yes, anyway, so I just wanted to say that. Is the leadership of Ngāti Porou better now that no one has stepped into Whaia McClutchy's shoes? Well, I don't think so. She brought a life to that marae. She just lit it up. Were the people of Te Aroha better off as a result of Kathy Jews being prevented from taking her elected position on the Te Aroha Trust Board? Well, I don't think so. You know all of the Te Aroha Trust Board that went into, you know, they put it down in 2006, and you know who was on that. And apart from Tanya's dad, I have to make an exception or she'll ground me. You know, they were really just warming the pan, you know. So I don't think they were, and I think that Kathy, who runs an exceptional kura kaupapa, would have really added to it, and so some of our other stunning Aroa women. Okay, so one of the key issues that bothers me a lot about colonisation, both in you know, slithering us into this idea that male superiority is normal and that white superiority is normal, and that a few people owning the means of production and owning the capital and the banks is a good idea, and the rest of us can just be poor. And I think I just wanted to unpack that notion because it really is important. And unless the tribunal and we come to grips with the underpinning, the things that keep this stuff in place, then we're not going to be very successful in pulling it apart and restoring mana wahine mana tāne. And so one of the things I think is the philosophy of dualism. I think that is a critical concept because it really is the dumbest thing I ever heard. But the way Pākehās talk about it and talk about their system of capitalism, of you know, of separating out the spirituality from the human and nature from man, as though it's some great idea. And the result of it, as I say here, the result of it is simply that with patriarchy, that has led to the legacy is violence towards women and the lack of the flowering of women's potential. That's really the thing. It is, you know, and I always talk about, I've been to the tribunal, I don't know, 3 or 4 times, and I always manage to squeeze in about the genius of Māori. And I keep saying it because, you know, if I keep saying it often enough, someone else is going to listen to me and say, wow, why does she believe that our people are, you know, geniuses? I was the first Māori psychologist, and I was struck when I was a child by the people around me who were such intellectual giants, and they were people like my father and Peter Hurinui Jones and what's their names? Anyway, I can't remember all their names, but the old man Reedy, Arnold Reedy, was always at home. And the way that they talked with one another, the big issues of the day, the politics, the land development, they really were. And their recall of, if you went onto a marae with them, and my husband can do this, this is why I'm still with him after all these years, because I feel like fainting when he does it, because he can take his whakapapa to any marae in this country, and I've seen him do it to 80 marae, and they were random marae. Now that ability, that's an intellectual ability that comes straight from our ancestors, that ability to memorise not only that way, but that way, long out and then down. It's a magnificent ability, and that's real genius. Not the ability to invent a machine that does something that, that destroys the planet, but something like that's all about connecting people to one another. That's the genius of our people. Whakapapa is blinking genius. All whakapapa is saying how we connect to one another, how we connect to nature. And it takes us all the way back up there to tell us that simple tale. That's all it is. It's just how we connect together. And it also looks after the environment by saying, you're responsible. This is your relation. You're related to those trees. And it's more than kaitiakitanga, because, in my opinion, the environment is our kaitiaki. Those taniwha look after us. Don't be so arrogant as to think that we're the kaitiaki. I'm so amused by Māori say, we're the kaitiaki. Oh, look here. You're pathetic. They're the kaitiaki. When they decide they've had enough of you, you're done. Okay, I just make this point because no one else is going to say it, so I'm just going to pick on the bits that only I would say. And this at number 19 is, I wouldn't mind exclusive male leadership if it did the job. I don't mind, it's all good. This is not a dichotomy. It's not us versus them. We're all in this together. And if you can do the job, but it was in the main Māori women who led and sustained the dangerous actions in the 1970s and early 80s that led to the potential for change in sharing colonial power and redressing the breaches of the treaty. We challenged the colonisers' practices of telling lies about us, about colonisation and about themselves, lies that swirl around every Māori from birth to death. Oh look, I was enjoying myself, spewing out of the mouths of white people. Through their media, in their texts, in their schools, in their parliament, like quicksand, threatening to pull every Māori into its vortex. Well, I can just imagine myself saying, I deserve a cup of coffee after that. Yeah, I stuck it to them, sitting there going like that. But, our leadership was co-opted. We were pushed to one side as though our contribution was of nothing. And we were not in every tribe, but in most tribes of the people that I knew were not valued or honoured for the work they did in bringing the treaty out of where it was in the darkness and into the light. We were pushed aside, as I call it, into the rubbish bin of amnesia. Yeah. And they say, and this is such a Pākehā thing, we agree with your message, but we don't like your method. What they really are saying is we don't like you. Well, so we really do need to reset ourselves, because as a result of this, I'm at 21. The result is that the Māori nation is hardly any further ahead in terms of rangatiratanga than we were in the 1970s and 80s. We have stagnated, while the treaty settlements have given the illusion of progress. Millions of hectares of land taken, reduced to poverty and powerlessness, at the butt end of racist parliament, laws and people, all of whom made their wealth off our stolen assets. Intergenerational trauma, criminalisation, prisonisation, child welfare, 46 years of hearings and settlements with a combined value of 2 months' worth of superannuation. I mean, come on, people, give me a break. 2 months' worth of superannuation. You know, you think of all the incredible rangatira who have sat on our, you know, and put up with us, howly-bagging away at them, year in, year out, writing these beautifully written, exquisite reports that go to government, and all that's come out of it is 2 months' worth of superannuation. And not only that, still believing that they're superior to us. And that's really where that's where I want to end today, so I'll just try and move on more quickly to that. Okay, so I think I will just leave my brief of evidence because it's pretty, you know, self-explanatory, and just turn to some thoughts that I had that I didn't put in the report. And I thought, you know, one of the questions is what is mana wahine? And so I had a burst about what this claim is about. So the mana wahine claim is a claim about power, about the power we once held, about who took that power away from us and how they did it. And ultimately, the claim must concentrate on how we get that power back. Maybe not quite the power we once had, but its contemporary equivalent. We should be under no illusions that this fight will be won anytime soon. If we follow the settlements of the past 46 years, we'll be lucky to get 2% of what has been the brutal transformation for Māori women. And in that case, I have to ask us, is all this trouble worth it? When Māori women will achieve that and more against the Crown's active resistance under their own steam. And I know that because I look at these wahine, when I'm in a bad mood, I call them rag dolls, jumping to the assimilationist agenda of their agencies. And then when I'm in a good mood, I think, oh my God, they're stunning. They're the future of our people, and they're going to lead us into, they're going to help us reclaim mana wahine. They're going to redefine it for us. It won't be the same as what it was then. And maybe it's a combination of both. Maybe every rag doll is also a tino rangatiratanga wahine, mana wahine person. And maybe we all got bits and pieces as we go through life. But I do believe that this hearing should quickly extrapolate what the elements of mana wahine power were and how we were transformed into the nation of Māori women we are today. So that is, where are we in the contemporary scene? And, you know, someone's going to put all those statistics together for us, and it's not a good read. And as someone who brought the corrections claim along with Tom Hemapour, because of the way that our people are treated in prisons and the prisonisation of our people, you know, I can tell you that for Māori women, we are suffering under the regime, and our minister knows it. He is making attempts to do something about it, but this other beast that I mentioned, it's the missionaries, the military and the bureaucracy. The beast is mobilised against change, and it needs help, and that's where I believe the tribunal and we, Wahine Māori, can do something, because regardless of what the Crown responds to your recommendations, there's one thing that we've got control of, and I'm going to get to it. I think that we should spend a lot of time hearing from as many Māori women what the restoration of mana wahine and mana tāne looks like in practical terms for them, and to hear from them what kinds of planning and actioning needs to be taken to restore mana wahine to future generations of unborn wahine and tāne. And I'm putting this out there because what I wouldn't want to happen is that we just end up saying, look, this is our magnificent past, these are our magnificent goddesses, these are our brilliant matrilineal whakapapa, this is our stunning child-rearing methods, and, you know, not that we're going to romanticise it, because a lot of it is actually true. And this was what a mana wahine woman could look like, and here's maybe 10 or 20 versions of it. I think that what we need to do is move on. We have a duty of care in this. Having delayed and dragged our feet for so long, we now have to get on with it, so that my mokos, the little ones that are coming out now, my little moko, who is, I think she's 3 or 4, we make the changes so that they actually do inherit a different world. And it's possible. It is so possible. There's a confluence of events happening that I believe can take us to a tipping point, provided we're clear about what we need to do. And those are just some of them, is actually the kaupapa Māori hearings themselves. I think these are a challenge for the government, because you've got the whole of Māoridom coming and beating on the tribunal's door and saying, this is our experiences with housing, this is our experiences with house, and it is a very grim story. And what it is saying is one simple thing. It says the Crown cannot deliver to Māori, and it is setting the stage for that tipping point where they do look at co-governance. What is a treaty partnership look like? Not just the principles and their tick the box, but really what does co-governance look like in a way that's going to be effective for our people? And I believe they're starting to ask that question, and the big tipping point on that is Oranga Tamariki. It is. It is, you know, the Rawiri Karenas and the Paura Moils and the Huia, Jean Te Huias, these powerful stories, and the people coming up and telling their stories of what happened to them 30, 40 years ago. And it's just saying there is no other answer. You have to now look at the treaty and get a treaty solution. That in itself is a tipping point. And once all of these kaupapa Māori stories come out, they are powerful and they're on the record. And it doesn't matter that all of the recommendations may not be implemented. What's important is that we have a vision, and eventually we ourselves can push to get that vision implemented. Another one is the work of Mātike Mai. Now, you know, we all can complain about Margaret. You know, oh my God, Margaret, 2040, are you mad? But there's method in the way that they've gone about it. Iwi chairs have gone about looking at co-governance and constitutional change. And what they've done is built up a lot of research. Like, I don't know, there's thousands, 11,000 people have been interviewed and they're on the record. There's a rangatahi consultation that's taken place. It's happened over a number of years, and it's building. And the argument between the kaupapa Māori stuff, between the stuff that's going into Mātike Mai and the conferences that they are holding this year, I think that just opens it up. And then there's one other factor, and that is the growing assertiveness of our people. The growing assertiveness. You know, when I was young, I was considered to be quite assertive, but in actual fact, I never spoke. You know, like in my, you know, Linda and I were in Ngāta Matoa, and I wasn't a speaker. I was a performer. I was an opera singer. There's a big difference. My job wasn't to speak. That was for Hana and Sid and Titawhai and Toda Erowera and, you know, others did the speaking, and I had no voice. But what happened is that they all got burnt out, and then I just got pushed forward, and then there was a new generation with Hilda and Pekka, and they were like me. They didn't have much of a voice, but my goodness, we found it because we were in that position, and we just had to open our mouth and let it come out. And so I've become an orator when I was never. I was silent as a lamb. My job was to listen and to write, and I wrote terrific terrific submissions. I wrote the submission that got us legal aid into this country, not knowing that one day I'd use it. and others, and education and a lot of other things. But what I'm saying is that now we have legions of writers, we have legions of researchers, we have legions of orators. We have so many lawyers, we can't employ them all. They've got to go off and do policy work. But they're there and they're skilled and they're confident. And what I love about them is that their whānau have given them a sense of their own rangatiratanga. And I was going to, I promised that I would put together a slide, because I've got these slides of these stunning women that I look at, because you can just look at their faces and you know, man, they're not going to take any nonsense from anybody. And my crowning picture is of my 3 or 4 year old moko, who's just, her mother said to her, "Awatere, take a pose for mummy." And she just looked up and her blinking eyes do a pukana and her body's like this. I thought, get that kid. And that's what we've got. That's the legacy that we leave. We might not have achieved all the things that we wanted to, and we didn't. We failed in so many areas. We failed in Te Reo. We failed to get settlements that we needed. We failed to challenge the bureaucracy. We failed to get the treaty implemented. Yes, we failed in a lot of things. But we succeeded with these new generations. And I think this, as I call it, the confluence of these things coming together is what gives me hope that if the tribunal can focus on remedies and how we achieve this and deconstruct it and then put it back together again, then I think it can be a light that we can walk towards. So I just wanted to say that's the good news. Now the bad news is, just let me raise these, because I thought of a number of questions last night that I thought you might not think of until much later, and I'd quite like you to start thinking about them now. And it is, how does a community, a society, a nation tackle patriarchal power when the levers of power are held by men? How do Māori tackle racism when the beneficiaries of racism, indeed the perpetrators of racism, hold the levers of power? How do Māori women tackle patriarchal power when half of the Māori population are beneficiaries and perpetrators of that power? How do Māori women wrestle power away from white men in New Zealand when those white men are part of an international cabal of hundreds of millions of white men in the most developed and wealthy countries in the world? Now, in my brief of evidence, I say, just imagine if there were 3 million grain mosses and 1 million Don Brashes. That pretty much sums up what we're up against. But just imagine if 1 million Don Brashes is a disturbing thought. What about 500 million of them? And what the events in the capital on January the 6th showed, and what the fact that of the 24 times that a council has voted for a Māori ward, 22 times that has been voted down, and the swiftness through which the Don Brashes were able to collect sufficient signatures to get a vote to be held, to get a referendum to be held, and the fact that 22 out of 24 times the Don Brashes and grain mosses voted to get rid of the Māori seat. That tells you what we're up against. So I don't want to minimise what we are all facing in terms of achieving mana wahine, but it does us no favours if we just bury our head in the sand and go, la, 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 weren't we wonderful? Or look at all these ancestors, look at matrilineal, look at child rearing, and aren't we great? No, 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 no. We're great, but we have to step up and be greater, because what we're up against is they've been doing it for a long, long time. Okay, I'm just about done. I've got one more point to make. Okay, so I just wanted to say, I've said it, but I'm just going to repeat it. The good news is that much of the changes that need to happen are ones we can make a start on ourselves. We don't need the Crown to do it for us. And this involves making Māori aware and fully committed to the fact that racism is maintained by two big fat lies that underpin that justification for white power and privilege. The two lies are, firstly, that white people are superior to anyone who isn't white. And secondly, that white culture is superior to any culture that isn't white culture. And that's it. It all breaks down to those two things. Now, if you want to throw another one in, or 3 or 4, that's fine. But, you know, in my 50 years in this space, I would say it boils down to those two assumptions. And I've got some clear examples. It's time we did start beating our own drum about what an amazing culture we have. And if you have seen that speech I did at Waitangi last year, where I call them pisspot Pākehās, which is what my dad used to call Pākehās, because they threw their pisspots into the rivers where we collect our food. So it's not necessarily the pisspot, but they go from the toilet into the stream, under the channel, and into the water. And that's what Motunui was about, that was Manukau was about, that's what Kaituna was about. All the early claims were actually about effluent going into our sacred waters. And another one is the systematic oppression and violence to women. It just doesn't make sense to have such a cruel system. And thirdly is the climate emergency. And I think if you just looked at those 3 things alone, you would say, well, no, this is not a culture that is superior to ours. Okay, so now I just want to say that when she left me last night to write my introductory remarks, Annette says to me, you should end on Māori sovereignty. And I couldn't quite see the connection at the time. In fact, it took me a while. And so I thought, what I'll do, because you're probably never going to hear me speak again, is I'll tell you the story of how I got to Māori sovereignty and why Māori sovereignty is actually critical to the success of this claim. And it starts when I was 14, and I worked as an egg packer in Wellesley Street Egg Distributor. And I noticed that the men were hopeless at packing eggs, they were clumsy, but they got paid more, much more than the women. And the women, like my mother, were very fast and efficient. And it just grated on me. But more than that, I was a superb egg packer. I was very competitive, and I worked out a system to be the best egg packer. And it didn't matter how fast I went, how many eggs I safely packed, I never could get to where these men were because they automatically got paid more than me. And so when I got that, I went to see the manager and I told him how unfair this was. Are you aware of this? Was he aware? He was so aware. Anyway, the result was that I was asked to leave. I got the sack. So let's jump forward 6 years. And the Equal Pay and Opportunity Bill has come out. And I read some stuff about it, and people were complaining that what it did was it allowed managers to give a man's job, a different title, but they did the same thing, and still pay them more because it's got a different title. And so I was outraged. I was outraged. And so there was an ad in the paper, in the Auckland Star, and it said, it was called Women for Equality, and it's calling all women to rise up against this injustice. And so I went to the meeting, and there I met Bruce Jesson, who was the first feminist man I met, and actually the most feminist person I probably ever met too. He was an incredible chappie. But he introduced, anyway, we lost. You know, long story short, we went all over the place and we lost the case. But what he did was he introduced me to 2 writers who really set me on a different path to those with whom I was activating, you know, with Hannah and Sid and Titawhai and everybody really. And he gave me this book. It was called The Origins of Totalitarianism, and it was written by Hannah Arendt. And in it, she described 2,000 years of racism, of persecution of the Jewish people. And the conclusion he comes to at the end of the first section is that the persecution and racism that they endured was put down to one thing, and it was a lack of sovereignty. It was a lack of sovereignty, one, and it was about the place that where they were, there was no one to protect them. Well, it galvanised me. I thought, my God, that's right. So Ngāti Pro up there, they're in their place, they've lost their power to rule themselves, and they're powerless. And so they're subjected to racism and because of the lack of sovereignty. Then same with Arawa, and I looked around the country and I thought, my goodness, Hannah, you're onto something. So that was the first thing that she said, that really, she said the Jews lacked their own government and had no authority to protect themselves where they lived, and there was no institution willing to protect them. In other words, they lacked sovereignty. So I was struck by how our own experiences were the same as those of the Jews. Our right to govern ourselves where we lived was gone, and there was no authority to protect us. The nullifying of the treaty meant that each tribe separately lost their right to govern themselves and therefore lost their ability to hold onto their assets, which led to poverty, grief and trauma. The key issue being the refusal of the Crown, Tiriti partner, to acknowledge Māori sovereignty and the impact of that then on mana wahine. So in the first article of Māori sovereignty, I wanted to point out that what we were fighting for when we went to Waitangi to protest, or when we held a protest, on education or on immigration or something else, every problem that we had stemmed down to powerlessness from the loss of rangatiratanga, from the loss of sovereignty. And in the second article, I asked the question, who would be our allies? We can't do this on our own, we're only 500,000. Who's going to help us? And I said, will Pacifica people help us? And my answer was definitely not. Will trade union people help it? Absolutely no way. And after what they had done to Peka, about a week before I wrote this, when they had trampled her as a representative of the trade union movement, it just sheeted home to me that we can't look there because all they're about is jobs for Pākehās. And what about the feminist movement? Because my cousin Ngahuia Taua Kotuku and I were the only two Māori who were part of the feminist movement in the early days, like 1969, 1970, 1971. And so the answer that I came with, okay, so Māori women, this is what I wrote in Māori Sovereignty as a result of this thinking. Māori women have long sought alliances with white women since we share an oppression as women. This oppression requires a political, economic, social and philosophical upheaval to advance its goal of eliminating all forms of inequity based on race, sex and class. Feminists have concentrated on the sex oppression part of it and have fixated on the fallacy that it is possible to achieve goals for women without making challenges to white superiority and capitalism. Justice for Māori women does not exist without Māori sovereignty. And I'm just thinking, wow, I wrote that 30 years ago. And it's so on the button, I could have written it for today's hearing. But I rummaged in the drawer and found my beaten up old copy, and I copied it directly from there. Now, here's another thing that I learned from Hannah Arendt, and it was this comment, and I actually used to know it off by heart, but it was, laws that are not equal for all revert to rights and privileges for a select group. It rang true to me. I was aware of those laws that hurt Māori and benefited Pākehā. I lived through the trauma of the 1967 Māori Affairs Amendment Act that had stripped my mother and so many others of their land shares through the 1967 and the 1967 Fisheries Act, where Rangi Walker, Te Ringahuia, he in a speech said that the submissions from Māoridom piled 2 metres high from around the country to get part of that money, and not a single one got it, not one, all white. So I was aware that what she was saying, it reverts to the rights and privileges for a select group, and it was just so true. And what it occurred to me was that New Zealand laws promoted as what is right is really what is good for Pākehā. That's it. They say, oh, it's right. No, it's just what's good for you. And Hannah's observation that without rights, the darkest evil becomes possible. The Jews, she says, were dehumanised, and it produced a silent consent that ultimately allowed the Nazis to create the gas chamber solution and 6 million of them dead. And that it was silent consent from Pākehā that allowed the brutality and cruelty to our people through criminalisation and prisonisation of Māori, the uplift of our children, the ongoing taking of land, and privileging education, health and social services to benefit Pākehā. And so the last point that she makes, that I think is a message for us, is that she says that colonisation, which she calls imperialism, was made more effective through racism being entrenched by being transformed into a scientific, bureaucratic way of running a state. And this was all around me in South Auckland where I worked. By the time I read the chapter on the role of the bureaucracy in maintaining white power, I was a child psychologist working in South Auckland and was already making a name for myself in terms of challenging the racist mode of operating in psychological services. In essence, psychologists rubber-stamped social workers' recommendations to remove children from their whānau and police recommendations to send children to Borstal. Their other role was to put Māori children into special classes. That's for those who are learning delayed. And my horror was the reasons the children were removed from their families. It was so pathetic. It was playing up in class, getting into mischief in the community. You know, things that I would take from my own children, but definitely not things that anyone should be taken from their children, for. And that's where I thought, my God, these bureaucrats, they are stripping our families of their children, and I'm expected to play a part. And when I said on TV once, I'm the most, suspended public servant in the history of the public servant, it was over that. It was about challenging them to say, no, I won't. I won't do what you want. And I got 20 suspensions, and on the 21st I resigned. Anyway, I tried to challenge these agencies at a regional level, but I didn't get anywhere. So at that time I was the only Māori psychologist. Maria, the number 2 psychologist, was still at varsity. So I decided to start a business whose goal was to change that racist agenda, those racist attitudes. It was called Ihi Communications. We worked with 33 government agencies, and it proved to me that it is possible to reduce racist attitudes and behaviours. And the next time I appear before the tribunal, I wish to place the outcomes of that work before you and to outline the reasons the achievements were quickly unravelled, because there's a lesson to be learned from it. In fact, many of the successes that we as activists had, one of them was the closing of social welfare institutions with Dr. Oliver Sutherland and Accord. We managed to shut down social welfare institutions. Within 5 years, they were all back up again. So you win some, and you just got to watch it, because they're going to come around. It's like, te mātauranga o te Pākehā, me whakatui, te ananatanga, mō wairai, mō hatana, because it's a snake. They slither right back up. And the other writer who influenced Māori sovereignty was Walter Betjeman, who wrote The Story of Ordinary People. And why that struck me was because up until Walter, history was the story of conquerors and of the wealthy and of the whakapapad. And what Walter did was say, no, ordinary people have a story. And what I loved about it was a very Māori thing. Every Māori has a whakapapa. Every single Māori. And every Māori, I don't care who you are, can find a rangatira line, because that's what we do. We find our rangatira line, and we argue like hell that that's what it is. And so I incorporated a lot of that into Māori sovereignty. I won't go on about it now. Now, I just wanted to finish on this note. And that is that I had the opportunity of being mentored by, you won't know her, but Sue Tai was the great leader of the North before Whina. She was a magnificent specimen. She was a scary woman, more scary than Whina. And no man stood up to her. And she mentored me. She took a liking to me because I'd sing. She was a Catholic, and I'd sing Ave Maria and all of those things that she liked. I was mentored by Dr. Anyway, our first Māori PhD. Her name escapes me, but it was just, what was her name? Pare, Ngā Pare Hopa. Ngā Pare Hopa used to take me to flash lunches. That's where I became a hedonist. Every Monday we'd go to lunch. And she spoiled me, she listened to me, and I felt important. But also people like Hana Te Hemera mentored me without knowing it. Now, I'm going to tell you this about Hana. She was the bravest person I knew. She was the bravest person, and I've known some blinking brave women, I can tell you that. And 2 of them are in this room today. But I'll never forget it. In 3 days' time, it's 50 years since the first time we went on to Waitangi. And so the order goes out. We're to walk around the outside of the field. You're not to try and take the flag down. We're to be dignified. We're all wearing black with our korowai on. And slowly we'll walk around. Okay, all right, well, we've got that. And on the bus coming up, I was very scared. I was nervous, very nervous. It was the scariest I've ever been in my life, and I've never been scared like that again. And that's when I wrote this song, How Much Longer Must We Wait? And I'm thinking, can you fellas get on with it, because I couldn't live through this terror again. But as we went around, Hana bolted. She leapt out like this, like that, and she flew to that flagpole on her own. This tiny little beautiful woman with her korowai on, and she didn't care that all of these sailors were around and all the kaumātua. She was just going to go for that and attack the Governor-General because he was telling lies about how they honoured the treaty. He was lying, and she wanted to confront him about it. Anyway, I think you might have heard me say this, but it was a lesson to me because I made up my mind that I would never be left behind again. I will never be the one standing there with my jaw open while someone else. Yeah, but she was a brave woman. And I've got the 2 other brave women with me. Hilda, if you've ever seen that picture of her, there's the engineers, and then there's this tiny little woman with jeans on, tiny little hips she had in those days, big fuzzy hair, and she's standing there like this. Her little legs are splayed and her things like that, and she's fronting up to these big, tall engineers. And I've since met one of the engineers who was in that front row, and he told me he was terrified of her. And I think she's shorter than me, but anyway, but what she gave out that day was pure, she was out. If a body stance could kill, they would have all been dead. And the other one is Peka. This is not a great story, but I think it took incredible courage. It was Peka and Meriana. We had to draw straws at Gisborne for the Springbok tour. Who would go and put the smashed glass on the field to stop the game? And I was so relieved that I didn't get. And Peka and Meriana got the long straws. Meriana, another brave sister down there. And they actually went out and they did it. They got the bottles, they smashed the glass, they drove to the field, they put the glass on the field. But anyway, it failed. We never stopped it. But can you imagine what act of bravery it would be to do that in the dark? And that's what Peka did. So I've been around a lot of courageous women. But, I just want us to remember in Waitangi, that's in 2 days' time, those of us who walked around that field that day. And just imagine how little we've accomplished in all this time. A lot of what we go through is window dressing. It's just theatre. And so we've got to do better. And we've got to analyse how well we're doing and be a lot more, we need to measure how well we're doing better. And we need to be much more vigilant. And we need to review how we're doing, and we're not very good at that. Okay, anyway, so on the way up, I wrote this song, How Much Longer Must We Wait? Yeah, so can you come and sing with me?
We actually sang this at the Pakuranga Art Centre. Yeah, and the only Māori in the room was, we went there under stealth. How much longer must we wait for the rights that we should have? Guaranteed us that Waitangi to our seafood and our land. And how long will you treat us as though we can be ignored? Can't you see that we are angry? We are angry and we won't wait any longer. When you say that we are equal, you mean that we must become brown-skinned, brown-eyed, black-haired Pākehā, our Māori taonga gone. But we won't let you do it, we won't let you complete cultural genocide. We won't become assimilated to the Pākehā. Assimilated, we faded, degraded to the Pākehā. You're cool.
Kia ora. Would you like to adjourn tonight? I'm aware of the time. Would you like to adjourn tonight and ask questions tomorrow, or ask questions now?
Well, I'm just aware that it's been a long day. I've just been advised that a dance practice is going to be starting up shortly next door, so we may have some competition in terms of some noise, but we may have some time just for a couple of questions. So I'm just aware that we're in the moment now. It would be good to get those questions away today, and so no need to come back tomorrow and try to re-enter the space again. So I'll just check with my colleagues.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Awatiri Huata. I'm not going to ask a historian's question, but I would like to ask, at some point, the tribunal's going to have to make recommendations to the Crown.
Yeah.
And I wondered whether you had like a top 3 recommendations that you would advocate that we would make.
And that is that you ask women, you ask Māori women what they would like, what mana wahine means to them and what they would like restored, and then you might want to ask them, and how do you see a pathway to do that? You got any thoughts? And I think you'll find that you get that way. You get a diversity, a range of views, because it's it's not just about having people on boards, for example. That's we need more Māori women on boards, or we need a fund for Māori economic development that really is about that. Or we need to have we need to get rid of the current land ownership of land trusts and put it into hapu ownership, because some people in the hapu got missed out because of the way that the names were recorded. So it's an unfair system, that it's a colonial system, and it's time that Māori agreed to make these lands the property for, everyone can benefit from this. So, there's just so many we could think of, having quotas. The number of my moko's just graduated as a pilot. We want to have Māori women pilots. We want quotas for this, that, and the other thing. But I think you're better off to just ask women what are the things that they want, and let them drive the story forward.
Thank you very much for your evidence, and I greatly enjoyed reading this and listening to you, so thank you.
Tēnā koe te tuakana e Donna. I don't really know how to ask a question, actually, of all the sort of points that I think you've made, which, you know, hopefully will also come through in the research and in the work that is going to evolve during this hearing. But I guess what I want to do is just draw out those aspects of your submission, which I think raise questions for me. So, you know, you began talking about the cosmos, talking about these, I guess, magnificent whakapapa, and posing some, I guess, questioning about whether those stories in the end are going to be as relevant for restoring the balance and resolving many of the inequalities that Māori women face. So I thought that was, I heard you say that, and I thought, you know, that's quite a big challenge, because we're asking why our history, our positioning, our cosmology is important. Is it important to the remedies? Is it important to the solutions? And so one way I've thought about it, and I'm sorry, it's taken me a while to spit it out, you know, we can think about inequality around the sort of issues of citizenship and equity that are guaranteed for everyone, and for women included. And then, I guess, our Article 2 rights around tino rangatiratanga and the taonga of our ancestors. And really it's the location of what you've addressed today across both those articles. In a sense, they're addressing our historical legacies, our cultural rights as Māori women, and then our rights for equality as Māori women. And so those are, to me, that's quite a significant sort of two sets of work that need to be linked. So my question too is about the remedies then. And I'll put it really as simply as I can. Can you restore the balance of mana wahine and mana tāne without restoring the balance of mana motuhake, or sovereignty, of our taiao, our environment, of all these other parts of our cosmological understanding of the world? Could we even achieve anything if we just focus on mana wahine?
No, not a hope in hell. But the what do you call it? When you're pulled to do something, you know, there will be an urge to actually do that, because it's lovely, it's discreet. But that fragmentation is exactly, that is the Pākehā way of thinking, and we have to think not in a dual system. We actually have to think one. And so, as difficult as it's going to be, we need to intertwine them all together. But what I was saying also was that it's not hopeless. It's not all hopeless. That we have spent so much time in the treaty arena telling a different story, that story is now, I believe, the tipping point to break through. And so it might not be sovereignty as they might have known it back in 1840, but we're going to get a level of co-governance. And what that looks like is going to be up to us. I think our problem is that those who are at the writing table are too assimilated. They actually think linear. They think, you know, the ragdoll thinking. It's assimilationist thinking. And it's what I think would be a better, more productive, is in fact if we step back and then look at what is it, how do we want to do this? So let's just take Oranga Tamariki. Now we've got one big group, national organisations that are saying, give us the money, we'll look after it. And I would be opposed to that, because they've got a model, they've got a mode of functioning that is already, it was already defined by Oranga Tamariki. So where is the Māori part of that? Where are we going back to something that really is about whānau and empowerment of whānau? Where is the whakapapa base of that? So it's not going to work. They're going to bureaucratise whakapapa. You know, they'll get people who are whakapapa people whose job it is to contact, you know, an auntie who've got the whakapapa chart, rather than having something far more organic that is, and what it is we need to have that conversation. Now, we have 3 members of the Te Arawa Health League come. We have a tribal meeting, Whare Whakarura o Te Arawa, meets weekly, and we have a delegation come from the Health League every week. They never miss, these 3 of them, and they have a very clear vision of how they would want whānau ora to run, how oranga tamariki, just no one ever asks them because they're not on the money tit. And so, and the ones who have the loudest voice will be the ones who are already in the money, because they've got the profit and they've got the lawyers, they've got the smarts, they can use the media, and that's not, I don't think that that's the way we need to go. We've actually got to trust ourselves. We have to trust that if you whacked Po Temara and Bill Kawa in a room with Areta and a few others, that actually they might come up with something that surprises us. We're not asking them, and we need to.
Tēnā koe tonu. Me ngā kōrero nunui nei, your broad strokes this afternoon that covered much ground.
Yeah.
And we don't have much time to drill down into some of the things that I'd like to ask, but there's one thing in particular I'd like to zero in on, and that's your statement, because we talked about it earlier, mana wahine. You said mana wahine is about power.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you were discussing the concept that the effect on mana wahine is a disempowerment, is a process of disempowerment, and that there is a whole set of narratives that each iwi has as well. It's not just about the Crown. Within our own iwi, there are narratives that are built around an ideology of disempowerment. Yeah. What I'd like to ask you are your thoughts around a process, put this Crown aside for a moment and just focus on a process for challenging these narratives of disempowerment ourselves, among ourselves, in our own iwi, in our own hapu, and ultimately in our own whānau. Yeah. Can you make comment around that, around processes that you think may be appropriate to include?
Because we have, we have amazing women that I've worked with for many, many years, and we let it happen because our focus has been on what the Pākehā, a nullification of our rights, rather than the issue between men. So it's been a conscious decision to park it. But maybe the timing is coming when we don't want to park it anymore. And, I asked Kathy Jews the other day, would she have done things differently? And she said yes, she would have. But at the same time, she felt that she had to respect her rangatira, and the timing wasn't right. But I do think the timing is, it's all about timing. And, maybe there's a reason why this claim has taken 28 years. And, I think that because we didn't have this claim and we didn't sort out mana wahine, the claims process in some tribes has been dysfunctional and is still dysfunctional to women. But nevertheless, let's move on. We have to take it from where we are, and that's wherever we are is a good place. And the other thing I will say is that, while I don't actually think that mana is only given. I think there's some mana that you got. You got it by virtue of just your whakapapa, if it was mana whenua or mana tangata. People regard you highly simply because of your whakapapa. And if you have it, then you have it, and you can't do much about it. And if you don't have it, you don't have it. The best you can do is rewrite it and try and push it on the people, and that's happened too. I've seen that happen, and I've seen that happen in Ngāti Pro. A low-ranking whakapapa pushed to the top, mainly because of the skill, the prowess, you know, the talent, the gifts of the person pushing for the tribe to acknowledge, let's revise my whakapapa, and they've done that. But I think we've got to say, I like to think that we've all got mana, you know, we've got Māori, but I like to think we've got mana, because I like to think, you know, my children are horrible. They say, I'm the worst mother, and they have competitions about, because I'm a neglectful mother, because I was the woman I wrote about who's not the mother, that's myself. So they have competitions about, you know, who neglected them, who got neglected most. And then on the other hand, they're also, people say they're the most spoiled children they've ever met. And that's because, as far as I'm concerned, they're rangatira, totally. And so they are obnoxious, you know, they lack social skills, they're pushy and opinionated. And you just, as parents, you just got to put up with it, that's our job. But what comes out, when they move on to that platform, whatever it is, whether it's a job or a thing, they're magnificent. You just got to sit there in awe, and that's what we do. And this is why, when I was a young psychologist, I was so motivated to change the system, because those little boys could have been my sons. Those little girls could have been my daughters. They were just as intelligent, just as bright, just as funny. You know, our children are so much better than we think, and they've got the seeds of a great life in them. Now, they're not all going to be academics, but they've got seeds of greatness, and all they need is one person to believe in them, whether it's their grandmother or an auntie or coach, and then those kids fly. And what I saw happening in South Auckland was these psychologists and social welfare people had made a decision about our children that they had no potential, they were nothing. Just, they could have eliminated them off the face of the earth. So when I read what Hannah Arendt said, that silent consent, it builds and it allows cruelty to happen. It was happening to our children in front of my very eyes. And you know, we ourselves have to believe in one another. You know, when I was young, I used to retell negative stories. Someone would tell me something. Oh, she's having an affair or something, you know, or she can't cook. I would repeat it. And then it came to me, why am I doing this? This is actually a phenomenal person, and I am damaging a Māori person. I must stop. And so I made a decision. One, I don't want to hear it, and two, I'll never repeat it. And I think it's that thing of having belief in one another. You know, you hear, oh no, he's terrible in business. Well, it's only hearsay. Why don't you check it out for yourself? I think it's about saying, oh, no, that's a Māori. I'll have a go. I'll give you a go. So it's all of those things need to come in. That's how we recreate mana, and it's in our hands. We don't need the Crown to do anything. We can do this. We can tell our story. If they can get however many million Americans to believe that Donald Trump won the election, we can get 600,000 Māori to believe we have a superior culture, and they are not superior. And just talk about Pispot Pākeas, and just talk about what's happening with the climate emergency. You don't have to go too far to find examples of where we, not to to put rose-tinted glasses on, but there's a lot to be said for our system of the way that we interacted together.
This isn't a question as such as just acknowledging, hearing your message around focus on remedies. Yeah. And I think certainly, particularly in this stage of the hearings, you know, we will be asking repeatedly, you know, what mana wahine means to the various people who appear before us, and you know what they would like to see. What does restoration of mana wahine look like? Yeah. So you know, those are messages that we have certainly heard from you, and we will pay heed to. So thank you for your evidence this afternoon, and that brings nearly brings today's proceedings to a close. But before I ask for karakia to close the day, I just want to check with Council whether there are any matters that you wish to raise. Okay, all right. I just guess, just one cautionary message from me, and that is we managed to expand a half a day today to a full day, and that was absolutely, I think, the right thing to do. However, we have a pretty full schedule for tomorrow, so we're just going to have to be asking witnesses just to have a mind to those time estimates that have been given, and certainly we will also have a mind to in terms of the length of time of the questioning as well. But we want to ensure that we are able to leave the building tomorrow before 9 p.m. So, you know, it's been a tremendously, I think, interesting day and a really positive start to our inquiry. So thank you everybody who has appeared today and given the evidence. I'm going to adjourn today's proceedings until we're due to commence tomorrow with karakia at 8:45. So I'm just going to ask now for kei a koe matua? Yeah.
Pai hoki ngā kōrero tēnei rā, ka mihi a tātou hune rā te tūri te tai. Nā kore kapi hara nei e rewa tēnei kia koutu ngā mai kura, e nā homai e wai a te mutu ngā tātou. Te himeni. Kia koutu te mana, homai e himeni, te himeni. Kia ora.
He koro.
Kia ora tātou katoa.